And I believe we are live on the internet for Battle Screams in Middle-earth. Good evening, good evening, good evening. It's spooky time. It's a Halloween special. If one of you kind souls, the kind 40 souls, doomed souls in the chat could let us know that the sound is fine and that you can hear both myself and this other mysterious spooky ghost that I have with me, that would be great. As of yet, the views have gone up. We've got 41 people. They're storming their way in, my friend. But we normally have something in the region of a sort of 20-second delay for those kind souls to let us know that it's all working. There's still lots of people saying nice good evenings to each other, and as of yet, no one is confirming that the audio is fantastic. So once we get that, oh yes, it's happening. Darren and Julian are saying the sound is all good. It's happening. It's Battle Screams in Middle-earth. Welcome, welcome, welcome. This is, of course, our once more regular live stream where every few weeks we take a look through this beauty, the extended part where the battle games. A lot of people don't actually realise, Mr. Ghost, that what we actually did was we changed the word games to the word streams.
I never realised that.
I know, a lot of people don't. It's subtle. It's a think piece. But yes, this is Battle Streams in Middle-earth. And we bring together the community and we hang out together, normally on the weekend, on a Friday or a Saturday night, and we have a look through an issue of this, and whatever the models it came was, we all paint. We all hang out and paint together. And that's the kind of ethos of Battle Streams in Middle-earth, because we try and help you clear your backlog. And we try and hang out together and paint just for the fun of it. Just in the hope that you get into the spirit. But we're not doing that tonight because it is a Halloween special. More on that soon. But more importantly, who's this guy? Who's this spooky ghost alongside me? It's only... Well, I don't know. Do you have an alias? Or are you the real one?
I'm Balin, at your service.
Balin? Is it Dead Balin?
Yeah, it's Dead Balin.
It's magnificent. We have Dead Balin with us today. I'm so sorry about what happened to your kingdom. That sucks.
It is.
Also on theme.
It's nice to have a legacy, though.
Hey! Yeah, also on theme, because more dead than he used to be in many ways.
Yes.
And I'm sure that will come up. It's Chris Murphy in his house. How are you doing, my friend?
Not too bad. Yourself?
So of course, this is on our ongoing series of guest hosts. We have Mr. Chris Murphy with us today, which is wonderful. Thank you so much for joining us. A BSIME regular and supporter from the beginning. He knows BSIME like the back of his beard. So yeah, Chris will be joining us tonight. So yeah, welcome, my friend. Happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween too. We're having a wee tea toast.
Well, you certainly can.
Is that what we do?
Did I hear you say that you wanted to do a mug review?
I've got a battle camper one.
A battle camp? Whoa! Crossing the streams. Streams.
I'm not sure if I'm allowed to show I'll show it quickly at the back.
What does it say? Is it
Dice or Arsenals?
It's excellent work. You love to see it. Alex Temple of Battle Camper fame. What a man. What a legend. But yeah, Chris will be joining us tonight. And as I said, we normally work our way through an issue of this. And actually, the next issue, the upcoming issue, is a Witch King issue. So it is super spooky. But we're not doing that tonight because tonight is our annual Halloween spooktacular Battle Screams in Middle-earth. So, Chris, dare I ask, what are we doing? What's the theme tonight?
Maybe we could do something Halloween themed.
Love it. I love it. What would we allow in such a theme?
I think any ghosts, ghouls, spirits.
Love it.
I'm not sure if a Tom Bombadil or Goldberry count as the spirit though for that purpose.
I think we've always said a spirit keyword, so I think Tom would get you in. Yeah.
Okay.
And he's a bit scary, isn't he?
Monsters.
Yeah.
Should we like monsters?
Yeah. Love it. We
anybody in fancy dress.
Anyone in fancy dress. Anything with a pumpkin on its base. We've always said it's basically anything that you can convince us is Halloween themed. Tonight is on theme. So it's a big open one, so it's not eligible to break the record. But if you're painting anything tonight, like a warg or a ghost or a monster or anything else like that you can convince us is a bit. We've got werewolves now for the first time. That's pretty cool.
Yes.
They can be in. If you can convince us that that's what you're working on, and it's Halloween themed, then my friends, you are in with a chance of winning a prize that money can't buy. Cross everything. It's dice can. Oh yes, you can win tonight. One of these. Oh yeah! You wanted the game to end on a 1 or a 2. The game ended just as you wanted it. This is, of course, a black Battle Streams in Middle-earth dice, and this very dice will be winging its way to someone who is painting a spooky model tonight. So remember, this is the dice that only rolls 5s and 2s. Oh yes, that can be yours tonight. So Chris, should someone be painting something on theme, or maybe should someone not be painting something on theme, how do they get involved?
Well, I think they can message you, but more importantly, what they should do is put it on the work in progress thread on the GBHL Facebook page.
It's only bloody up there. No panic.
Have we double checked that?
Oh, I haven't checked. I just believe in the technology, my friend. It's there. It's there. But yeah, grab a photo of it, stick it up on the whip thread, and if you're working on anything, let us know whatever you're working on. But if you're working on anything spooky, you'll be in with a chance to win the dice. And remember, the whole point of this is just to paint something for the fun of it. And it's such a big, broad, open topic today. Surely everyone can get involved. So there's 43 of you watching now. All you have to do is go and grab one of those wargs that you've never painted, clean it up a bit, and that's enough. As long as you've worked on it, as long as you've made some progress towards clearing your backlog tonight, you can be in the draw and win a sexy Halloween black Battle Streams in Middle-earth die. Obviously, throughout the evening, we also want to see fancy dress was heartily encouraged. Me and Chris forgot to put our fancy dress on tonight, but if you've done it, like put some selfies in the whip thread. Anyone got spooky snacks they're working on? Let us know. And we've got a bunch of stuff. There's some big news coming out this week. Lord Thorn of the World has been revealed, so we'll be talking about that. We'll be talking about the big news in the Middle-earth Towns. And we also have a deep dive into the history of the Dead of Dunharrow, which is part 2 of our deep dive that we did on the King of the Dead week. So yeah, there's a deep dive later on, and then once we get through those 2 fairly largest topics, it'll probably be time to check the Facebook thread, see everyone's cool work, and then head off to bed. Chris Murfitt.
Yes.
What are you working on?
I went for fancy dress, and I am going for, hopefully this works, Frodo and Sam at orc armor.
So it's Frodo and Sam in fancy dress, in Halloween fancy
dress.
I love it. It's good. Super spooky. Why not? That is, you understand you're opening a terrifying door to any model just being a different model in fancy dress at this point.
It's not my dice to give away, so
you can arbitrate that. You're gonna have an elf and go, this is a Rivendell elf in Lothlorien fancy dress.
Yeah, why not?
I'm gonna shut that shit down right now. So you're working on those 2, which is super cool. For myself, I don't really know. I'll show you. I'm happy to reveal one because it's not particularly spoilerific. But I'm working on some hobbits. I know what you're thinking. Hobbits aren't scary, but these are hobbits for Throne of Skulls, and the Throne of Skulls is 4 weeks today, and that deadline is extremely scary. So I am working on some hobbit conversions. You'll see more about this in a vlog to come. This is a hobbit that I have agonised over and painted up in the past, and then chopped up because I hate myself. So I've converted a militia here into an archer. It's got a little quiver on his back as well. So I am working on a small batch of converted hobbits ready for Throne of Skulls, which is super exciting. And Mr. Murfitt, do you have some snacks to get you through the evening? Oh, teasers! You love to see it. Is that what does it say at the top?
It says treat bag, or trick or treat bag, as it should be the case.
Yeah, absolutely. Tricks on the back, right?
Yes.
Good. Strong song. So some Maltesers and any drinks?
Tea,
Lovely.
apple ties,
Nice. Good bit of fizz.
15-year-old Glenlivet.
Together at last.
Not mixed.
Yeah,
No,
obviously,
I'd get kicked out of Scotland for that.
The three of them wouldn't go well together. Very cool, very cool. I myself have the classic Battle Streams tea. Tea. I also have a beer ready to go, and I do have some spooky snacks. So I believe I had these last year actually, but I've got some eyeballs. Ooh. These are chocolate eyeballs I got from Sainsbury's, and I brought these in, and Charlotte went, "They've got popping candy in them, haven't they?" And I was like, "I don't think so." And I looked at the label; they do have popping candy in them. I was like, "How do you know that?" She went, "I remember from last year." Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff from the child. So I'm gonna go straight into one of these to see how they are. These are Sainsbury's chocolate popping candy eyeballs.
Does that mean you should watch back the last year's stream just to see if the chocolate had popping candy in it or not?
She rewatches it a lot, obviously, like all well-adjusted 7-year-olds. Oh, popping candy. Who knew? Oh, it's all tingly. And then I also picked up some spooky jellies. Got a claw. And I've got a little Frankenstein's monster head. I'm saying Frankenstein's monster before everyone goes, "Oh, Frankenstein's not the monster."
I was waiting for it. I was about to pick you up on it, but
I had 6 of these, but then I brought them in, and my family decided that they should be distributed amongst the family. So the other 4 have been nabbed. I got 2 of these. These are quite fun. These remind me of my childhood. Remember this sort of thing?
No.
You really not?
Way before my time.
I think these have been being made for like 40 years. I remember getting Ghostbusters ones of these.
I do sort of remember Ghostbuster ones, I have to say.
See. Yeah. We are perilously close in age, my friend, as well you know.
Yeah, sadly.
So I'm going to go into one of these. As a spooky jelly claw for Halloween.
What flavour's claw flavour?
Don't know. Generic jelly. The other ones are red and black, but they all got taken. I didn't get to have one of those. So there we go. Those are our snacks. Those are what we're working on. Let us know what you're eating, what you're working on, and if you're in fancy dress. Can I also point out, long-term viewers of the stream who may have seen this outfit before, you see what's new? There's a quote I want from Lord of the Rings. No?
Does it do with potatoes?
It's not to do with potatoes.
Oh.
Something's changed in the outfit since the last time I wore the outfit. And you should definitely know, to be honest, because you've had an inside scoop on this. Come on, Chris. I know what you're doing. You're just giving the comments a chance to put it in. It's very kind of
you. You're making me think. It's still old Greg. But
what's old Greg got that he didn't have last time?
Oh, a crown.
And so what's the Lord of the Rings quote? Come on.
All those who wander are not lost.
Oh, I was going for the King's Got a Crown again.
All right, okay,
Come
sorry.
On. There was the chaos. I mean, Steve was here last time, and for God rest his soul, he's not dead. But we had the whole thing that I went to get the crown, and my family.
Has it gone to Legacy?
They'd thrown Scroblog's crown. They'd thrown the crown away, and they all agreed on it. I go, "Oh yeah, we threw that away." I was like, what? And so I didn't have a crown last time. And so I ordered this. I say I ordered this crown. I bought this crown in a like costume shop.
Crown shop.
Crown shop. Yeah. And I got it home. And I can't really reveal. I don't know what order to tell this in really to show you. I put it on. It didn't fit. Like it wasn't sold as child's crown. It was just like fancy dress crown. It wasn't close to fitting, right? So I was like, oh, that's annoying. And then so I was like, well, let's go and ask Charlotte if she has it. It didn't fit Charlotte, and it didn't fit Olivia. The crown didn't fit my 3.5-year-old, right? And I was like, like, really, who is this aimed at? Who is this fairly large crown that doesn't
Royalty.
fit a 3.5-year-old? Anyway, and it had this inside it, which I think is meant to make your head feel better. I say your head, I mean the imaginary head of a tiny skulled human being. And so I ripped this out in the hope that that would get me, you know, an extra sort of half an inch around the whole thing. And you can do a lot with an extra half an inch. And it still made no difference. It still didn't fit Charlotte. And so, as Chris saw, and this is why I was saying that Chris had the advantage on this, Charlotte then ran away and went, give me a minute, and came back with this.
I think that is the better crowd still.
I know, right? He literally ran off. I heard sellotape and scissors going, and like 5 minutes later she came back and went, made your crown. And I think she smashed this, to be fair. I think that is a pretty damn good sort of 5-minute crown. And as if that wasn't enough, she then went, hang on, give me the crown, and then fashioned a device made from multiple hair ties, which her mum will probably be livid with her for using, that suddenly expands the size of the crown and allows it to fit. I mean, I just want to say massive props to Charlotte, you know. So yeah, I've now got double crown really, which is quite exciting. But yeah, so the King of the Dead outfit is now back in business with double crown, and we are loving Halloween and loving life. So there we go. There's our wonderful intro. Shall we battle streams, my friend?
Oh, why not?
As has become tradition, we normally have a segment of Who the Hell is Chris Murphy, where you get to tell us your little hobby journey and people get to ask you questions, which is exciting. But that's next. But your first job, as per tradition, is to fly through the chat. Do you want to see who's in and say hi to people?
Okay, so let's fly through the chat. Hopefully quicker than Steve. So first comment before the stream even started was Mr. Richard Clammer.
I agree with your
evening all. Look forward to the scream tonight. Nice pun. Mr. Stroming Fish, happy Halloween +1.
Happy Halloween. Oh, I see. It's not like +1 like a wedding. It's because it's a day late.
No. Hawk Jacobson, good evening all.
Evening, Hawk.
Now this comment next is actually quite a nice one. Master Ball UK, evening all, just popping in to say hello, my partner is just going into labour, so we'll have a new doubles partner imminently. Enjoy the stream, we'll catch up soon.
That's Mr. Nathan Died. Massive congratulations, dude. I hope all goes going into labour. Well, we'll keep everything crossed for you, man. Let us know if there's an update or whatever. But
to be fair, I believe labour lasts a while, so you could just get on the screen and the ward.
Yeah, well, it depends sometimes, doesn't it? Oh, massive, like, good luck to you all, and hope everything goes well.
Yes.
How exciting! That's awesome.
Remember, Damien and Chris are good names.
They are strong names. Strong names.
Yep. Frederick says hello there.
Hello.
Some comments to Mr. Masterball, Nathan. Frederick doing French, bonsoir le chat, comment ça va? I'll reply with that with que. Dave McShirrer, my neighbours have the lights up. Halloween is apparently old news. Merry Christmas.
The Christmas lights.
Go cut the power.
That's unacceptable.
Frederick Schultz, where's the work in progress thread where it always is? Sir Stroming Fish, I'm too sore from Halloween to worry about Christmas. Don't know what he's got up to. Mr. Sean Clark says evening. Frederick Schultz spoke too early and said 5 minutes early. You love to see it. I'll let you into the secret. We were going to be early, and then we decided we'll just wait till 7 minutes past because that's what the people want.
I have a feeling there, because he's just in the previous comment asked about the whip thread. I think he's saying the whip thread is 5 minutes early because the whip thread was up at 8 instead of 8:07.
Okay.
I think because we were all right, weren't we?
Next up is a comment from one of the people who gives the greatest hugs. If you get a chance, hug him.
Tom Macklin, must be.
What was that?
Tom Macklin, must be.
It is Macklin, yep.
Oh, yes.
Good evening, good evening, good evening. Mr. Calman Steele's right.
Oh, Cal's in.
Says, good evening, guys.
Hello.
Fohammer says, hello, fellow Whites and Spectres.
Phil White's and Spectres.
Hello, fellow Whites and Spectres.
Hello.
Not Phil Spector. I think he's.
That's Tim. He's very much in mourning this week, so we need to be sensitive around him.
Michael Dubley. Evening all. Hello everyone from Katie. So Storming Fish, unless we're counting orcs, I don't have anything on theme for tonight, so I'm working on Theoden. Just paint him in fancy dress and put a pumpkin on his base. That'll be fine.
The pumpkin on the base initiative might work. You must have something. Anything with the spirit keyword. Any ring wraith. Any. Come on, Chris, help me out. Anything like a Balrog.
Tom Bombadil.
Tom Bombadil.
Don't disparage Tom. Goldberry.
Any wolf. Any warg. Any bat. Come on.
Troll. Spiders.
Spiders
galore.
Yeah. Come on, you got to, surely. Must be
yeah.
There.
Just clean them up. It'll count. Next up, Darren Warner. Evening all. Hope you're all well.
Hello, sir.
We are, thank you. Beggar Hero. Hey, everyone. Scott Johnson. Evening all. We'll be here until Dad's taxi gets called out. That makes me feel that Harry's called on a Dad's taxi. Next up, Julian Hammond. Hello, everyone is out, so I have a chance to do lots of spooky hobby.
Lovely.
You could also do some painting as well if you want, Julian. Green Tree. Hello, peoples. This is why I'm dressed as Zombie Balon. That was due to Mark in the patron chat.
Oh, really?
Gave me the idea.
It's a good idea, man.
Kali Turaka Purhonen. My apologies for butchering that name. Good evening, everybody. I can't believe it, but it's already the second time I managed to join this thing when it's happening. Well,
very
welcome.
Cool, man. Very cool.
James Wilson for the evening, everyone. Gary George, good morning, all. I take it you're on the other side of the world. Been a while since I could catch a stream live. Hope you've all had a spectacular Halloween. So Storming Fish chat's kind of hopping tonight. Love it. Yep, wasn't expecting it to be working this hard.
Oh, they're ahead, aren't they? I was just trying to think if it was possible it was still Halloween, but now they're ahead.
Where am I? Kenneth Vick, good evening, everyone. Glad to be able to catch stream live. Warwick Griggs, good evening, everyone. Hope you're all well. Have a great stream. Then we've got a selection of sounds are all good.
Lovely. Key comments.
James Wilson, we have sound and we have excellent costume, so I hope that includes you, James. Hawk Jacobson, sound is good, video a bit unnerving. I have that effect on people. Some more sounds good. Joe Chile, it sounds good. Pictures a little green. The lovely Larry Miller, there's a problem with the audio. I can hear Damien.
I don't know a lovely Larry Miller. Is he new?
He's the Larry Miller, you know. I've just got affection for him. It's Halloween, you should embrace trolls.
He's a good dog, isn't he?
He is a very good dog.
A good boy.
Yeah. Oh, Frederick Schultz. Oh, wow, was that Balon? I don't know if he recognised me a Balon or shocked that it was Balon. Matthew Allen says, good evening, everyone. Jack Zalakowski. Hey, guys, working on a Kingdom Warrior list that needs finishing for a tournament next week, but we'll paint up a giant spider along them to get them on theme. Good choice. You might even get a dice that'll help you win.
Enjoy your Kingdom of Warrior army.
It's still legal.
Still legal, it's fine. It's fine.
Scott Newman, love the dressing up, guys. Bravo. Old school Chris C. Good evening, gents. Ruth and I will be joining shortly with some spooky models. Not sure what exactly, but we'll read the backlog in a bit.
Yes, that's what we live for. I love it.
Okay, I've gone off, Larry. You went, if you're Damien, Tom is pretty scary. I've never been so insulted.
It doesn't. That's what I mean. It doesn't take a lot to get off him, does it?
Katie, my first ever game of SBG was against the lovely Chris Smurfit.
Well, and she's still playing, mate. What a intro that must have been.
To be fair, it was a good game. I enjoyed it.
I bet you beat her, didn't
Yeah.
Such a bully. Such a bully.
Frederick Schultz, Spooky Dice Cam, woohoo.
Yeah, I tried to spook it up a bit.
Wow, that is one sexy pumpkin net to the dice tree.
I don't think they know the. I don't think they mean what they. Shall we show them? Because I don't think that's.
No, it's too early. Need to get past 9 o'clock.
Sexy pumpkin comes after 9 o'clock, right?
Okay. Gabriel Abbott, evening all. Frederick again. My headcanon for Lord Thorne is that he's a foot model. He's upset about the lack of horses in his fief. So ... So he chose to rebel against the king, who wouldn't give him any horses out of spite.
That's a move that is both grim and bold.
Katie's went 4 weeks ... or exclamation mark, but that'll be towards throwing skills.
Yeah.
Michael Dubley, question for Chris: what is your favourite Bublé song?
You're not meant to be asking Chris questions yet.
What do you think Gandalf would dress up at Halloween? We'll come to that.
We'll try and remember when we get the getting to know you Chris Murphy section. Put it in the chat again at that point. They're good questions, as always.
I'll snap it just to remind myself.
You know what I also think people should be doing? Because he asks them every week. I really think guest host now should be looking ahead at the Michael Dublé canon and like trying to find a real deep cut.
Well, we're doing this. I'll also Google Michael Bublé songs.
As of yet, I think we haven't had any answer that's not one of the Christmas ones.
Did he cover one that Muse covered?
Oh,
for a coffee advert.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I'm feeling good.
Right, anyway, we'll come to that. So, Strumming Fish, more info on those Hobbit conversions to come in a 2025 vlog.
Maybe 2024.
Really?
I believe so, yeah.
What, like New Year's Eve 2024?
I would suspect it's around December 7th to 14th.
31st. 23:59.
I think that I can see me getting the conversions one done this side of Christmas. The display board one's going to be tough, but yeah. I mean, for the minute, I've just got to finish the conversions. Sod the video. I can't stress enough how much I don't care about the video at the moment.
Katie, 4 weeks is scary. So much to do. Chris and my Throwing the Skulls propaganda arrived yesterday, though.
Propaganda is excellent.
Frederick, do we think this stream will set another record? Seems to be very common these days.
Well, if we're all having a great time, maybe, but I kind of hope not.
Ashley Fisher, good evening all. I've been off grid in the middle of a French countryside for a week, so missed all the last chance to buy hoo-ha, so I'm interested to hear everyone's thoughts on it tonight. Sure well, we'll make you sick of that soon. Frederick, it's pronounced Frankenstein. ST or SP is often pronounced with a SH sound in German.
I can't believe Frederick's now lecturing us on Frankenstein.
To be fair, I'm pretty sure in Young Frankenstein he goes on about Frankenstein. Richard Clammer, how rude, he has a name you know, is called Adam.
Don't know what that means. Are we lost already?
Yeah. Katie, I haven't seen one of those jellies in years.
There you go. Go to Sainsbury's.
Right. The post-teen spirit, when you've forgotten about Halloween, log in to see Chris in full makeup, then see old Greg.
I love you. Do you love me? Could you love me?
Yes.
Could
yes,
you
I
love
do.
Me?
Shall we dance?
I'll go somewhere where everyone weeds on each other.
As I said, I nearly did dress up as the other member of the Mighty Bush for this stream.
You could have come as the moon.
Yeah. With the fishing rod and the cowboy hat. Frederick Schultz, it's not racist this year. Is that new?
It's not been racist for several years.
I was tempted to dress up as an Uruk-hai, but Damien said no.
I didn't say no. That's not what I said. You've missed out a very important part of what you said.
Speaking of Damien's age, I was surprised to learn he knew who Freddy from Skins was this week.
Well, Freddy from Skins that's my era Skins. I think you would. That's from Larry, isn't it? I know that's from Larry.
Yeah.
I can tell.
I don't know who Freddy from Skins is.
I think he was too young to be watching that series of Skins. I'm gonna say
he probably caught up on a streaming service, like these young'uns do.
Oh.
Bigger Hero, first time here, very excited.
Just like this normally. Welcome.
Pretty much.
Beggar Hero, do we know you? Do you have a name that you'd recognise or anything? If you're happy to reveal it, let us know who you are, where you are, etc. That'd be cool.
Scott Newman says The Crown.
He
was on it.
He knew.
Larry Miller, why isn't the old Greg costume translucent? You don't want to see a see-through costume. Not before 9. Scott Newman, the crownless again shall be king. He's on the ball.
I mean, that's actually a good other quote as well, isn't it? And it's probably a far more obvious one.
So Stroming Fish. So Steve is living well on a nice farm then.
Yeah, Steve's fine. He's all right. He's all
right. Michael Dubley, heavy as the head that wears the crown.
Also
is that the Christmas crown?
It's not particularly Lord of the
Ringsy. Destroy the Dexterous. Historian, greetings all. Luckily still working on my Witch King on Failbeast. Hope that counts as spooky enough.
I believe Destro was the person to put a certain Warhammer community article up in the GVHL this week. So I imagine
his notifications must have got muted quickly.
I think he had a few.
Frederick Schultz, you can put a lot with an extra half. You can do a lot with an extra half an inch. Put that on a mug. The post-team spirit, that's better than my 7 Stones crown I spent a couple of hours on.
I think you mean Charlotte's one.
Yeah. Darren Warner, welcome Beggar Hero. Yes, this is normal for this stream. As I live and breathe, Michael Haskell, OMG, was expecting Damien Chris. Who are these two spooky gents?
Well, exactly.
So Stroming Fish again at Frederick. My wife doesn't agree with that mindset, sadly. That's about an extra half inch.
Before 9 o'clock,
she's a stickler for measurements. Larry, wow, she's like Richard Dean Anderson from Stargate SG-1 and the other show he's in.
I can't believe he's typed MacGyver wrong there again. He's so bad at spelling.
I forgot what it was called. Frederick, is it still a crown or is it now a diadem?
Oh, does that mean because it's not connected?
Yeah.
Is that the difference between a crown and a diadem? It doesn't go all the way around. I mean, it does go all the way around. It's just got some handy elastic extensions.
It's not as fancy at the back. Michael Haskell says, evening all. So Stroming Fish kindly says MacGyver for Larry.
Yeah.
You're wasting your time. There's discussion about half an inch being able to stop an enemy charge. Michael's asking, have we had the wailing and gnashing of teeth section yet?
I know. We'll build up to
that. Sean Clark has the same idea as me. We should get Charlotte to do your display board, Damien. I'll get done in time and obviously to a brilliant standard. Ryan Cuthbert, evening all.
Oh, Colours is in. That's 6 dice, Colours. Give it up, chat. The first man on earth to have 6 black BSIME dice.
Joe Chile, good afternoon from the States and happy Friday. Welcome, Chris, to the BSIME guest host seat. A fine addition indeed. Thank you. Michael Haskell, I know we're 4 days short for those in the UK, but at what point in the show this evening are we burning the GW effigy? Joshua Crosby, hey, all at Stag Do, but made the Stag an SBG custom game for the weekend, and I'm painting in between sorting the food for everyone. That's a good idea. Bigger Hero, not part of the GBHL Facebook, but I'm painting my 6th edition dwarfs as my Army of the Dead, with Gotrek and Felix going as Aragorn and Gimli.
6th edition dwarfs as Army of the Dead. That's kind of cool.
And Gotrek and Felix as Aragorn and Gimli.
Who's Legolas?
We don't like elves.
I think having Aragorn as Felix is somewhat diminishing Aragorn's prowess, isn't it?
Hey, Felix holds his own. I want to have a bad word said.
He's not Aragorn, though, is he? I don't think Aragorn would like to be played by Felix in a movie.
Felix probably would like to play Aragorn in a
absolutely.
movie. Yeah. Frederick Schultz, by the way, Mr. Balin is louder than the Kong of the Dead.
Okay, so that's fine. This always happens when we're doing this, so I will bring myself up a section. Let me see. Let us know how that, Frederick, if you want to check in with us and let me know if that's made enough difference, too much difference, and then I will adjust again. That's fine, thank you.
Richard Clammer, I was thinking about painting a troll tonight, but I've replied to enough Legacies posts on Facebook already. Bigger Hero's clarified a bit. He says it's to represent Caracate Peaks from the first Gotrek book.
Okay, cool.
Joe Achille, can we have a moment of silence, please, for Eristor and Gildor? So sad.
I reckon we're probably going to have about an hour of, well, not silence for them later. I think they'll get there.
Larry Miller, can Chris say, I think you'll find it's a legal army in preparation for the next edition. I think that's a go at my ability to use proper money. Post-team spirit, right, Chris? The first shots have been fired. So since they're gunning for you anyway, any hot takes?
Save your hot takes for the getting to know Chris Murphy section.
Yep. Frederick Schultz, by the way, we can see the sexy pumpkin in the background.
You can't. I promise you can't. You might be able to see a slightly sexy pumpkin. I can promise you can't see the sexy pumpkin.
Katie, my second game was against Damien, so it's a miracle I am still playing.
Oh, see, this never used to happen when we had Steve here because everyone hated him. But like since there's been guest hosts, they all turn on me, and they all side with the guest. We weren't. Was that doubles? Was your first game against her at doubles?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think so.
That was me and Adam. I mean, we beat them. Obviously, they were rubbish. They were absolutely rubbish. We just crushed them.
I think me and Dan gave him an advantage because our first 3 games of the tournament we were playing Bjornings says Fight 4 instead of Fight 5. Because I completely misread the rules.
Yeah, I mean it was a really easy game. We beat them up, but we pretended it was a challenge and we pretended to be nice. So I don't see why she'd say that about me. It's weird.
To be fair, I played you, and yeah.
Do you know what? I should say this before.
I'll carry on with the chat.
Before she comments, I actually think I don't even know if we won. In all honesty, I think they might have won. They had Hunter Orcs. I think it was against it was me and Adam. I think was it our Grey Company year? I can't remember. They might have won for all I know. But it was genuinely a lovely game.
Darren Warner, I will miss Gildor, R.I.P. Larry Miller, I don't think I could name a Bublé song. Post Teen Spirit, I could name a Mr. Blobby song. Does that count? Richard Clammer, I love Eristor. He will be my biggest miss from the Warhammer World Tourneys.
So I mean, it's a bit late now, obviously, but just for now, pause your Legacy chatter because we will talk about Legacy later. So like all those Legacy comments, we'll keep them, store them, bank them, keep them in your sobbing heart.
I will say the next one is from Larry, and I agree with this. I hate Eristor. He does mean things to ponies.
He does, yeah. It's a simpler times, man. Bill could have had it all.
He'd be in a cabinet behind there, that Bill. Frankenstein's monster is called Adam.
Is it?
Thanks for that, Richard Clammer. Yeah. Or A. Frankenstein, says Larry.
In the book?
I think it's because he's called Adam because he's the
first man, yeah. I didn't think
that
was in the original book, was it? It might be. It's the same reason.
It could be in Young Frankenstein, I think they mentioned. Yeah, I'd seen that the other day.
The villain in season 4 Buffy's which is essentially Frankenstein's monster, is called Adam.
So Stroming Fish replying to Richard saying no one wants to dress as Adam for Halloween. Richard Clammer, I think people do want to dress up as Adam. They just don't want to tell me I am Adam tonight. Larry Miller, I was 15 when the first season came out.
Oh, fair enough. Still a bit naughty for him. It's a bit of a naughty.
Bigger hero, nope, you don't know me, sitting in Stockholm painting.
Oh, well, welcome, my friend. Thanks for joining us.
I would say welcome in Swedish, but I don't know any Swedish, so welcome. It's probably welcoming or something. Stephen Bonner.
I don't know any Swedish, but I will insult your language.
I could have used IKEA words. I behave myself. Stephen Bonner, evening gents. Evening, Mr. Bonner. The posting spirit, my understanding is that diadems without exception become horcruxes.
Yeah, it's true. The only diadem I know was a horcrux, so yeah, it must be. Don't trust them, man.
Sir Stroming Fish, I forgot I had Gothmog on Warg. Does that count?
Yes, as long as you work on his Warg, absolutely.
Frederick Schultz, the Kong is louder now, but could be more.
Could be more loud. I love it. Okay, I've put myself up the same amount again. Let's see what that does.
Right. Larry is defending about turning on you since Steve's left.
Of course he is.
He said he's always been anti-Damien. To which Fohammer replies, anti-Damien? With a play on words. Post-team spirit, clearly you need to choose a guest host people will despise Damien, who's trying his best tonight.
That's the problem. I keep picking all these lovely people, you see. Who do people despise? Maybe we shouldn't open that can of worms. In the chat, who do you despise?
I nearly answered and I thought, no, I'm being recorded on a YouTube stream.
Well for anyone.
Get Larry on.
Yeah.
Frederick Schultz, what's the BSIME email?
Oh, now you're asking. Things I should know. Bear with.
I'll take a drink of tea.
I want to say it's battlestreams1. Battlestreams1@gmail.com. It is indeed. 54 people in. You've got 15 more people in since they saw you, Chris. They're racing in to see the Murphy. Happy Friday.
Comments are nearly at the end of the comments.
So good at this.
Larry Miller, he says something like, I am your Adam. Katie, we tried to force a draw by dying as quick as possible against Damien Adam, and we got beaten up by Bears against Chris and Dan. We also played Joe and Carl that weekend too. We lost to them too. That's bad, losing to Joe and Carl. That's
awful, yeah. That is sort your lives out, guys. Come on.
Joe Chile, whose brain was it? Abby someone, Abby normal. Frederick Schultz, Mr. Boner? Question mark. Yes, his surname's Boner, and I do like to pronounce it rather than Bonner as Boner because it amuses me. Jesse Payton, give me an hour and I'll be painting all with you gents as well.
Looking forward to it.
Look forward to it. Fohammer, was that Ardacon Katie? Did you take KOTD to Chaos and Order?
Who's he talking
King of the Dead. We played Katie at the Warhammer World Doubles 2 years ago.
What is this? Tim saying this?
Fohammer, yeah.
Everyone's played Katie at Warhammer.
Ricky drinks paints, form ranks you maggots, and don't forget to like the stream.
Hey.
Don't you know we're at war? I better like the stream. Kenneth Vick, any tips with regarding to painting a barrow white? I like the GW look.
This won't. My tip on this, and this won't help what you've just said, but follow Chris Bilowitz's guide on Swords and Brushes that had some dark red in it, and now he's themed them around Rings of Power, and you might hate Rings of Power, but they look awesome. So it's rather than just being all blue and ghosty, they get red in them, and they look really good. So that'd be my tip. Anything from you, Chris?
Yeah,
some ghosts?
Mine I just sprayed white and then covered in like oxide and then painted in little bits.
It's like this colour.
Yeah, that's what I did for Seven Stones many years ago.
I did use it when I did my Dead Marsh Spectres recently. I used oxide, and I base coated them like normal models, so a normal Numenor and a normal Orc, and then I put almost like a wash of that over. So you got the bright green glow in the cracks, and then highlighted them up from there. And I was quite happy with them. I was quite pleased with how they came up.
Stephen Bonner, Damien could guest host and then chat wouldn't know who to root for.
I don't know if I could do it as the King of the Dead and as me and see who was more popular.
Yeah.
Be the King of the Dead.
Post-Stephen Spirit, there was a reason why I didn't offer any names. Stephen Bonner, hard on, question mark, yes. Frederick Schultz, balance still louder. I think we're going to have to live with that. Old school Chris C. I have some dwarfs to paint tonight. Does Army of Erebor count as on theme? Yes, if you put pumpkins on the bases.
Yeah, I like it, but no, unless if you can pumpkinize their bases, we'll allow
it. Post-Team Spirit. It's not often you get to use your hair to illustrate a pale green stroke blue shade.
This is true. This is true.
Fohammer. Yes, I'm going for Rings of Power Barrow-Wights 2. Started on New Hero, but he's not finished yet. Sadly, I'm travelling at the moment, so I can't paint him tonight. And lastly, at this moment, Rory Campbell, you should see a doctor if you have a bright green glow in your crack. What a way to finish.
What a cracking comment. So stop your commenting, because now we're at our favourite section of new Battle Streams of Middle-earth, which is getting to know you. So we're going to hand over to Chris to hear all about Chris's hobby journey and who he is. So now what you can do is pop your questions in the chat for Chris for after he's told us a little bit about himself. Up to 60 people, 60 wonderful BSIMers joining us this fine, spooky Friday. Welcome, all of you. But yeah, so if you've got any questions you want to ask Chris, I've got 3 stacked up, which was it's your hot takes, your favourite Double song, and something else. Don't know. Can't remember. This is why I said put them in again.
Yeah.
But yeah. So Chris, would you like to tell us how'd you get into the hobby, your hobby journey, where are you from, how'd you get here, and as everyone sits back and paints their spooky models.
So how did I get here? As a kid, me and my friend Derek used to enjoy reading the Beano magazine. In said Beano magazine, there was an advert for a game called Hero Quest and another one for a game called Space Crusade. We went, that looks cool. So that Christmas, I got Space Crusade, he got Hero Quest. On the side of the box, there was a thing to send away for a painting guide that came from Games Workshop. I noticed there was one in Glasgow. Persuaded my parents when we were going shopping to take me there, and then that was me addicted.
I've never heard of the Beano as it's obviously a very specific time period where you'd have an advert for Hero Quest.
Yeah.
The Beano being a way in is awesome.
Yeah.
Your poor mum, buying you a 20p comic. I think
it was Derek's mum that bought it.
Oh, fair enough. Your mum was furious.
Too sensible for that. Yeah, awesome. So I think the next birthday I got, or Christmas, I got Warhammer starter set.
Nice.
And then
4th edition?
Yeah.
High Elves and Goblins?
High Elves and Goblins, yep. With the lovely card replacement pieces for Eltharion and things like that. I still don't know how a 2-dimensional card piece works in that.
On a tiny, tiny, tiny black plastic base.
Yes.
Good times.
Yeah. And that was the start of the addiction. Addiction lasted and got its hold so well that when I was at uni, instead of going to lectures, I went to my local GW instead, and then ended up getting offered a job. And then at that sort of time, a film came out. I don't know if anybody's heard it. You should maybe watch it if you got a chance. It was called The Fellowship of the Ring.
Never heard of that.
No, it's a bit underground cult.
What's it about?
Following, but yeah, it's worth a watch.
What's it about?
It's not quite true. It's based on some sort of novels that nobody really cares about, but
It's not fantasy, is it?
it is fantasy, sadly.
I hate that stuff. Oh,
it's more like romantic fiction, to be fair. It's
elves and goblins and nonsense.
sort of like, yeah, you can see he got his ideas from like Twilight and things like that.
Another Twilight rip-off, yuck.
Pretty much. So yeah, worked at GW for 5 years, so through the peak times of the films coming out.
That's cool.
Also, sadly, because it was the peak times, once the films came to their end, sales didn't quite come to the same level, so there was redundancies, so I left working for GW, but still stayed in the hobby.
Hang on, there were redundancies in the retail stores after the Lord of the Rings bubble burst?
Yep.
Oh, wow, I never knew that.
Yeah, they cut down from, my shop went from 3 full-time staff to 2 full-time staff, and then quite a few other stores were the same.
Oh, I never knew there was a connection there particularly. I knew, obviously I remember the stores having like 3 people in them all the time, and now they're all like one-person stores. But I never knew there was any sort of time connection to that in the same way.
Yeah.
Can you, because there's a fairly unique like perspective you've got there. Can you talk about like working there during the Lord of the Rings days and the kind of buzz in the shop and what it was like during the Two Towers,
it was great.
Return of the King and all that?
GW sent us paid for us to go see the films around about Christmas time. We always melded it in with Christmas night out because they wanted you to know what was in the films, because, well, you're going to have to talk about it and display the games. We built intro tables. We got an intro table, I think it was the Two Towers one, that was like a pre-formed plastic hill that came from some German company that does like railway things, but they were hollow, so if you rattled your fingers on the top of it, all the models just bounced down the slope, so it made quite good sound effects. So you had to just fill it with expandable foam so it was actually solid, so you could actually touch it and everything didn't fall off. But no, it was good times. It was crazy, like lots of kids were coming into the store because Lord of the Rings was the thing at the time. Strangely, some of those kids are now people that I still play Middle Earth against in the Scottish scene. It does make me feel old sometimes.
And can you, like, I don't know if you'd remember or if you have like solid data on it, but was it at like Two Towers Return of the King, was it outselling the others? There's often stories about it being the most popular thing. Was it?
Probably not outselling the others, but it was just as popular. Right. There was a lot of people that came in just to buy the models. They weren't interested in gaming.
Right, okay.
There was one guy that came in and he basically had the tick list of everything that was getting released, and he bought in a winner. And then you wouldn't see him for a year, and then he would come in again and then buy everything again that was getting released, and then don't see him again, and then he comes in again. So like dropping like £1,000 at once on toy soldiers. But yeah, it was certainly popular. There was probably more kids probably did go into it through Lord of the Rings and then moved to the other games. But yeah.
And you were saying like,
I think the Lord of the Rings got them through the door because they seen the posters up with things that they recognised.
You were saying there that you'd got into the hobby through the Beano and HeroQuest and stuff, but did you already know Lord of the Rings? What was your first exposure to Tolkien?
It was around about the same time. I read The Hobbit, I think, at primary school, right about the same time as HeroQuest. I've always liked fantasy. Before that was like Chronicles of Narnia, Willow, things like that. Never-ending Story. All that sort of things. So I always had a inkling towards fantasy and science fiction, to be fair. So yeah, The Hobbit and that sort of came out the same sort of time as I started wargaming. I also like building models with my dad. They were more like World War II things and fighter planes, tanks, and things like that. So I knew how to build models and things. So it was a bit of continuation of that. But yeah.
Very cool.
But yeah, and I've always played Lord of the Rings. I was always seen as the sort of Lord of the Rings expert in the shop, and the others played it a bit, but not as much as myself. So even in those days, I was going down to Warhammer Worlds for the grand tournaments, competing in the conflict like tournaments.
2005,
as well.
2006, like the really early ones.
Yeah.
Oh well, that's cool. What was that
Playing
like?
such people as like a young Ed Ball and all those sort of folk. And then I found an old score sheet from one of the old GTs, and I was like, oh, I recognise some of those names. They're still around.
And was that the sort of era where you could split your army? So you'd take like 800 points, but you could have 500 and 300 between your good and evil army if you wanted.
No, it was good and evil. There was weird scenarios like Cornered, where you split your army in half, and one half starts in the middle, the other half isn't used. And you have to get your leader off the board. And all sorts of nonsense like that. But yeah, I've always played other games, but Middle Earth was always my go-to. And then when the GBHL started up, I was sort of involved. I didn't get to as many as the first couple of tournaments just because of work and things like that. But after that, yeah, I've been there or thereabouts since then, and helped run the Scouring of Stirlingshire that very first year the GBHL started.
Absolutely.
And well, this year, in a couple of weeks, will be our 11th year.
Which is the longest running tournament in the GBHL, I think?
Yes.
Very cool, very cool, very cool. Congratulations.
Yes. So I will be painting some terrain for that a bit later on.
And if I'm remembering correctly, I don't know, was it our first meeting? I remember our first game was at Dreamlike Gaming.
It was that was that a doubles tournament?
No, it was singles.
No, it was singles, yeah.
I played you in the last round. And it was whole ground. I can't remember what you had, but I had like my sort of Hobbit themed hero list. I had like Tariel and some of the dwarfs and stuff.
I had a very themed, I think it was Kazagard and Malbeth. And Thorin and Malbeth had a fight for the ages where I kept on clunking you over the head or passing 5 up foresight saves.
I remember that was the game that I found out Bomber had 3 wounds.
Yes, after I think that was like game 6 or 5 or 6 or something like that.
For the whole tournament. But is that the first time we met? It's definitely the first time we played, I thought.
That was the first time we met, yeah.
Very cool, very cool. Now look
because that was my first tournament down south.
Right.
Of the GBHL era. Heading down with Dave Reed, who'd been to the first one.
Mm-hmm. So that's like 2014, 2015, and then what have you been doing for the last 10 years?
Trying to get good at this game.
And you've done very well.
I did well 1 year. I had a chance going into the last tournament of winning the league, and then I did so badly I still have no idea where I finished that tournament because I didn't look. When your opponent high-fives you when you finally kill one of his models with shooting, shows you how well one of my games went.
And you were meant to be winning the league that day. But this guy's rubbish.
Yeah. But, yeah. Although I mainly seem to win. Not this year, though, I have to say. Most sporting awards. That was my thing last year.
Am I correct in saying that last year you were the most sporting of all sportings?
Well, I was the most sporting of all sportings in the Great British Hobbit League, but I was also the most sporting of sporting players, and won the best crack award from the Irish Hobbit League.
So you won is it called the Friend of Middle Earth? Is that right?
Yes.
So you won the award last year for winning the most sporting awards.
Yes, in the Irish Hobbit League and the Great British Hobbit League.
After a while, do you start to think like maybe you are in fact the nicest man? Is it? It must.
No.
After a while, it must kind of go. Maybe
I'm well aware
the
of
nicest.
what I am and who I am.
A fabulous actor.
People just don't understand the accent and just nod and agree and think I'm saying nice things.
Must have been nice. I presume he was being nice.
Yeah.
But that's awesome. Like all joking aside, that's incredible to win that, because it really shows how you approach the game and your attitude and stuff.
Well, that's the thing. You just remember it as a game.
Yeah, I was going to say, have you got any?
It's supposed to be fun for both people.
You got any tips for arseholes? Like, how do you go about winning?
Wipe them.
Hey, that's a shame. That's unfortunate to hear this early in the evening. What are your pro tips for winning a most sporting award?
Be nice.
Right.
That's it, really.
Be nice.
Be nice.
Be nice. Be nice.
Remember, it's a game.
If I'm honest, this sounds a lot like a guy who's not willing to give away his secrets to damage his chances of winning more.
Give away dice.
There you go. Here it comes.
Chat.
Chat. Good.
Yeah. Ask people after the game, like later on in the tournament, how they're getting on.
Ask people after the game if they enjoyed being beaten by you.
No, just later on in the tournament, just because you don't vote for most sport until like towards the end. So
these are real tips. These are real tips.
Just remind them how you are. Who you are. Just keep a go up to them. That's.
Do you remember when we played yesterday? So good, so much fun.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's MURFIT.
T. 2 T's.
I think it's still
that's the top tip.
That's good, man. I like it. Well, there you go. So now you know, if Chris ever comes up and
now
talks
I seem like an absolute arsehole.
On day 2, if he comes and chats to you, he's only after your most spoiled.
Pretty much, yeah. I'm not interested in you.
Oh, good. Good tip. And yeah, here you are, right?
Yep. Right. So what was that? What was the questions that we had? Oh, what was my favourite?
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm not going to ask you any questions because they might come up in the chat. But
favourite Michael Bublé song is, I believe, is it A New Dawn, A New Day?
It's Feeling Good.
Yes.
Yeah.
That I'll say that. What is my hot takes? I presume that's about Legacy.
Well, no, it's anything. They were asking about hot takes before Legacy. So given that we'll have to talk about it, I think your hot take should actually be banned from talking about Legacy.
Okay.
So
what are my hot takes?
I've got a hot take.
I like Rings of Power.
Right, that's come. You know what? I think it was Macklin's hot take was I don't like Rings of Power. So that's fascinating. But yeah, you like Rings of Power?
Yes.
Cool. There you go.
It's not as good as the original Lord of the Rings trilogy. Nothing ever will be. People need to get over that, but no, it was enjoyable.
There you go. See, but you almost sound embarrassed about it. I like Rings of Power. I'm sorry.
Well, I might be an idiot, and that could make me an admin on the GBHL.
Oh, indeed, yeah. You wouldn't want that.
No.
You wouldn't want that. That was a great post today. I don't mind talking about this because I can't even remember the guy's name, but that was spectacular. If anyone saw that on the GBHL today, I'm going to read the post out. I won't say the guy's name because I never do that, but it really made me giggle. I don't actually have it because it was gone before it ended up in the admin chat, but it's in the BSIME chat. And a guy posted, this is on the GHL, you banned my Facebook accounts, now look what's happened to SBG, For more context, that admin here is a Rings of Power fan. That's how dumb he is. There's a couple of typos in there. And, I mean, it's possible this is a bot, for one thing. But we didn't recognise the name. We haven't... If we have banned him, we haven't banned him recently. He might... His other accounts... You banned my accounts, like a normal user would say.
Doesn't everybody have multiple
accounts? We obviously didn't ban this one. Now look what's happened to SBG. Look what you've done. And that Rings of Power fan, that admin is a Rings of Power fan, and we were like, well, which one is it? Which one of us is dumb? I mean, I'm a Rings of Power fan. Owen's a Rings of Power fan. Sam's a Rings of Power fan, and we were terrified because one of us is dumb. But yeah, we had a nice giggle about that. But yeah, so I'm sorry that we banned his accounts. But what can you do? I enjoyed Rings of Power, which is why I'm dumb. But it's all right to like it, isn't it? And then Ian Macklin was on here as a guest host, and he didn't like it. So that's fine. It's all right to feel differently about things. It's like the way the world works. Why did you like it? What did you like about
it? The dwarfs were great. The music was fantastic. Some of the visuals as well, really good. And spoilers, but it's the second season. But Sauron and Celebrimbor.
Very cool.
That was, yeah.
Did you like everything about it?
Not everything.
Yeah, and that's all right, isn't it?
Yeah.
My constant fallback is just that I would rather it existed than it didn't. The bits I like.
Yeah.
I am happier that exist than the bits I didn't like. You know what I mean? But that's how I feel. Good hot take though. So I believe we could. There's Dubé song. There's one other question that we forgot. So hopefully someone will have posted it back. So we get to James Wilson saying, "If I paint one of Farmer Maggot's dogs as Scooby Doo, will that count as being on theme?"
No, I'm tempted to say.
You're the guest. You can make a call on it.
I think the Yabba Dabba do.
You're mixing Flintstones there with Scooby Doo. That's a shame. Hawk Jacobson says, any chance of turning Damien's audio up a bit? A bit more? I can put it up a bit more. I warn you, I am running out of audio top up I can do. We'll see. Stephen Barnard says, questions related to SBG and hobby, or like spooky facts about Chris? Well, it can be about anything, but directed towards Chris as he's our guest. Richard Clammer, I'm visiting the in-laws this weekend and I forgot to bring my hobby tools, but my grandmother-in-law was going through her stuff because she is moving and gave me her late husband's model railway stuff. Oh, that's lovely.
That's cool.
Yeah. Maybe, if you need some hobby stuff, maybe you can make something there. Pumpkin themed in your grandfather-in-law's honour, I suppose. Michael Doodley, here we go. The second question was, what do you think Gandalf would dress up as for Halloween?
I think he would dress up as the thing he finds the scariest, and that would be Pippin.
I thought he might dress up as Saruman to kind of just like poke him a bit, you know. I've come as a bit of a monster. And he's like, you know, he'd be like sassy and he'd be very pleased with himself to have done it. And it'd be, you know,
I could see that
on his socials, you know, like kind of kicking off.
Is that what he did after the Balrog?
Yeah, maybe. Have you come back as an angelic angel? No, I'm just in cosplay. So Storming Fish says, I got into the hobby via Heracus as well. He still has it. Old School Chris C says, Ruth would like to know, who is your favourite?
I think it's up there.
Yep.
HeroQuest is up there. Box? And Space Crusade as well.
The original boxes?
Yeah.
That's super cool. And
Space Crusade and Warhammer Quest is up there as well.
I started on Advanced HeroQuest. I never had the HeroQuest box. But I played HeroQuest with my mate. And then I think it might have been out of production because when my mum went to buy it for me for like my birthday, she could only get Advanced HeroQuest or something. And that was a very different game. Old School Chris C says, Ruth would like to know, who is your favourite elf and why is it Arwen? I'm not sure why she spelt Tariel wrong there as Arwen. That's quite the typo. Who is your favourite elf, Chris?
Ooh, that's a It's not Toriel, sadly. It's not, I'm afraid. As much as you... My favourite elf probably is Legolas.
It's a good elf.
He is.
Can you lean in to the side? Other side.
To the side?
Yeah, that side.
I'm a married man. You get me in trouble.
Legolas is a good choice. Certainly my favourite character in the Legendarium. So we'll allow that. It's good. Fohammer says... Fohammer is suggesting to Michael Dublé that Gandalf would cosplay as Saruman. Larry Miller says, is that a sequel to those Hobbit movies? I think that's about Lord of the Rings. Stephen Bonnar says, Chris, don't let Damien put you off. It's your hobby and fantasy was good. What does that mean?
I don't know.
I like fantasy. Put you off what? Don't know what that means. I agree, fantasy was good. I was talking about it with Chris. Chris, what is your favourite Tolkien-related piece of music and why? That's a great question.
Concerning hobbits.
Oh, that's a good strong one.
Self-explanatory.
It can't be self-explanatory. They've asked you to explain it.
It is quintessentially Hobbit. As soon as you hear it, you automatically think the Shire, hobbits, general niceness.
Yeah, it's good. It's very good. It's a good choice. I think for me it would be the version of the Minas Tirith theme. I think is it in a storm? Is it in the piece of music called Minas Tirith? But it's the one where when Shadowfax is riding up Minas Tirith. It's not the Hope and Memory one. It's not the one that goes over the mountains. It's the first time you hear it as they're riding up with all the visuals of Minas Tirith. I think that's epic. And it also
there's quite a few good pieces because spoilers, but we've done it for the last couple of years. Is the most sporting prize for Scouring and Stirlingshire? We've got a thing called the Music Box. Oh. That's like a visual representation of like the song, and it has a wee QR code that you can scan and goes to the song on Spotify. So me and Dave have listened to a lot of the soundtracks to find the right appropriate song. But a lot of them you're like, oh, I really like that bit of tune, but it's in like a much longer piece.
What do you mean? I don't understand how it works for the most sporting prize. What is it?
So it's a little photo frame, and you get the ups and downs of how the tune goes in like a visual format. So they take the piece of music and transpose it to there, and it's got a little QR code. So when you actually do it,
you have to get this you send this off to a company and say this piece of music.
Yeah.
Oh right, That's awesome. Oh, very cool. I also like the Minas Tirith thing. Contains one of my favourite little factoids about the film that is in the Fellowship of the Ring at the Council of Elrond. You hear the Minas Tirith theme when Boromir stands up, just on a single French horn. So and you hear the and that gives me goosebumps because that was 2 years. It's obviously Howard Shore knew what the Minas Tirith theme was going to be 2 years before.
Yeah, I suppose actually when you think it that way,
absolutely mega. That just so Boromir stands up, he talks about Gondor, and you hear a theme that you don't hear properly until 2 years later. I just think that's absolutely mega. I love it. Good question. Frederick Schultz says Zeturdes.
That is the maker of the board that they did for the intro.
Wonderful, yeah. Stephen Bonner says, Lord of the Rings makes everything better. How many copies, unique sculpts of the Fellowship do you own, Chris? That's good.
But I don't know how many. I don't have a backlog. I haven't. It's called an archive. I mean, a lot. Yeah, no idea. I have. I'm not going to say too many because this is getting recorded and my wife might find this. I have plentiful of versions of all sorts of models.
My Fellowship case, like the painted one, has got 2 trays nearly full of Fellowship models. So that's like 72. Now, I can't imagine I've got 72 models, but it's getting on there, like painted. So I must have.
I've painted lots of like different poses and base different for various different army themes and things like that. So
there's even like I've got 10 Gandalfs. Like he racks up, you know. I've got.
There's certain models like I've never actually got round to paint, like Gandalf the White.
I only did him because of Battle Streams. He was my first.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think I've got 11
But
Legolas.
Goodness knows how many versions of Gandalf the White, but never got round to painting them. I was actually thinking the other day, there was like, I should actually paint up a new version of the Fellowship to go in the Moria display piece. That
very cool. We've got a question. I'm not going to tell you who wrote this. You'll have to guess. Chris, what is your favourite all-metal demon of Shadow and Flame to assemble for other people?
Well, Larry, that would have to be the Bloodthirster.
For anyone who doesn't know, would you like to tell your Balrog story? What is that in reference
to? When working for Games Workshop, they released the Balrog all metal, wonderful. Every kid wants to buy one. No kid could make one, so they used to come into the shop and go, "Help! I can't make this." So I would help, and I lost track of how many all metal Balrogs I had to pin and green stuff and help people to build. So much so that it took until Battle Streams started before I actually built and painted my own Balrog, and I went for the plastic one, and it's a beautiful kit, and whoever decided to bring out in plastic rather than metal should be thanked. And all metal ones can get in the bin.
I'm sure you can't remember, but are we talking 5 or 20 or 100? Like what? How many Balrogs?
It's probably close to the 20, if not more.
That's a lot. See, I've never done him. That's a lot of Balrogs. It's a good question, though.
It's too many.
The Posting Spirit says, one of those times where they can't let go of a successful franchise and force out a sequel, Larry. Honestly, don't know where the story can go from The Hobbit. It was all neatly tied up in a book. Ferret Schultz, Peachy talks a lot about Lord of the Rings and the bubble, retail changes, redundancies and so on. There's lots of info out there now that GW veterans go out on their own online. Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? The way that now it felt like no one was allowed to talk about anything. And then about 5 years ago, they all just started talking about everything. And they're all just doing interviews now about the whole behind-the-scenes process. It's very
I think there was a lot of change in the guard, I would say. There was a lot of stalwarts in the studio that were around, and then all of a sudden they all just sort of left at the same sort of time.
I feel like where they had left, because like Rick left in 2005, 2010, somewhere like that, a long time ago. But he still didn't start doing those interviews until like 5 years ago.
Whether it was like an end-to-an NDA agreement or something.
Like, genuinely, but Jervis Johnson started doing them much quicker after he left. But I did wonder if you can't talk about anything until 5 years after you leave or something. Like I don't know what it would be.
Yeah.
But it's just interesting.
Whether your last project has been released.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Who knows? We might get that from Adam and Jay in the future. They as and when they move on, they start giving us all the inside goss about Lord of the Rings. It's jumped. It's jumped. I can't believe it's jumped. There we go. Kenneth, Chris, what is your favourite army to play? I think that means to play as rather than to play against.
It varies. I've got so many armies that I get bored playing any sort of army for any length of time that I change. If you were to pin me down, probably Goblin Town.
That was what you were known for.
Yes.
I remember you handing me quite the fisting with your Goblin Town at Stockport one year. I just remember it going catastrophically badly. I feel like it was whole ground and I didn't even get to the middle. It was like,
I was planning to, I was moving in the middle. I was going to just pin you in place with goblins, let you break me. I'm in the middle, I win, and then I just broke you instead and was in the middle.
I did not hold the ground. I'm eating Adam's head at the moment. Oh, can I? Do you reckon I could? How's that? Hello, spooky face.
Perfect.
Lovely. Good. Have you ever dabbled in 40k or fantasy? And if so, which factions? That's from Michael Haskell, King Amongst Men.
When I was a staff member, we got things cheap. So, yes. Which factions? For 40k, I had Space Marines, Imperial Guards, Sisters of Battle, Tau, Tyrannids. I had a Kroot army.
That's not dabbling.
I'm trying to think. There's probably more. When I moved in with my now wife, she didn't ask me to do it, but I realised that I needed to do it. I needed to make space, so I gave all my 40k stuff to one of my friends whose kids were getting into it, and it was a literal carload, including the passenger seat. The back seats were down, filled to the roof. Thankfully, his wife was out when I arrived with the stuff, though I did get a stern message when she came back. By that point, it was too late.
I like
fantasy.
I enjoyed the fact that story started with "she didn't make me do it" for contractual reasons.
Yes. I don't think she quite realised how much stuff I had hidden away. I kept my fantasy armies though. I never changed to Age of Sigmar. I've still to rebase them for Old World, but I have Dwarfs, I have Empire, I have Chaos. I think I've got High Elves somewhere. I've got Orcs and Goblins. I've got Ogres. I've got Demons. Bretonians.
Not a dabble.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's about it. But yeah, when working for GW, it was the time of the Specialist Games studio starting up. So I had lots of Necromunda gangs, Blood Bowl teams, Battlefleet, Gothic fleets, Epic armies, Inquisitor models, Wartime war bands.
I mean, you're talking about
I've also got Man of War fleets.
Oh, nice. I think that was one of the earliest
just one Man of War fleet,
actually.
actually.
About that very early on, like in the 281 bar. I remember because again we were a similar age, playing at a similar time, and we were, no one else played Man of War. And we went, Man of War, yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah. Never finished actually painting the fleet. As many case may be, I need to start battle streams in Man of War Earth or something to clear the backlog.
I think it'll be as popular. All those Man of War players out there, their massive Man of War backlogs. Could make it happen, man. You mentioned there, like how many armies and how many projects you had. Like, what was your painting rate like? With was the vast majority of this unpainted, or?
It probably is probably still is on the unpainted. I have no idea how much models I've got in my archive, because I probably don't want to know how many models I've got in the archive. But I do have a lot of painted stuff. I tend to paint armies ready for tournaments. Tournaments I find is the thing that gets me motivated to actually get things finished. Whenever I tend to write a list, I tend to put maybe one or two models into a list if it is something I've already got, just to paint something new up and clear some of the backlog.
Mm-hmm. Very cool, very cool, very cool.
I think you can see the cabinet, glass cabinet, and those white shelves they're all Middle Earth painted stuff.
So everything behind you is Middle Earth painted?
Yes.
That's quite a mighty collection. Any ideas how many painted Middle Earth models you got?
No idea. Not enough.
Not enough, quite. Not nearly as many as unpainted models.
Yeah. In the garage there is several large plastic boxes filled of unpainted and unbuilt.
I felt a bit bad today. I've got a few bits all over the place, but I've got one main really useful box of unpainted Middle Earth stuff in the attic, and I ran up there today specifically to find a Fellowship of the Ring sprue, plastic sprue, and cut off Gandalf's staff tip, and then ran away from it. And I feel like really bad, like if Toy Story's real, like Gandalf's just lying there going, he's never going to paint me, and not worse than painting him. I came up and basically abused him, cut his staff off, and then shut him back in the box and ran away. Such is our want with these things. Very cool. Larry Miller said, I think this is talking about your event, and he says, yes, that's the event that copied Steve's event name, right?
Not quite, Larry, and Since we are the longest running Middle Earth event in the GBHL, we were there first. Steve is the greatest form of flattery, is stealing somebody else's tournament name, decided to copy it.
But is it copying it? What do you think's the copying? Is it just because of the scouring, or is it the combination of Shire?
It's the scouring bit, I would say.
Because other people have done scourings, right? Other people have stolen scourings.
Yeah, there's scarings as well, which are fine.
Scaring for like a Halloween theme thing.
Yes, I think it's James Wilson. Certainly East Anglia Layaway, I think, had the scaring of something.
And when you pronounce it, because this blew my mind when I'm an idiot. I fully admit this and this, but I hadn't twigged it was meant to be his one. You're meant to pronounce ch as the. I'd never ever got that, and he suddenly went, "It's meant to be."
Really?
Yeah. Is it? Did you not got it?
No.
This is what I mean. So it's meant to be scouring of Cheshire. Yeah, as in scouring of the Shire.
Right. Okay.
But with scouring of, I don't think Sterling sounds like the. So when you named that, were you thinking, is it just, what was it? Just the fact that you were going to put the word Shire at the end of Sterling?
Well, the area is known as Stirlingshire. East Stirlingshire, the football team, are known as the Shire. That is their nickname, so that's why we went for it.
But it was specifically a reference to scouring of the Shire.
Yes.
But you didn't go with scouring of the Stirlingshire.
No, because that would be too long and not quite making sense.
Yeah, it's definitely the 3 letters in the that's going to make that title too long.
Yep.
Yeah. Really
it's already too long when it comes to trying to fit things.
Well, I was like, trophies. Can you please engrave scouring of the Stirlingshire?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. I get it. It's good. Stephen Bonner says, scouring was my first and favourite tournament playing in Lord of the Rings event. First year with Mordor and Minas Tirith. First fluffy painted armies as well. Very cool. And he's still playing to this day. Katie says, Chris probably doesn't remember, but he once saved me from being locked in a corridor. My Chris wasn't with me, so I needed to save your Chris. Do you remember? That's the look of a man who does not remember.
Was that at Seven Stones?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know.
I'm forever rescuing people from
she said Chris didn't
corridors.
remember, not Damien did. Oh, do you know what it could be? If it was at Seven Stones, was it the little corridor to the toilet that has an auto lock on it? I wonder if it was that.
Yes, that might be it.
See, I might not remember the event, but I know we have a corridor that can catch people. Oh, well done. Good save your Chrising. Sam Huddy says, my first and only game against Chris was in the 2017 finale on a Lake Town board. Chris will remember the rest. Poor Theoden.
Oh, yes. I had Saruman and I blasted Theoden, and on a 1 or a 2, Theoden would land in a boat. On a 3, he would land in the water. On a 4 or a 5, he would land on a plank walkway. On a 6, he would land in the water.
Must be a 6.
He lands in the water. He then has to spend all his might not to drown, and then I shoot him in the head with Legolas once he climbs out the water and he feels his fate without any might left to save him.
And that's how you run most sporting, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Richard Camelot, who is your favourite dead dwarf, and which one had the most epic death, in your honest opinion?
Who is my favourite dead dwarf?
I presume he thinks that one's meant to be Balin, but I don't know.
Yeah, I suppose.
They're all dead now, aren't they?
Yeah, Bomber.
Who had the most?
He died how we all want to die, from overeating.
I might say Feely and Keely in the books. I like what happens in the film, but I like the idea that they die defending Thorin's body. I think that's quite cool.
Yeah.
Larry Miller, my first game against Chris was when I beat his Goblin Town filth with 5 heroes on foot. I don't think that's a question.
Yes, he kept on rolling sixes with Gladtrail. That was ever so slightly annoying. And that was one of the Stockport events where there was a cut-off after the first day. So if you didn't get in the top 8, you weren't...
I remember
that. You weren't winning the tournament, and I lost my first game. I was like...
Against Larry.
Great. Yeah, and it was absolute nonsense, White Council, which was rubbish in those days.
Yeah.
And I was like, great. But thankfully I managed to actually scrape it.
I think I played him at the same event, and I think he beat me as well with the same... I remember that was at Element, right?
Yeah,
and I think...
Or Northwest Gaming Centres, I think it was in those days.
Played, and I think he won that against me. So he's beating up a lot of fields.
But I did qualify, and I can't remember if that was the one... No, I didn't win it. I came second. I drew in the final game on the top table against James Long. I was using Goblin Town, he was using Corsairs filled with Reavers.
Of course he was.
But if there was a draw, the tiebreaker was Lords of Battle, which I had Goblin Town, he had Reavers.
That's a shame. That's a shame. A lot of people don't realise, but James Long's name rhymes with Shays Long.
Is it?
Michael Haskell says, Chris, how did Stirling kick off? Were you involved from the off? Michael, not everything in Scotland kicks off. That is so offensive.
Oh, it did. It was a fight from the beginning.
You talked a little bit about that, but how did it come to be?
Yeah, I was involved. It was me and David discussed it because the league was forming in those days, and David was like, we should put on an event, and we're both members of Stirling Wargamers. May it rest in peace. And we decided to put an event on. We did it at our local gaming store, Common Ground. I think there was maybe 12, 13 of us at the very first year. And yeah, me and David have basically ran it ever since. In the early days when it was a bit smaller, one of us would play, the other one would run the tournament, we'd take it turnabout. But then it's became a little bit too big, so it involves both our time.
Oh, he stopped talking. I thought I'd had time to paint something then. No,
sorry.
Katie says, dinosaur dice for everyone. What does that mean?
Don't know, but I would like dinosaur dice.
I wonder if that's her Throne of Skulls. She called it propaganda.
Oh, yeah.
I wonder if they're doing some sort of dinosaur theme. That's going to get my vote.
Do you like dinosaurs?
I do. I don't like to talk about it, but
okay.
I do.
We'll move on then.
Larry Miller, I really want to see someone at Throne of Skulls being nice and painting being nice and painting well, but in a gamey way. I think
if Damien could paint nice, that would be you.
But I think that's it. The kind of like weaponized Throne of Skulls performance, like the sort of stuff you were talking about. That kind of. I'm going to be really, really nice and paint really, really well, but in a completely manipulative manner.
It's the only way.
Oh, yeah. I also think, as very much a connoisseur and a fan of that rules pack, I think it's an event pack that encourages you to do that, like in the best possible way. It's an event pack that encourages you to be nice, not just because of the one, the most sporting award, but because it affects your place. And
yeah,
I actually really like that as something that's like, if you want to do well here, you have to be nice. Not just if you want to win an extra trophy, which most people can ignore, can't they? And just, at most events you just go, well, I just won't go for most sporting, and it doesn't really matter.
I should really turn up to the Throne of Skulls one day.
You do very well at it. You got some mad cosplay skills there. You're quite the hobbyist. I think.
Unfortunately, it's always in and around Stirling, and that takes up far too much of my time to put towards Throne of Skulls.
You could probably be a contender, man.
I need to let you win it, because that's all you've got these days.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've won it.
Oh.
Yawn. Joe Kelly, be nice. Same advice that Dalton Swayze gave the staff on the double juice in Roadhouse. I don't remember much about Roadhouse.
All I can remember now is the Jake Gyllenhaal version, the new one.
I imagine that's hilarious, but sorry, I don't get it. Rob Lainsbury says, evening all. First thing I see is, oh, Greg. I'm not disappointed. Glad to hear it. Stephen Bonner. It's been said Chris gets even more. It gets even gets most sporting from players he didn't play at the event. He won most sporting, and he won most sporting at Scouring year 1. So
oh yeah, I did.
You're experienced. At
Yeah, that might be my first most sporting actually.
Well, it's very early on, isn't it? Sam says the amount of times I've seen one of those dinosaurs pop up and end me, Katie. What? What are you talking about?
I think she must use dinosaur dice.
Oh, do you know what she does? I am being foolish. I've even got one. I think you're absolutely right. It's the dinosaur dice are an
just for everybody else. Damien has his dice on shelves around the top. He's just not looking up into the air for divine inspiration. I have one somewhere.
Do I have one? I'm sure. Oh God, the cape. Oh no. Oh no. Without the cape, I look like an idiot. That comment from Sam is definitely fine.
Right, I'll carry on down the things. Thoughts on pineapple on pizza? I quite enjoyed pineapple on pizza. Needs to be ham with it though. I feel ham and pineapple go well together. Although I have had a pizza with kebab beet and pineapple in it. It was all right.
I mean, you're wrong about pineapple, but well.
Stephen Boner, how are you getting on, Stoff? I'm good, thanks. Need to see you again some point soon.
I can't see one. I'm sure I've got one.
Post Team Spirit, one profile for friends, one for family, and another for doing and saying horrible things to strangers.
That's Facebook. He's talking about the Facebook guy.
I thought that was on me. I was like, no, I'm nice to strangers. I'm horrible to family and friends. Larry just says horrible things to my family, to my friends, family, and strangers from the one account. That is true. I'm all about efficiency. You're not, Larry. You take too long to do things. So Strumming Fish does a very good Scooby-Doo impression. Must have been James Wilson asking about painting a Great Dane for Farmer Maggot. Stephen Boner, Ghost Train.
Ghost Train?
I'm not entirely sure. Posting Spirit, random user discovers this new stream. Oh, I'll have a look at this. Sees a guy having Toriel snog him via webcam, logs out. I don't think he would log out. I think that is the sort of thing you'd be looking for.
Yeah, absolutely.
Stephen Boner, Chris, if you had a Hobbit second breakfast, what would you have? Depends what I had for first breakfast.
Well, what would you have for first breakfast? What's your breakfast of choice?
My breakfast of choice of what I'd normally have are two different things. If it was choice, I do enjoy a cooked breakfast. But having travelled to Northern Ireland quite often for tournaments, I feel a combination of an Irish and a Scottish breakfast is where it needs to be at.
Shocking lack of English there, Chris. I don't know.
Well, you need the soda bread from Ireland. You need some fried eggs to go with it. You need square sausage. You need the haggis. You need a good black pudding. A bit of bacon. Tatty scone.
I've just started making noises.
See, this is where English breakfasts fail. They don't have all the good stuff. And then second breakfast, possibly some pancakes.
Oh, pancakes.
With some maple syrup.
I don't get a lot of breakfast chat on the stream. It's normally all like kind of snacks and stuff. This is nice.
Larry Miller, maybe they were unrelated comments. Don't let Damien put you off. Easier said than done. It's your hobby and fantasy is good. I think people think you hate fantasy.
I know, right?
Sean Clark, my favourite Minas Tirith theme is when Gandalf is telling Pippin about the decline of Gondor, and after they meet Denethor paired with the visuals. Perfect.
I love that shot where they're outside and it kind of pans over the what's that bit called? You know, the promontory bit where they're standing, and you get the wonderful shot that goes up the side of it, comes over them, and goes down the other side.
Sean Clark was Chris's collection is truly a marvel to behold. Joe Holzman, good evening, everyone. Good evening, Joe. Sean Clark, regarding Old Guard talking, it's almost if they were pushing a certain book. That's true. I haven't actually bought that book that Rick Priestley and Robin Jews and all that wrote.
Maybe. I mean, it's not.
I've got it on my Amazon wish list, so maybe somebody will buy me it for Christmas.
It's John Stallard and Robin Jews. I don't think they're connected, to be honest. I mean, he did do another book, didn't he? Rick wrote the book a few years before about like how to make war game rules.
Yeah.
I don't think they're connected to it. It might be. I don't think it's that cynical.
It's quite interesting what happens in the studio and things. In my time at Games Workshop, they did a Spirit of Games Workshop course for a while when they had more money than sense. So they're getting everybody in from all parts, including retail, down to head office, and I had to talk about the history of Games Workshop and things like that, and show people how to build models, because some of the office staff and things like that were just there as HR workers and things like that, had never built a model. And you got a tour of the studio and the factory as well.
Did you get the book?
What was that, sorry?
Did you get the book?
No.
You know there's a Games Workshop book, right? This legendary book that the staff members get. Maybe it's just the studio. It's like a management book. And staff members there got a copy for a while, and it was almost like The Art of War. You know, it was full of I can't remember which CEO it was. Was it Tom Kirby maybe? It was like how to run a business or whatever. And a lot of people, and they used it as this kind of training guide almost.
Oh, there was ones kicking about in the shop. There was all sorts of things, like the Cashing Up book was filled with pictures of Space Marines. How you're supposed to look in the shop was called the Litanies of Faith, which basically boiled down to head, shoulders, knees and toes. That's how I always remembered it. The area manager wasn't happy that's how I remembered it, but I was correct. But aye, there was all sorts of things like that. But for the Spirit of Games Workshop tour, when I sat down in the wee conference room, I sat next to a random person, and it was Adam Troke.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, I suddenly realised who it was, and I was a little bit starstruck, because he was appearing in White Dwarf and writing army books and things like that.
What a handsome man he is.
Yes. But yeah, when I had the tour of the studio, it was before the Corsair models had came out. So they were on a shelf. Oh, I was cool. Ooh. And it was before the large-scale Gotrek and Felix models they brought out as a limited edition set.
That's very cool, man.
Remember that as well. As well as some models that never saw the light of day. There was an Orc Wyvern that was coming out for Fantasy, and I found out later that they couldn't actually get it to work in the mould, but it was stunning. Oh, so it never actually got released.
Oh, that's crazy.
So there must be other models like that they've sculpted and things, but just never quite made it to production. Well, I suppose we got a few for Lord of the Rings, like the Forge World Gwahir.
Yeah, and Thorin's Company.
Yeah.
Very cool, very cool, very cool.
Where else we? Crispin Farbrother, hi guys, what about dwarf metal? Recently came across some loud and dwarfish. Not quite listening to dwarf metal. I do enjoy seeing the videos, they are quite amusing.
Dig a Hole's good, right? Diggy Hole.
Yes.
That's where the big money
is. Stephen Bonar, what's your favourite Lord of the Rings mini, and what minis do you not have painted yet that you're looking forward to painting? My favourite Lord of the Rings mini, try to think. I suppose we were having this discussion the other evening. The Forge World Hobbit models, like actual hobbits, are actually stunning and really, really cool.
Who's your favourite?
Will Whitfoot, I think.
He's very good. I really fell in love this time with. I've just done a batch from Rosie. Like, such a simple model, but it's so good.
Yeah.
The detail on it is gorgeous.
What minis do you not have painted yet that you're looking forward to painting? Don't know. What have I got that I'm looking forward to painting? Probably the off the road diagram.
Oh yeah, that's cool.
I have it sitting there. I haven't got around to painting it yet. Larry Miller, did you at least say your staff is broken, Damien, when you mould Gandalf?
I didn't talk to the tiny plastic model in the attic. Sorry, Larry. I should have done.
It was Scaring of the Shire, and it was the EAHC, the East Anglia Hobbit community, is it?
Yeah.
James Wilson says it was indeed the Scaring of the Shire. Stephen Bonner agrees that it doesn't fit in the dice scouring of the Stirlingshire. I don't know if I'm allowed to say. I'll lead some hints. We've got an interesting dice colour this year for scouring Stirlingshire. It might be a bit Marmite at the colour, but I quite like it.
Is it dark brown?
It's not dark brown. And that's, if it's dark brown, you're not putting enough Marmite on. It needs to be black. Sean Clark, I'm so looking forward to Stirling in 2 weeks. Tried for years to make it there. I made sure the stars aligned this time. That's worrying me that it's only 2 weeks, because I know how much terrain I have to still build and paint for that. Katie, yes, it was stones. I was scared no one would see me, and I was right at the end of the day of day 2. Then Chris saved me.
I'm going to be stuck here forever.
Yeah, it probably would be, because we finished up for the summer, weren't we? Joe Holzman, how would you paint really well in a gamey way? Only paint the front of the models. That's very Mike McVeigh. Do you know that fact about the...
I heard like things like the Green Knight and stuff. I've never seen...
the Horus versus the Emperor diorama, like the famous one for White Dwarf. If you actually look at the side and the back of it, the models aren't painted.
Really? I've never done that. I've seen it in person.
I only found out about it in the miniatures hall when one of the staff members was there. When I was looking at it, she was like, "Do you know?" I was like, "No." And then I look, I was like, "That's." It was just painted from the one direction.
I suppose they're
so
gonna,
that's weird.
They're only gonna they're never gonna move the models when they're on a diorama.
Yeah.
So. Oh,
yeah, and it's only getting photographs from the one direction.
Lazy McVeigh.
Katie, the dinosaur dice is because I give everyone I play a dinosaur dice to bribe them into liking me.
Yeah, there you go. I've definitely got one. I don't know why it's not.
Katie says you don't have one, Damien. You need to play me again to get one. I'm going to have to play you as well, because I like getting
So
dice.
It started, has it? It started since... Oh, I see. It's something she's introduced. I think I must have seen them then. I must have seen them at Seven Stones, because as soon as she said it, it suddenly rang a bell. I do. I must have one. I demand it. It'll go on my shelf.
Going to have to grudge her at Seven Stones for next year.
It was a TO.
Michael Haskell, I think it was GT early this year, but played Chris running a mimic. Lost the heroic move roll-offs and got trampled big time, and then we had a lovely time going round the exhibition.
Classic Murphy. He will crush you and then he'll take you out for a nice day.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great.
Joe Chill, neither of you seen the original Roadhouse? I have. It was a while ago.
Yeah, it's
Patrick
a long time
Swayze,
ago,
Sam
yeah.
Elliott to the young Kelly Lynch. It's a classic, very American movie, but you'll love it. Fights, music, dive bars, a gem.
Well, I've definitely seen it like back in the day, but I just couldn't. It's like one properly from my childhood.
Yeah. Stephen Bonner to Damien Stoff. Any new dice from either yourselves or other events you like the most? I'm going to have to say the ones that I got made as wedding favours for my wedding.
I got one of those. I definitely got one of those up there. Yeah, they're beautiful.
Oh. Don't know if it's shown, but it's a thistle and a white rose.
Cal did that as well for his. I think that's becoming the thing for nerds to do. Did he say
it's good value for that. Just see the feedback.
Without sounding too much like a brown nose, I would probably say the one from you and the one from Cal for your wedding, because they're different, aren't they? I think they really remind you of really nice events in your friends' lives.
Although I say that, people have started using them against me and they always roll well. I mean, I'm going to re-roll to win this fight, and then they pick out that dice and then roll a 6.
Yeah.
And I can't be too unhappy because it's the best day of my life, but I could have done with them not rolling the 6.
Well, there's a couple up here I hate. God, you'll remember these. Hideous.
They never rolled well for me.
Absolutely. They were famous on the GBHL for being rank.
Yes.
Were they Sterling Wargamers? Is that what they are?
Yeah, they were Sterling Wargamers ones. We sold, I think we sold more to people from the GBHL podcast complaining about them than we ever did to actually our club members.
Yeah. I'll tell you one that I am incredibly fond of. I've obviously got the 8 Wanderers ones we've had now, but this, I think this one's alright. It's quite old now, but these are the One Ring dice from the One Ring forum, and you could buy blue, red, and green ones, and the purple ones were awarded to people who won like competition, like votes on there. There was an awards thing, and I won best. I think it was best article writer. I got voted for by the user of the One Ring back in like 2014, and I got 8 of these purple dice, and I think there's about 80 of them in the world, and I used to use them with my ferals. They used to be my special dice. Now I realised, my God, they're all chipping. Stop it. But yeah, I'm very fond of those. It takes me back to a very different era of kind of GBHL and stuff. Got loads of GBHL ones up there. Very cool, very cool, very cool.
What's your favourite tipple after a day's playing Lord of the Rings? Bonus points for Lord of the Rings themed drink. It probably is whiskey. Don't think that's very Lord of the Rings themed, but Stephen Bohr, I missed you guys. Hope to catch up soon. New edition hopefully kicks me into gear. Well, hopefully it does. Gary George, I'm afraid I have to pack up my paints now and watch the rest of the stream later, as my lovely wife and I are off to meet Faramir and Eowyn.
How can you go and meet them at 10 p.m. at night? That's crazy.
David Wenham and Miranda Otto are at a convention here in Adelaide today, so we'll be lining up for autographs. Very exciting. Have a great night, all.
Get them on. Get them on. We'll probably still
get them on the stream. Show them.
Get them on the stream.
Hi, David. Hi, Miranda.
I've come as Eowyn. He's come as Black Darted Faramir.
I've come as Faramir, how Denethor would want him.
Yeah, so have I. You would have betrayed Isildur too.
Tim goes, give them my regards. Hopefully not in a sort of Lannister way.
I was just thinking that. Denethor sends his regards at their wedding.
I don't know if you heard when the canopies were being played at my wedding, there was lots of fantasy songs. The Rains of Castamere was one of the songs playing at the...
It's more than a little creepy.
Yeah. Larry, painting in a gamey way would be like working out the kind of models that tend to get best painted votes. There's some armies that get painted well but just don't catch the eye as much as others. He's right. Things that are brightly coloured tend to get more best painted votes than things that are And the Diller palettes.
Put perspex on it. Nerds love perspex. No, is it perspex? That's not what I'm thinking of. What am I thinking of? Resin. Put resin on it.
Yeah.
The nerds love resin.
Larry Miller, I bought them because the GBHL complained about them. That must be the stolen dice.
Yeah,
Stephen Bonner, for Scout and Stirlingshire this year, is there still space for visitors? Yes, there is. And Joe Chile, I remember voting for some guy named Dr. Grant on the One Ring forum.
There you go. He got me my dice. Thanks, Joe.
And that's the end of the comments. We're up to date again.
Comments. You've flown through those, my friend.
It's not that difficult.
I know, right? I always said that. Top work. I believe we've got to know you, Chris. Is there any burning topics that you feel like you were hoping someone would ask about they didn't, that you want to confess and you want to tell the world about Chris Murfitt and his gaming hobby?
Lord Torn, or whatever his name is, I feel.
You what?
The Rohan gaffer.
Oh, what, you want to talk about that?
Yeah.
Sure, yeah, so we've got, why not? So stop. The time to ask Chris Murfitt questions has ended. You've had your chance. We're going to talk about the big news in the community, yeah? The big news.
If you've got any more questions about me, just play me in the game and I'll come and speak to you before the end of Game 6.
He'll sick you.
You can ask for them.
And I think we will get on to the less important news that came out the day after. But the big news is we've got a new model.
Yes.
You brought it up. You like?
Yes. I have to say, quite like the work they've been doing. It's a bit different in style, but then it is anime. But they've sort of blended a sort of more realistic approach than what a straight anime would be. But yeah, the detail on them is great. And there's like raised bits around the edge of his cloak and things like that, I would say, for painting rather than try to have to freehand it.
Yeah.
Which is beyond my capabilities.
Yeah, so I thought he looked awesome. I thought it was great. I thought it was really, really cool and a very, very different.
Yeah. I did see some people comment on his rules like, another person with a bubble of extra fight value, but it's a new set of rules, so we don't know how common that actually will be. And I think adding it to some Rohan warriors is probably not going to make them out fighting elves.
Oh, for sure, yeah. It's super important in that list, right? Because whatever you're doing it to Rohan warriors, but it's Rohan v Dunland, and they're all, who knows what they'll be, but they'll, in the new version, they'll likely be the same. If they're, they're currently the same, right? So it's fight 3 v fight 3.
Yeah.
So he actually tips them over into, beating other ones, which is, I think, quite cool. I thought the model was awesome. I love it. Very, very excited for new Dunland, me, and so having another model that I like that's also really different to the other ones.
Yeah.
I think is really cool.
Yeah, I have to say the new releases that I've seen so far are really nice.
Yeah, really, really lovely.
So my backlog, my archive will be getting bigger.
Do you think you can take him in a good army? Because I think it said you can use him in the, what they call it, Usurpers of Edoras, I want to say.
Yes, I've just got the article up.
Oh, there you go. You're the man with the knowledge then.
He is a Rohan hero of fortune, is what it says. So he could be in our Rohan army as well. Could be similar to Lothal.
Yeah.
Sackville Baggins can be, I suppose, the Trade in the Broken can be used in both lists. Good and evil.
I think that's really cool, if so.
Yeah. No, I have to say he's nice.
It gets you, am I being a crazy optimist here to say it gets you a little more value for money? If you can use the same model in a couple of armies?
Well, I suppose if you've got bought the starter set and you add him, and then it allows you to use those warriors of Rohan that you've got into your Dunlanding army, then yeah.
You're either getting it's a really nice touch where you either get 2 armies or you get 1, right? Well, I suppose he can't. He can't take 24, can he? He's fortitude, so he can take 12.
Yeah.
But I was mega excited.
But that's still 12 more models in your army that saves you buying.
I was really excited about the Dunland stuff, and then now I've got a genuine excuse to paint a sprue of the new Rohan guys, which I think is really, really cool. So yeah, like, you know, otherwise I've got 36 painted plastic Rohan warriors. I'm not looking to upgrade my army, even if they release really fancy ones. But now, knowing that I could have them in that force, I definitely want the new ones in that force. And I like everyone. I like Targ, and I think Frekka's amazing. I think Frekka's probably my favourite hero model so far. No boo.
No boo. No boo.
Look, where's her hair gone?
Happy Halloween.
Why are you still awake?
She's been writing a story.
I don't know. That's how you should respond to everything your parents ask you.
Emma has had her hair cut off and sent to the what is it? Marion?
Little Princess.
Little Princess. Am I made up, Alice?
Yes, no.
I think I've combined that with the Princess Alice charity shop.
Princess is not a charity. I haven't sent my hair to a charity shop.
Do you like woman hair? Some people on the internet are really into that. I think Lily Allen's making good money out of her feet at the moment. But she did it I sent it off.
Feet.
Yeah, don't worry about it. You'll understand when you're older. She sent it off to the Little Princess Trust to raise money for men's mental health.
Not just men's, but Mind. The fundraiser is for Mind.
Absolutely.
You did my trick.
Charlotte did your trick. Charlotte did this, and Charlotte also made me an emergency crown, which is over there, which she made in about 2 minutes, which is amazing.
She's very good.
Yeah.
Right, I'm gonna get her to bed though.
All right.
No.
Charlotte.
Good night.
Say night to the nerds.
Did you
Charlotte's
say
an
this?
author now. This is
Absolutely,
why she's
she
working.
published.
This is why she's up working so late.
Yes, I am a very good one.
A very good author. Arrogant. Nighty night. Love you.
Night.
Before we forget, it's after 10 o'clock, so I think it's safe for the pumpkin.
We're still mid Thorn, but yeah. Seeing as Charlotte's just come in, Charlotte went to a light party, a kind of Halloween party, and they do this in one of the streets in Twickenham. It's like a pedestrianised street, so it's all lovely, and all the businesses come out and have this party. And she came home with this delightful kind of balloon pumpkin, which is really quite clever as far as balloon animals go. I think never seen that sort of thing, but she put it on the side, and this was
It fits even more with your face paint and.
Well, I mean, you can just imagine the horror, really. But I was like, "Where's your pumpkin?" She was like, "Why? No reason. I just did your pumpkin." But do you reckon the guy making it knew what he was doing?
You'd hope not if he was handing them out to kids, but.
Is it too much? Too much to say that this might also be liquid? I don't know.
I think that is too much.
Is that too much? I don't know. But yeah, so a lovely, lovely inflatable pumpkin for children. We're a big fan.
I just seen Stephen Bonner brings a whole new meaning to pumpkin spice.
Oh, quite. Yeah, hang on, before the failed attempt to scare me, Lord Thorn, Rohan in plastics, very cool, right?
Yes.
Let us know,
Very,
obviously,
very cool.
in the chat at the moment. We know what the other big news is, and I think we'll be talking about the other big news before we catch up in the chat. So let us know your thoughts on Lord Thorn, and maybe you can start putting your thoughts on the other thing that may or may not have happened. But yeah, I thought it was super cool. Another lovely model. That I'm following the trailers and the behind the scenes stuff quite a lot. I've heard nothing about Lord Thorn, and I've seen nothing.
It's a bit of a
Lord
spoiler for the film.
And on IMDb, there is no actor credited as Lord Thorn, let alone he's a traitor. I don't know. Is it?
To be fair, it could be like the Hobbit film where they wrote lots of profiles and
What he might
things
not be in
like
it anymore.
here's Thranduil on a horse.
But if
This guy here is Bolg.
Yeah. I've got a handy prop. But like if in scene 1 of War of the Rohirrim they go, Lord Thorne, and he goes, yes, more. I don't think it's, it's probably all right. Whereas if he's like, I don't know, what's a good? Do we have a good Middle Earth
He's
example?
no offense, he's going to have a posh English accent.
Exactly. But if he's like, Helm's best mate and is super, super loyal, you're gonna be like, oh, this is a shame. If he's a bit like Grima Wormtongue, then maybe it's not a problem. But I would presume they've been cleared to reveal it. So maybe there's.
Yeah.
I don't think he's in the action figures, but maybe it's in the movie guide that's coming out in advance.
I'm just getting flashbacks to you and Tom on the Palantir having a deep delve into the Battle of the Five Armies trailer.
Oh yeah, it was good fun.
And then coming out of the film going,
that's a different film.
Yeah.
None of those things were in that film. What a strange selection of shots that weren't in that movie. But yeah, so Lord Thorne, cool. Another model I like for an upcoming range of miniatures that I am very excited about. I think Stephen actually wrote something along the lines of hoping the new edition gets me back in, doesn't it, or revitalizes me?
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on the new edition and the new toys? Are you excited?
Yes. I've been here since, Fellowship of the Ring, so I've seen many a new edition of toys. I have to say, when the Hobbit films came out, one of my first thoughts were, oh, that's ace. I can't wait to see what new models we're going to get. Mm-hmm. Was my thoughts rather than what's the film's actually going to be like.
Yeah, I agree.
So yeah, looking forward to it. Looking forward to the film.
I was actually watching Harry and Alex's stream last night, and they said something along the lines, I might be misquoting him, but they, GW have clearly invested a lot in this. They've put a lot into it, and you better hope the film doesn't suck. And I kind of feel about it like The Hobbit, where I'm like, I don't think it matters. I don't think it matters if it sucks, because you get the models and you get the range for the rules. Like, there's lots of people who don't like the Hobbit films, but I think quite like that we got a bunch of new factions for the game. So I think they can. That the good news is, I think they can be totally separate things. The film can suck, but the models can be great, completely external from that.
Yeah. Yeah. It's probably not going to be as good as the original trilogy, as I said earlier. Yeah. Nothing ever will be. Yeah. That's probably at the pinnacle of filmmaking. Yeah. Especially on a fantasy scale. Nothing's probably going to quite reach there. And yeah, everything will get compared to them. Everything will be found a bit pale in comparison, but you just have to take them as they are. And I do enjoy a bit of anime. A bit of Studio Ghibli is always quite fun to watch, and I'm quite liking the style the models are coming out of, sort of taking those looks and making them a bit more realistic to fit in with the rest of the range.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've said it on the last few streams when they keep announcing stuff, but particularly the plastics, the Warriors of Rohan and the Wildmen, there's nothing anime about them.
Yeah.
They could just be released for, a new supplement for SBG separate to the film, and no one would go, they look anime, do they? I don't think any of the models particularly look anime, if I'm honest. Like, I know Helm looks potentially a bit cartoony, but I just think that's the paint job and stuff. I'm not worried at all about that aspect of it.
Yeah, and the paint jobs will be there to match what's more in the film.
Yeah.
You can certainly change the colours, and people certainly will, but they're there to look like the film, so people who are new and enjoyed the film, possibly see the models, will get into it that way.
Yeah.
Are more likely to do it if it matches the film rather than looking less like what's in the film.
Yeah, sure. You'll remember this because you were right there, but it's like, it really reminds me of the Hobbit releases when Goblin Town came out, and everyone was like, these Goblin models are crap and they're so much worse than the Moria ones. It's like, yeah, but it's because they look exactly like the film. And it's like,
yeah,
they look like they'll look in the film.
The actual Goblin Town models, they actually got quite a bit of detail in them.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, and I don't think that's the case anymore. I think I think people are reacting to the initial vision of the film, and it's not that it's anime. It's just that it's a Middle Earth you haven't seen before.
Yeah.
I think. But yeah, so he was cool. He was cool. Lord Thorn, good, right? We like Lord Thorn.
Yes.
And then nothing else happened this week.
I don't think so. I didn't spot anything.
No. So, Chris, everyone's had their take.
I'm taking a drink before this.
Here we go. We want to hear your comments on this as well. We've got to talk about it. It's the legacied elephant in the room. If only the mimic had been legacied, that would be perfect for that, wouldn't it? It'd be the elephant is no longer in the room. The news of legacies. There's no point going over stuff. We don't need to read it. Everyone's read it. Everything's been done to death. Harry and Alex did a really nice, long kind of a fair take on it last night. What do you think? What are your feelings? What's Chris Murphy's feelings on the legacy models?
A bit sad, but I can see it. I could see it coming. Other game systems have done it. Middle Earth is probably the only one really that hasn't had it happen, so I'm not surprised it has. They've said they're going to give us rules for them. How they fit in with the rest of the armies is, well, we're just going to have to wait and see. But to be fair, having a set of rules come out when the edition comes out and then not updated, that's basically how Middle Earth works. Probably the bigger effect will be the version, the next updated version, where those rules are not updated and they disappear.
Do you mean
into
that
the
in the
West
sense that we don't get a general's handbook? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, it's not like in 40k or fantasy or Age Sigma, where there's like a new army book comes out it seems every month or so, updating all the rules for a faction.
Yeah.
That doesn't happen in Middle Earth. You get some rules adding things, and maybe a legendary legion. But these models that have went, the vast majority of them have been at sort of sidelines for a long time. Yes, GW won't be selling them, but for a large part, a lot of those models you can get because they've been out of stock or been taken out of the roster of what's on sale.
Yeah.
Because, well, like Farharad, they've been unavailable for a long time. And same with Canned and things like that, and some of the fiefdom stuff and things like that have disappeared and not been seen for a long time. So them not being on sale is probably not a big thing. But they've always talked about having problems with the stock code units, SKUs, and having to change things about and take things out so they can actually have things come out. Yeah. So the fact that they've done a big clear up of what's there bodes well that there'll be lots of new things coming out. Probably a bit disappointing in the short term that things have disappeared, but no doubt new things will be coming out over the next year, 2 or 3, 4 years. And I own a large amount of the stuff that has gone to Legacy. I have a full Mahood army. I have lots of Canned. I have a ridiculous amount of Bracken, Merchant Guard and Watchers of Karna.
You have to say that, don't you? That's what I've noticed.
I have. I have what to say.
Otherwise,
Fort Trildud Lendings that I've never actually got round to painting. Yeah, I've got Castlins, I've got a Spider Queen. Yeah, I've got Moria Black Shields because I'm an old school player and I had them when they were filth and shrimp.
Good times.
Yeah. But a lot of them you probably still can use to represent things. You probably still see them on the table as a bit of a variety.
What, things like Black Shield? Do you think there'll be like a, I don't know, Moria Goblin?
I'm sure I wouldn't complain if somebody used it as a Moria Goblin.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, just going through the list, I don't think there's a single model there that I don't actually own. No, I tell a lie. Knight of the White Tower. I don't have that mod.
I've got him. Never painted
Yeah.
him. Never painted him, never used him.
I own all the rest. So, yeah. Bit disappointing to see them go, but you see it happened with Old World when it came back, that certain lists were not getting updated.
Yeah.
And they were concentrating on things.
And it's happened. I don't know the details of 40k. I don't follow that at all. But I did read a lot around the Age of Sigmar when that happened, because there's part of me that when the Age of Sigmar stuff happened, I was like, well, if they're doing it for this game, they're bound to do it for Middle Earth.
Yeah.
Like if they're doing it for one of their if they can't keep everything in stock for their biggest game, then surely they're not going to be able to keep everything in stock for, the little Diddy game. And I read a lot around that about and people being incredibly angry, and then about it was largely Stormcast, I think, right?
Yeah.
Like early Stormcast, and then I think they also got rid of like the remnants of like the Savage Orcs and the Beast of Chaos, I think it was, with the other ones.
And I think there was some Empire stuff as well disappeared.
Like the Cities of Sigmar stuff changed, didn't it?
Yeah.
So we've seen it for other systems and followed that, so it does happen. But yeah, I don't know. Anything else from you on that to begin with, to kick us off? I'm sure there's lots of comments about it that will, spike further discussion as well. But
yeah, I suppose from the gaming side, it'll be interesting to see how the legacy models do fit into the new rules, and how the new rules and how army building works. They do mention Heroes of Fortitude, so I presume there'll be some familiarity to how things come together, but they could just be used in the same terms until you see the new rules, I suppose.
Yeah, they've got Heroes of Fortitude, but for all we know, Heroes of Fortitude now lead 48 models. Whatever.
Yeah.
I wrote this on one of the posts that I'm pretty sure it will effectively be like the Wanderers in the Wild Allies stuff, so that you'll have Great Beast of Gorgoroth that will be in a PDF, and it will say these are the, I don't know what they'll be called. I think they'll be called army lists rather than being called legendary legions now. I don't know.
Yeah.
But it will say these are the army lists that can take the Great Beast of Gorgoroth, and then that just becomes a warrior for those army lists. That's what I'm thinking. I don't know. Is that you? Is that?
Yeah, I could see it that way. Just having PDF and then just having a little box saying it can be used in this, and this.
Because I've definitely
so
seen...
like a Bracken guard or whatever could be used in the Serpent Horde or list, or
I've definitely seen like some, and I don't think this is the majority of people, but some of the really worried people thinking it's just going to be a free for all. You'll just have these profiles with no army lists, and then you'll have to work out where you can put them. I don't think that will be the case at all. I think I think it will literally look exactly like all the other profiles. Do you know what I mean? I think they'll be like the other profiles, printed like the other profiles, and just like they've been pulled out of the book almost. But then with a little box telling you what army list will be in, I reckon.
Yeah.
And yeah. So Mark, before I say anything on it, because go on. Sorry.
Yeah, it is the case of waiting. I suppose it's a weird one. There's complaints that they let us know, and then we have to wait. But they'd probably be damned if they didn't let us know, and then all of a sudden go, you can't use these.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, isn't it? They have let us know, right? I saw it before they announced it. What really made me laugh, and again, I won't say who it was because they're not here, and that's just my own personal rule. But someone they posted the article saying, I think when they post an article before that said some models will be going to legacies in the original article, right? And then they were like, I can't believe they haven't told us what's going on. I was like, but they have. The only reason you're saying they haven't told us what's going on is because they've told you what's going on. Like that's how you know to be upset.
Yeah.
And it's like, what? Either they tell you when you read the book, so they don't tell you, or they tell you some weeks in advance. And it's like that I've got. I don't want to use the word sympathy, but I just don't get that. It's like they are telling you in advance. I would agree with the thing. I think Harry and Alex both said this, that the idea of a lance chance to buy was ridiculous when most of them were already gone. Like they were either already gone or gone by the end of the day. And I do think they could have got a lot of goodwill by doing a made-to-order run on everything to really have a chance. And it would have been a massive undertaking, and they probably don't have the capacity to do it, given, made-to-order is normally like, 8 things?
Yeah.
But, so it's probably a pipe dream, and that's probably why they haven't. But in a perfect world, you run a made-to-order to allow everyone who wants to get those things for the last time to be able to get them. And probably make a ton of money as well.
True.
But yeah,
you never know. They might still do a made-to-order in the future.
They could do. Yeah, I mean, they could announce a made-to-order next week.
I very much doubt they'll destroy all the molds and things like that.
Absolutely.
They'll be mothballed somewhere.
Before I say anything, because God knows there's a sub-faction of the internet that does not enjoy me.
It's not a sub-faction.
It's a massive faction. I think it is bad news. It is sad news. There is no what's the positive spin on it? I think you've actually put one of the most positive spins I've heard yet on it, but I don't think there is a positive spin. Do you know what I mean? It's bad news. I don't think there's anyone that thinks this is good news. And what really tickled me was when you got comments, and again, God, I've done more adminning in the GBet show in the last week than I have in the last year. It's been chaos, but there was literally, and again, I won't say who it is, and you can go and find out who it is. But on the main thread, which was Brian Metalhead's thread, where he posts it, there was about 40 comments at one point, and someone wrote on there, the worst thing about this news is all these garbage comments about people defending GW and saying it'll be fine. And I looked, and there were none of them. Do you know what I mean? There was absolutely no comments above him in the thread saying anything of the sort. It was just people angry and upset. And it's like, that's what I can't get on board with. I can't get on board with the people who are just making up white knights for GW. Do you know what I mean? And I don't mean, and you would probably be one of them.
No, all the white knights got legacied.
The white knights, the White Tower. But do you know what I mean? Like your take on it, and just to be clear, no one had even said anything like you. Everyone was just like, awful, terrible news. But someone was like, I'm going to make this, and that
I hadn't commented because I knew I was coming on this, and that would probably come up, so I had to keep my comments for.
And then his comment got 20 likes from 20 similar thinking people. Go, oh, I completely agree with this. It's like, but he's making them up, and that I can't get on board with. I don't like.
Maybe it was one of his other accounts.
Yeah. This is it. I really don't like that attitude of people like making up fake shills or whatever, to then to and it all it does is cause conflict. It's like, well, why don't you just say what you think rather than deliberately trying to stir the pot? And then it's just descended into, it's not, if you have one long discussion thread where everyone gets to say their piece on it, fine. But now people are literally starting constant new threads. I think it's good because of this, and then everyone yells at them, and then someone else starts a new thread. I think it's bad because of this, and everyone yells at them. Do you know what I mean? It's like, and it's just like, it's just weird. It's like, I actually saw someone going, I haven't heard this particular viewpoint, and it's like, I've heard that viewpoint 7,000 times. It's not new viewpoint or whatever. And so yeah, it's clearly bad news. It's clearly sad news, and I don't think you're going to find anyone who really goes, no, this is great. This is I think a few people are trying to put, here's why it might be good for the game in the future, but I don't think, I don't honestly think anyone goes, yeah, the game is going to be better if these things go away.
Yeah, there'll be reasons why they did it.
Yeah,
we'll never find out those reasons until Adam and Jay or Rob leave the business, and then 5 years afterwards, as you say.
Maybe they'll be on here.
And then Harry Park will have the exclusive interview with them.
Alex made a really good point yesterday. He had a mini rant I really enjoyed, where he said, everyone's saying, oh, it's licensing, it's clearly licensing. It's like, that doesn't mean anything. It's like, you can't just say the word licensing and use that to explain it. And he made a very compelling argument for why it doesn't make sense of it. The kind of combination of book and film and GW Adventures, it doesn't actually make sense that it's licensing. And his theory, which I have to say I agree with, was just that, just like Age of Sigmar did, just like 40k did, they've basically been given an ultimatum of, you need to reduce your stock by X amount. You need to, you're making all this new stuff, you need to reduce your range by whatever, 30 items, 40 items, 40 SKUs, 40 profiles, who knows how it was. And then they picked the ones they thought would be the least egregious. And that's why you get some from the book and some from GW Inventions. Do you see what I mean? Like,
yeah.
And I actually think that was Alex's point, and it's a very compelling
losing some
argument.
Mordor characters like orcs.
Yeah.
They have enough.
Yeah, exactly.
To be fair, there's still a vast choice, I suppose. So that's why you can see some of the newer ones going, because the newer ones were not as prominent in the films as the original ones. That's why the original ones were made. The Dunlendings I can see, because they've got a whole new style of Dunlendings to come out because of the films. Canned and Farharad were never the most popular of armies. So you didn't often see them on the battlefields.
Because you've got two different types of legacy models. I think you've basically got Old Dunland, Canned, and Farharad that are just ranges that get squatted, and then you've got bits that are pulled out of different armies, right?
Yeah.
And I feel like I have to keep saying it again and again. It's like very sad. Can't caveat that enough. I'm not going to ever pretend that this is a good thing and that people should be fine about it. I think people. I know Tim's in. He's got a beautiful Dunland army. You should be upset. You can be angry if you know, it's the 7 stages of grief or whatever. You know, I'd never be anyone to tell you how you feel. I would put my hands up, unlike you, and say I don't have a Farharad, a Canned, or a Dunland army. So I'm also quite happy to go out and go, I don't have any chips in the game for this one. The downside for me is I can now never collect those things. In a way, I'd argue maybe someone like Tim's in a better position than me, because Tim's got his Dunland army. I'll never have that army now. There's no way, or I'll never have, GW official models for it, whatever. But so I don't think anyone should be in any way dismissive of people being upset. We buy incredibly expensive models. We spend a lot of time painting them, playing with them, and we want to be able to use them. And you're allowed to be upset about that. I think.
A large part of my collection I bought in the old days when we thought the game was dead. We weren't going to see any new versions or anything, new releases. And I started buying up everything that I could to fill in my collection.
I do agree with what you said.
I remember the days of the GBHL podcast, the beautiful... the game's over, the game's dead, we're going to have to keep it alive as a community. And then the joy of the next day when they advertise for the post of Rule Strider.
And I do think, and I feel this kind of, I don't know what the word is, almost like quite strongly, that I agree with what you said, that they are, if you're, I think, and we're only speculating and we'll never know, but I'm quite happy with that idea that that's what's happened. They had to reduce your rule. They had to reduce it.
Yeah.
Like, if that's the case and it's you, what do you get rid of? And I think we say Canned, Farharad, and then maybe not all the choices, maybe not all the things, but it's like if you want to.
I've got a feeling some of the Angmar stuff might have gone if there wasn't already been in production with a new book.
If it was older, maybe. I don't feel people are still saying, is that going to go? And it's like, that's not going to go. Some people are still saying, is there going to be another article or something? It's like, I am really confident that is it. There's some issues around profiles for sure, profiles and options.
Yeah, they're not going to suddenly stir the pot back up again with another article to say, but we're getting rid of these profiles as well.
The stuff God knows I love Rasku. He was my man back in the day, right? And it's a shame to lose them, but it's like you lose 2 heroes from Isengard because they've got other heroes. You lose 2 of the Goblin heroes from Moria because you've got 2 other Goblin heroes, and it's like, if you don't lose 2 heroes from every range, then presumably you have to lose, the ruffians or something. You have to lose a whole faction to make up for it or something. So the whole nature of this channel is we've always tried to be positive and put the kind of positive spin on it, and I'm not going to say this is good news in any way, shape or form. I don't want that to be the message, but I think we just have to part of the grieving process has to be it has never happened to SBG before, right? It's 25 years old, and we have never lost models from the game before like this.
Well, I think somebody said it was like the only thing that had never got a profile or didn't come out was it the tentacles or something?
Yeah, that was Kieran, wasn't it? It was the tentacles.
Yeah.
And it's like, I don't think that should make it okay, and it should make you happy about it. But it's like, given they are doing it to 40k and Sigmar, we were probably due, you know.
Yeah.
And yeah, so I don't know. I feel awful for people who have those armies and want. It's mainly people who wanted to use those armies at Warhammer World, I think, primarily. I know Josh Crosby, who I think he's in. He said he was upset, and there's nothing wrong with being upset, and he's got those armies, and he likes to play events at Warhammer World, and he can't do that. Whereas the kind of coping mechanism, well, you'll probably be alright to do it at any other independent events, you know.
Yeah.
And that doesn't work for him, and it's like, that sucks. There's no that sucks, but it's just that sucks. And I think I don't know. I think that's my take on it, really. That it sucks, but it also makes sense. Is that fair? I don't know.
Yeah. I suppose, was it the right decision or not? Probably comes however many years in the future to see what happens with the game, what comes out in its stead.
Yeah.
What do they do with those ranges? What are the changes?
Well, we are getting as well, like, we've just got a new Arnor faction, we've just got a new Angmar faction, and we're getting new Dunlendings and new Rohans. So we are, I think as well, it's like, you know, there's a little bit of, we'll have to wait and see what they replace it with. And it's like, I think they have replaced it. Do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
I think there is a lot of new stuff we've got. And, you know, presumably there's more to come for Rohan and more to come for Dunlendings and stuff, I would think. But...
And I suppose there's nothing to say in the future they come back and revisit it.
Yeah, for sure. And maybe some of the ones that have gone, like, who springs to mind, like Malher and Grimbold, they don't look like they look in the film. So I wonder if, you know, part of it is, yeah, they are in the film, but they don't look, they're GW's versions of those. They're not film versions of those. And so I wonder if maybe in the future, you know, it's like, we'll get rid of that because that's a GW invention, even though it's mentioned in the film, and maybe in the future we'll bring them back. I think Alex and Harry did a top 5 of biggest disappointments. I don't want to do that, but have you got one? What are you saddest to see leave the game?
Golf and ball.
Oh, really?
No.
Oh, don't troll him.
He disappeared before and then he came back.
Don't troll poor golfing ball. That's mean.
I always say golfing ball because I used them in a tournament and I should have just taken our captain in a warg.
He's worse. I've got golfing ball.
Despite having one of the greatest named special rules, immense girth.
That massive girth or something,
yeah. Thinking what? It's probably maybe Balin, King of Moria.
Oh, yeah. Well, look at you.
Yeah,
right.
Or Banderbras Took, because I've always had a soft spot for Banderbras Took.
I think I
used to take him in armies.
I told you on the Patreon call, like 2 weeks before that happened, I chopped up that model for Throne of Skulls. Like,
yeah.
I destroyed that model ready for Throne of Skulls, and he's now never ever coming back.
The one weird thing I remember that list is the changing of Quick Beam to Birch Seed.
Yeah.
Like, what's that about?
Do you not know this one? I think this one has been thoroughly cracked. So obviously, who knows quite who the rights holders are between New Line and Tolkien Enterprises and all that, but Weta obviously have a big hand in it. And after they released the Quick Beam model, Weta released a poster of the Ents, and they named all the Ents. And they named the one that GW sculpted as Quick Beam as Birch Seed.
Right, got you. So we have higher priority rights than...
Weta have said this Ent is called Birch Seed, and so GW have gone, oh, right. And so I presume they've kind of had to do it. So that one, if anything, actually makes a lot of sense. So
Yeah.
the model, I would assume, the model's not going anywhere. He will just be now called Birchseed, and I can only
Yeah, it says
presume,
renamed or repackaged on the
presume
list.
he's going to be slower. I don't think he's going to be 8 inches, right?
Yeah, does that mean we get a new quick beam model?
Well, maybe, yeah, maybe. But yes, I think that's that one, and I feel, you know, I saw that poster get kind of shown around. I was like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I think that makes that one is quite actually understandable to me. Like, yeah, okay, I'm with that. As mad as it sounds, you know. So that's that one. I think for me, and it's mad the two. I think one of them's for Erkenbrand. I like Erkenbrand a lot. I played Riders of Aemir, obviously, for Throne of Skulls last year, and he brings an awful lot to that list. And let's assume there's a Riders of Aemir army list going forward. He brought an awful lot to that, where you have these beyond 600 points or so. When you have Gandalf and you have Aemir that you have to have, like, and who knows what his rules would be anyway, but having a 3 might hero with March, with Fight 5, with the Horn, and he was a banner, he added a hell of a lot of utility to that list above and beyond a captain. And that realistically, that's the only place anyone would ever use him. And maybe again, maybe that's why they get rid of him. He's a single hero in one army list or whatever. I don't think there's
and a faction that is not short of named heroes.
Yeah. Like, and it's like one of those things that was like,
it's interesting that Erkenbrand gets cut, but Hammer,
yeah, good old
stays.
Hammer. He's on borrowed time, and he did sweet Hammer. But yeah, maybe what's he gonna? He's in Warg Attack, and he's in you know, the welcome on Theoden's porch, and then Warg Attack. Yeah, maybe. Justice for Erkenbrand. Why does Harmer get to stick around? Yeah, but I think that I don't think there's going to be extra Fords of Eisen lists that suddenly highlight Erkenbrand or something. But like, I think that's a bit of a shame for me. Like, I know the horse one's a bit wonky because he's on the plastic horse, but the foot model is amazing. I think the foot model is brilliant for Erkenbrand. And so,
always made me laugh when people were wanting the metal Erkenbrand on horse. And you're like, why? He's a huge model of a tiny little horse. That horse is not designed to take.
Anyone who wants the metal Erkenbrand on horse has never used the metal Erkenbrand on horse. And then the other one, which I think a lot of people have said, is the Great Beast of Gorgoroth for me. Because I just think that's possibly, I don't want to be disingenuous, because I'd say my favourite bit of GW invention is the Watcher in the Water, the way they made that into a creature that could perceivably go on land. But I think the Great Beast of Gorgoroth is really up there for me as one of my favourite GW inventions they've ever done. I thought they did a brilliant job of.
I've got one. I've not built or painted it yet. I only got it recently, actually. But it's one I've always liked. The orcs in it are fantastic.
I've
the orcs are just some of the best orc models that they've done alongside like the metal ones.
Oh, for sure. I've talked a lot over the years about what I used to call my 2016 box, which is like the box that was all the models that I'd brought down from the loft that I thought I might paint. And I think I started in 2016, and then I used to write a different year on every side of it. And then by the time I got to 2019, I ran out of sides, you know. And the Great Beast of Gorgoroth was always in there. He was always sitting in there waiting to be, you know, kind of, I really want to paint this, but just never got around to it. And I think that's a shame that's going. But before we jump into the comments, the final potentially optimistic spin, which is they're not really going yet, right? How do we feel about legacy profiles and going forwards? What does it mean?
Well, as I think I said earlier, it was like, look, getting an update of your rules so when they get published, there's not a big change to how Middle-earth actually works. I suppose it's how they fit into the army is the main thing. If they do the way we said about a wee box, then I don't see too many issues. I suppose for GBHL wise, they've said it's up to the TOs on how they do it. I can see a lot of TOs doing it. Some TOs might not have it. you're not really banning too many things. I suppose it also depends on what the rules are like. If they're ridiculously overpowered, then I can see people going, no. Just being done with them.
I think that would certainly be the case. But everything that anyone said from other systems, one of actually the almost contradictory complaints is that they're going to be underpowered. They say that they will underpower them so that you don't want to play with them. And if that's the case, then I truly can't see any issue whatsoever with the competitive scene.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, you know,
yeah.
I think there has been...
Nobody's going to complain that you playing something that's not that good.
Yeah. Like,
and to be fair, a lot of factions in Middle-earth are like that.
Yeah, like, absolutely. So, you know, that I was surprised because it wasn't what I thought would happen, but there has been caution, I guess, from some TOs. Whereas I literally just said, almost without, 7 stones is different. It's not a 100-point event.
Yeah.
But I was like, without question, I was like, no, they'll all be at 7 stones. And I was like, and they'll probably all be at 7 stones forever. It's like I'm quite confident in saying that right now. Do you know what I mean? And I was kind of surprised that other people weren't, because they were like, we'll have to wait and see what they're like. And it's like, yeah, but I get that. Of course you'll have to wait and see, because you're not going to announce it for your tournament, of course. But it's like, they're not going to be super hyper competitive. And if they're underpowered, I don't really get the issue, And it'll be the people with those armies who still want to use them will bring them along because they don't care about winning.
Yeah.
And so I think you'll be alright. I think the people who should be saddest are the people who have collections or are going to get collections and want to play at Warhammer World, or the people who wanted to buy those lists in the future. I think those are the people who are most affected. Whereas I believe, and I could be wrong, that you'll be able to take those armies to events until the next edition of SBG. And I think your point is really, really important, that maybe what does make it different and makes it more like Blood Bowl and less like 40k is that the rest of the armies are not updated, constantly.
Yeah.
They won't fall behind in the same way. So yeah, that is I'm not going to use the word positive take, because it's not positive. Can't stress that enough.
Yeah.
Not good news. And if people in the chat saying that they're angry and upset, that's cool. I get that. It makes sense.
The other bit that sort of has been sort of bypassed over because of the legacying is the bit about options.
Yeah.
As well, it sort of gets moved over.
And that almost came as a second wave, didn't it? Everyone got very angry and upset about the...
And then suddenly, wait a minute, there was an extra bit in there.
Yeah. And so that's very intriguing, because there's some interesting stuff in there, like Grima on horse is, for example, specified as leaving the game. Right, but Elendil on horse isn't. So we don't know what that means, basically. Like it's weird that it's meant to be a conclusive list that other people have said, well, does this mean that only Grima with horses leave, or what? And we don't know about that. But yeah, that's also an issue.
Yeah, because I've spent a fair bit of time on buying plastic spears and attaching them to the back of
sure
archers and things like that. Don't have the option for spears.
That will be harder, because that isn't. I don't think that's going to be in the PDF.
Yeah.
So they will go, right? So Grima on horse isn't going to be in the Legends PDF. I think it's not. They're not suddenly going to have 100 profiles that now say shield in that Legends PDF. I think the option choices are going. So the people who've converted Grima on horse, he's gone. I think you can't use him going forward, which of course is sad, and you should be upset about it, and you should be annoyed about it. I get that.
I wonder if we'll still get everybody clamoring for Killborn to get the option for a horse.
This is it. Yeah. Imagine if he gets a horse and everyone else loses, and that's like the cost. They only had 10 horses and had to reassign them.
Now, if you ask me what am I wanting most in the new edition, is the option for Celeborn to have a horse.
Finally. But you have to take it off one of the others. So yeah, I'm sure we'll talk about it a bit more as we respond to people, but that's our kind of... Is that our version of it? Are you happy with that?
I think so, yeah.
So, I'm sure there's going to be comments. As we've had a long chat, so I'm trying to find out where we were.
Right, Joe Chile, I've got it here. I remember voting for some guy named Dr. Grant in the One Ring Forum.
That's good, sensible comment to repeat. I like that.
Joe Holsme asked me who my favourite doubles partner is. I think he's hoping I say him.
Are you going to
commit? The time for questions against me is over, so I can't say. Posting Spirit thinks I cheated because I didn't make the jump or nothing because when I got to the end. Boner's asking what colour dye I used for my hair. Oh, it's just natural. It's not actually. It was some spray paint thing from Amazon. Which I feel when it was going on me, I felt like it's actually just primer.
Yeah, I was going to say, is it GW like White Scar? And he's the man's doing well.
Yeah, so it might now actually be permanently like this.
I like it. And the red isn't makeup, that's just what's happening to your skin underneath the White Scar primer.
Could be. I had to give up on not doing November this year just for the costume. Actually, I'll do that as a wee plug. My GBHL team, the Legends of the Legion, are doing a Movember challenge. Absolutely. So give them money.
Yeah, Mark Stone's doing it as well, isn't he?
Yeah.
You were supportive to him when he showed you his picture?
Nah. Ignore Mark, give the money to my team. Gabriel Abbott, love how suave the new model is.
Oh yeah, Lord Thorn.
Yeah, I have to say the pose and everything on him is fantastic.
He does have the cape of a terrible, terrible villain, though, doesn't he? He's got
that's what I like about it, though. Yeah. Like, oh, he's a villain. There's a surprise.
So, Helm, you didn't see it coming, but I have betrayed you. But again, that's not their fault, right? He must have villain cape in the film. Right?
Yeah, that might be his word gear.
You'd think they'd be onto him, wouldn't you? Like, when he's bought it and he's walked in, he goes, Lord Thorn, you're wearing a villain's cape today. I see, like. Why is that? Oh, no.
Maybe he just bought a cape from the market and they just went, that's a villain's cape, and they just teased him, and then that's his origin story.
Is that where it came from? That's where the villain cape came from. This is just the capes they wear in the world.
Stephen Boner, I'm enjoying the new releases previewed. Still not overly excited on Forge World Medium, but understand the cost return for the company, and any new Lord of the Rings products should be celebrated.
Yeah, that's a good. I think that's a good attitude. I like that.
He's also put, how many of the discontinued sculpts do you think will still be used as other models? My orc trackers won't be going anywhere. It works with bows for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
I can see a lot of that happening.
Spider Queen has really big spider.
To be fair, she same size base as a Mirkwood spider.
Yeah, she could be. I find that one we're doing it again, but I find that one a bit odd. Like, don't they need that? Don't they need that for? Don't you need a hit? I think on our Patreon chat, was it Joe Holzman, possibly maybe Richard Clam was saying this. Like, don't you need the Spider Queen to have a spider army? Don't you need a hero? Might mean that there's not a spider army going forward or something. I don't know, but
to be fair, it's not the best spider model.
It's not.
And
maybe there's a new one.
Over the years, she's been ridiculous. I still remember the days where you could have multiple the Spider Queens.
Yeah, it's crazy, wasn't
it? And yeah, I'm not overly sad to see the back of her, despite having used her myself. Stephen Boners put Saruman can be used in both different profiles, though, in good and evil. The others we were talking about had the same profile for good and evil.
Oh, yeah.
Some highs to your family. From Stephen saying happy Halloween.
Thank you. I'll pass it on tomorrow.
Michael Haskell, Lord Thorne's visage and sweeping coat really convey a villainous aura, methinks. Be really interested to know how the GW sculptors worked through these new sculpts from the anime source.
Just stop standing like that. You're giving it away.
Rory Campbell's went, bravo, Leo Burns, great cause.
Well, it's Emma, really. It's not. I can't.
Yeah. Larry Miller, did Emma give them 3?
For hers, I think she gave her a little more than 3, to be
honest. There was Stephen Boner comment about the pumpkin, about new meaning of the pumpkin spice. Per Real's Dam, I agree with Stephen. The profiles are gone, but the name characters will fit pretty good as captains.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, intimate videos. Evening, gents.
Harry Parkill's in. Oh God, we were being horrible about his stream.
He's got a stream. Never watched it. James Wilson, Thorne is resident, suspecting he'll be in a 2-pack with Fraker.
I don't know if that's been satire. Have you forgotten? Did you just ignore Harry? I felt like you went. Intimate videos is in anyway.
I love Harry. He knows that. Katie, I need the Hera model.
Yeah, I'm curious to see which, like, assuming they do 2, assuming they do a foot mounted, like, what war gear she's in.
Or she get an unarmored and an armored.
Yeah, maybe, because it's like maybe one of her in the dress.
Yeah,
like just on foot.
like an Eowyn.
Yeah, and then her kind of riding gear.
Don't
know.
Post-Teen Spirit, I hope Lord Thorne has a thick Cockney accent. That's my... I think, to me, when I said he'd probably have an English accent.
It'd be received pronunciation. Oh, hell. I see you don't want to go with Lord Frackham. No, well, I've always been a trusted colleague of yours.
I've had a jump in the
it does happen, doesn't it?
Chat. There we go. Stephen, just hope some of the new profiles don't remove options for like captains with bows. Be ashamed to lose so many great converted minutes to suit GW's only profile weapons loadouts for sale. I think you might be disappointed.
Yeah, they made the point last night about Vrasku going if there's no Uruk captain with crossbow model. So if you lose Vrasku, you actually you don't just lose Vrasku, you lose your ability to have like an Uruk captain with might with a crossbow.
Yeah.
And it's a fair point. We don't know, but it is a fair point. As crazy as it sounds,
yeah, because there's not many captain models with a missile weapon.
Yeah, absolutely.
About Dale is the only one I can really think of. Oh, was there a goblin one? Can't remember.
Yeah, I think one of those old metal goblin captains did have.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's just I don't know what's making those decisions, but it can't be easy. Do you know what I mean? That figuring that out stuff.
Yeah.
Out. It can't be easy figuring out which you'd literally they would have had to literally go through their entire range and just stare at the models, and be like, oh, this guy, particularly in something like Rohan or Gondor, where there's so many combinations of captains and stuff. That must be a fairly horrific task.
Yeah. Harry's went, I do hope the films don't suck, and GW has invested loads in it. What worries me a little now is the loss of some cool stuff to make way for unknown stuff.
As Elsa taught us,
yeah.
Sometimes you have to
I can
go
understand that, but it's all about hope. Stephen, Justice for Goblin Town, goblins with bows when? Goblin Town with bows would be amazing.
I've said this for years. I mean, I used to say this on the Planet. I hope Goblin Town never get bows. It's like you see,
Oh,
everyone's like, oh, you see it in the movie. It's like you see 4 goblins with bows out of 400,000 goblins. I want.
the others were at the back shooting
I want.
with volley
What was it?
fire.
I think I used to say this on the Plenty. If Goblin Town get bows, I want like Merry with Candlestick. Like just because a model picks something up in the film doesn't mean we need a profile.
I'm fine with that.
Merry with Candlestick.
That's why we've got rid of Farharad, so we can have Mary with Candlestick
I want
and Goblin
Sam
Town with
with
bows.
chair. I want Merry with apple. I want Pippin with apple in head. I was like, I can't. And it changed. They're fine without. Changes the whole way that army plays.
Larry Miller has asked, has Steve been moved to Legacies?
He's not dead. It's a great analogy. Steve's not dead. You can still use him for the next few years.
Stephen, Legacy, Spider Queen, the biggest leg to Legacy profile miniature.
The biggest what?
Leg to Legacy profile stroke miniature. I suppose amount of legs to Legacy.
Oh, I see. It's leg humour. I like it.
Rabtastic Paints. I can't believe you didn't dress up for Halloween stuff.
Sorry, dude.
Thanks, Rab. Can't wait to play Legion of Middle-earth Legacy Legions from Stephen.
That's the sort of thing that Harry would like. Good use of wordplay.
Michael Haskell, the 5 I was sad to see go in particular were Gildor, Eristor, Erkenbrand, Grimbold, and the Great Beast.
More love for the Great Beast. It's weird.
Larry, sad to see Razzie go, as I was planning to make a big army around him. I suppose that's now unsure if that legion will still exist.
Yeah,
Probably doubt it still exists if Razgush and the Spider Queen, the main points of.
Yeah, but the other one as well is like Musga and Ashrak, and hasn't something else gone from that? Like both those kind of like Lothlorien type ones, or the 2 Orc ones from there, you have to assume they won't be there because they've lost all their named heroes.
Larry's went, I may have impulse bought a Great Beast while I still can.
It's good.
Always a good choice.
It's only one model for your backlog.
Gabriel Abbott, as a businessman, totally understand the rotation of product and dealing with SKU bloat. Sad to see some classics go, but very enthusiastic for the future. Lambo UK says, hello all. Hello.
Oh.
Ashley Fisher, a few weeks ago, I looked through the range to see what might go and what I want and picked up a Great Beast, mainly for the Orcs. They are outstanding models. Harry, big sadness about some minis going, which were key for scenarios. Recreating some Quest of the Ring Bearer scenarios won't be possible for future folk. I wonder if scenarios will now take a back seat. I doubt it. Scenarios have always been a big part of Middle-earth.
Well, you say some Fellowship ones. It's not.
Recreating some Quest of the Ring Bearer scenarios wouldn't be possible for future folk.
Is there that many? This is the Gildor love again, isn't it? Like, we lose Gildor.
We'll lose Gildor, but he doesn't really do much.
I'm going to give you a hot take, right? Just to stir the pot here, because I've tried to be super conciliatory. Because Alex and Harry were quite big on Gildor. Couldn't give a crap about Gildor. Right. And what's quite nice and fun about that is it kind of proves the impossible task there, because I can't remember who it was, but someone like that, Alex was like, I couldn't give a crap about him, and I was like, oh, I like him. Do you know what I mean? It was like,
yeah.
It was like Mablung and Amborn or something. It was one of those. He was like, I couldn't give a crap about them. It's like, but someone will. The same person will like them the same amount you like Gildor. And like for me, it's like, I don't know. Like I have Gildor. I've never painted him, and I haven't used that elf army. So anyone really invested in that little scene or a road to Rivendell will be like, oh, I really want Gildor. But someone who's more invested in the Gondor will be like, oh, why would they?
To be fair, all Gildor does there is they have a wee party.
He does nothing actiony. And then he's forced into that scenario in a kind of, this is a bit like what happens in the book. It's not, isn't it in the scenario now where you, do you still have the option to add him in the journey book? You used to get to choose to add him. It was like, it could just be the hobbits against 3 ring race, or you could choose to play it with Gildor, and then he comes and saves the hobbits from the ring race. That doesn't happen in the book.
Yeah, something like that.
It's like as I said, my whole thing on this will be like, whatever you're sad about, you're right to feel sad about it. But it's like, actually, that I was surprised how many people. I was surprised at the outrage to Gildor. Do you know what I mean? I was like, if that was my choice, I'd be like, oh, I'll get rid of Gildor. No one will care about him. I was like, oh God, fucked it up. I'm surprised at the community love for him, but everyone is going to have different feelings about the things that are going, aren't they?
I've not seen much people complaining about the Stormcaller going from the Elven Kingdoms.
No. That's a good point. Fair point.
If it was back in the previous edition, there'd be lots of complaints because they were ridiculously good. But yeah.
Strong Stormcaller.
Right, where were we? Per Rails Dam. I'm not overly worried. I play narrative games mostly, and I don't like the new profile. And if I don't like the new profile rules, I'll just play the old ones anyway.
I just realised what got us onto that, what Harry said. So finally I say, no, I think scenarios are fine. I don't think scenarios will take a backseat at all. I just think you won't have one with Gildor in it.
Yeah. Does this affect your fantasy fellowship?
Yes. 5 of the remaining 5 members are all Gildor.
Was that Gildor or a Knight of the White Tower? Unborn Mablung.
Yeah, can you imagine? Huge spoilers. I think they're all safe. That's a great point. But do you know what? If they had been legacy, I'd just use them anyway. You can still use them.
Stephen, something with legacy profile won't necessarily get updated with new updates, but like in Horus Heresy, they have left space for units to be updated with a source book release, so they still hope to return. Yeah, there's another game system that's had the legacy treatment. Ashley Fisher said to have missed out on Goroth and Zagdush and Anborn and Magblung and didn't see them going.
I'll tell you one thing it does change that I do think sad, and I think this will affect competitive players more than me, but I've argued for years about with different people with different builds about Gothmog's Enforcer, Guritz, Zagdush and Goroth. You know who's the first one, who's the second one, who's the third one. It's normally not who's the fourth one because it's Gothmog's Enforcer. But you know that kind of, you've got 4 and
he's not even fourth.
No,
Gothmog's Enforcer.
It then goes every captain you own. Then
I've painted all the others. The one that I haven't actually ever got round to painting is Gothmog's Enforcer.
You borrow every captain from every player you know, and then when you run out, you take Gothmog's Enforcer. But
yeah,
that meant every time I've played Army of Gothmog, it's a bit different because people have different opinions on it, and you know sometimes you see Gothmog's Enforcer and stuff, and it's like different people like them for different reasons, and I think that's cool. And now there won't be that choice because when you play Army of Gothmog, you all take Guritz and Gothmog's Enforcer, you know, behind Gothmog, and I think that's a bit of a shame that kind of, not even from a competitive point of view, but just that slight more individuality. There'll be a little reduction of that. I think that'll be a sad thing.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what the lists are like because, well, yeah, it does get a bit samey at the moment.
Maybe Gothmog's Enforcer will be great now. And we'll all want to take
it. Probably not. It'll probably one of those profiles that always suck. And right. Larry Miller, where can I find this sub-faction? I think that was of sub-faction of people that don't like Damien. Such a delight as Larry.
Always kind.
Kenneth Fick. Yeah, it was annoying that we did not even get a few days' notice before everything went on last chance to buy. I was at work, so everything was out of stock before I got home.
But that'll be whatever they did, that would be the same if they don't made to order it. Like there would never be enough stock because as soon as it was announced, people would just buy it all.
Yeah.
Like the only there's no that you couldn't give people 5 days notice or 10 days notice or anything like that. It would have to be a made to order. It's the only way they could do it. And maybe they should have done a made to order.
Yeah. Larry I'm getting annoyed at the people complaining that some GW creation models haven't been legacied when they literally never said that's what they were doing.
Yeah, absolutely, completely.
That's a
agree
fair
with that.
point.
Yeah, completely agree with that.
Boners put Jay just hates my precious orc trackers with a crying face. I think that's maybe after a game where Boner takes about 25 of them and shot them.
Again, they go, don't they? You know, when you're making the
Yeah.
choices, orc trackers go, right?
Yeah.
Like, of course they do.
To be fair, I see more people use Mordor orcs with bows as orc trackers than actually people using orc trackers.
Anyway, because they couldn't be. They didn't.
I
actually
get surprised when a Mordor orc with a bow is actually a Mordor orc with a bow.
I've seen someone do that. And again, I'm being careful here because I keep wanting to say you're allowed to be upset and stuff, and this doesn't apply to everyone. And we have a super cool community here. It's not these people, but there's the other thing that a lot of the people raging. I can't believe you got rid of my orc trackers. Are probably the people who've been using Mordor orcs as orc trackers for the last 10 years, and it's like you've been proxying them. No one's been buying them, so they've removed them because no one buys them, and now you're living.
Yeah, that's probably true. Posting Spirit, Lisa Egregious. Tell that to the High Elf Stormcaller. There we go. I was thinking about maybe possibly buying it if I needed another captain.
What he thinks? Hang on, what's he saying? He thinks that loss is the most egregious or the least egregious. What? I don't get what he's saying there.
I think he's. We said like. Did we say it was like the High Elf Stormcaller is not a big deal? He's like, actually, I was going to buy one. Yeah, I suppose that's what you said it is. It's all quite individually based on what models people like and
absolutely.
What they're invested in.
For sure.
Ashley Fisher, my Farharad army was going to be my next one and has been shelved for now. I'm glad I got them when I could. I'll wait to see if legacy models are the norm at tournaments before I paint them up. All I'm going to say to that, Ashley, is I took Farharad this year to a GBHL 100 and it's the worst results I've ever had.
Don't be too sad.
So my chances of finishing the remainder of that army are quite slim, but that's more to do with playing with that army than actually they being legacied.
We didn't ask you. I know I mentioned 7 Stones, but you obviously run a heavily competitive army and a heavily competitive event, and if the answer is simply we'll have to wait and see, we will. But what's your opinion? Do you think you'll be putting them in your events?
I don't know.
Right.
As the way Stirling would do push towards the more competitive side, and I think it will be. I'll need to see the rules and how they actually play out before me and David make a decision on that.
That's fair enough.
Off the top of my head, probably more would err to letting them be used. There is a few canned and Dunlending players and Farhad players in the Scottish scene.
Yeah. Again, for me,
I don't think I hate those players too much to just spite them for that much.
They're not if they're going to be underpowered.
But I'd be tempted. Yeah. But yeah, I think I would dare to probably allowing them. They're an army list.
So far, we have a 200% success rate of people on the streams tonight who will probably allow them at their events. That's quite positive.
Probably. Yeah. Underscore the probability.
I won't underscore the probability. They will be at 7 Stones. Whatever they are, I'm willing to say that right now. Whatever they are, you can use.
That I feel like that's a challenge.
Even if they go down that drunk Age of Sigmar route, you know, if you impersonate a great beast, you can have +10 attacks. Fine, why not?
Oh, Age of Sigmar when it came out, it was such a bomb scare.
I just don't think. I don't think there's any chance of them being anything like that at all.
Right, where were we? Post-Team Spirit in our local group are going to allow Legacy, and then maybe we'll have to make a community FAQ. Is that giving you PTSD to fix issues that come up with time for new stuff?
Yeah, good work. Why not? Worked for us last time. What did we run that for? About 3 years or something?
Something like that. Wozalik, good evening, legends. Good evening.
Nice use of legends there. Thank you very much.
Stephen, fine cast and forge-filled resin could have been removed and replaced with plastic options.
Yeah, a lot of fine casts have gone, haven't they? Or, well, what was fine cast? Resin.
And some metal ones as well, yeah.
I found it really interesting that I think we talked about this on the Patreon chat the other night, the releases of, I haven't checked all of them, you know, the January 2012 sourcebook releases? They're gone.
They all
pretty much. I think maybe, and I'm sure now what's going to happen is loads of people are going to go, oh, but what about this and what about this? But I think mainly, with the exception of the Watcher in the Water, everything came out in that release is gone. If you think about it, it's like Ashrak, Groblog, The Dweller in the Dark, The Wagner Order, The Great Beast of Gorgoroth, and then the new ones for the boxes like the King's Huntsman,
all
the
the War of the
Knight
Ring
of the White Tower
ones.
No, just
Yeah.
the sourcebook ones. They all came out in January 2012, and I think with the exception of the Watcher in the Water, they've all gone. It was like, whoa, that was a big gull. But yeah, maybe it is the material.
Did the Watcher of the Water come out at the same time as the Cave Drake?
No, the Watcher in the Water was January 2012.
Yeah.
It was the 5 source books.
Stevens went GW replacing the resin options from other ranges. That's true. We might get more plastic kits. Where is the High Elf Chariots? I did see that from Legions of Middle Earth.
That's what they're making. They're making room for. What was the tree called? Like Bad Tempered Tree or something, wasn't it? In there.
Oh yeah.
Is it Ill Tempered Tree? Is that right? Am I remembering
And
that right?
yeah, the Stone Giants and
Celebrimble.
Try to
I
remember.
think.
Yeah, Celebrimble was there. There was all sorts of
That'd be good. Justice for
Easterling catapults.
Justice for Ill Tempered.
I think there was High Elf catapults as well, if I
I
remember
think
right.
High Elf Chariots. I'm not sure they had catapults. There might have been.
I think they had a war
there was
catapult
a ballista.
as well.
Maybe there was like a High Elf ballista or something. I think. If only there was a book mere inches away from me. I could tell.
Sorry. Stephen, again, we got werewolves after all these years since Legions. I think that's because Adam went away from Control, so Jay could bring in werewolves. Post-Teen Spirit, next article will have a nice clickbait title. You thought you were mad about the first Legacy announcements, you won't believe what else we're kicking.
You won't believe what we've removed at number
8. You went number 4 will surprise you. Stephen will also get 2 each of gambling stroke samling. Oh, he put corrected to hammer. Post-Teen Spirit, I was a little gutted that I got Elendil and Easel do a few months ago ready to convert on horseback. Well, you've just cleared some of your backlog there. You don't need to convert them.
You're also not encouraging someone who's just converted them.
Yeah.
Could be worse, mate.
I've got a friend who recently just paid Shadow and Flame to convert a Gil-galad on a horse. I think he's a little bit nervous.
I've got a Shadow and Flame Gil-galad horse. Yeah, I mean they might be all right. They could be all right. I don't know for sure, but yeah, it's a bit weird that one, isn't it? With
they just need to bring Rings of Power rules, and they'll be fine.
Yeah, maybe that's it. That'll make everyone happy, won't it? If the whole thing just precedes a Rings of Power release. That'll cheer them right up.
I could just hear it now.
It's all right, because we've now got a new Arondir model.
Larry, I found it funny that they said all models with options they didn't make models for, such as horses and shields, and then proceed to mention one model losing a horse and none losing shields. Post-Teen Spirit, well, Isildur isn't the problem, to be fair.
Oh. He's all right, he's got a lovely shiny horse.
Josh Cole's evening guy is just a little late, managed to get home from the football and get some stuff primed on theme for the second time in a row. I'll get into the thread. Joe Holzman, that was named Birchseed in the old card game too. Josh Coles again, most gutted for Error and the newer Forge World Orcs going. The GW created Orcs really added flavour without hurting lores, so shame to see them go.
Yeah, I agree.
Old school Chris C. I'm also sad to see Banderbrass took go. Mine has a golfing ball kill counter on the underside of his base.
That's awesome.
Rabtastic Paints, Razgush going is heartbreaking. That's true, Rab does enjoy a Razgush.
Great model as well.
It's a nice model as well, actually. Larry, I remember when Erkenbrand was the first choice in Rohan.
Yeah,
that
absolutely,
is true.
Yeah. Good old-fashioned old Erkenbrand.
Stephen, Rohan Hall mini game 2.
I have no idea what any of that meant. Oh, did you say Rohan Hall minigame 2?
Yeah.
You're talking about how you can use Harmer. It's,
right, yeah.
Inside Edoras.
Gabriel Abbott, Forlong losing his horse is sad because he would really suit one of the new Dunlending sized horses.
Oh, I bet the horse is alright with it though.
I converted a Forlong on horse for 7 stones actually.
We'll probably let you use him, mate.
No, he's been used. I can't use the same things again. I have to cut up more models to use for 7 stones. That's the rules. Post-teen Spirit, we moved on to the bargains. Sage of Grief, take hammer, but leave Erkenbrand. I've converted the hammer on horse.
Can you
as
imagine
well
if there was
for 7 stones?
Yeah, sort of haggling stage that we could have with Games Workshop where we could agree as a community and say, we don't want this anymore, please give us back Erkenbrand.
Well, it'll go down the stage of we give up Faramir to keep the Knight of the White Tower.
I'd actually quite
That's
like
what Denethor would want.
Can you imagine? I think a really clever bit of PR would have been if they'd gone but almost like, the X Factor, there's like a wild card or something. It's like, these are what's going, but you can save one of them. Decide. And then watch the community tear itself apart. And then GW go, now imagine trying to do it for 50. It's going to be quite a good thing. The absolute disastrous, destructive nature of the conversation that would cause.
I'm always tempted to start a poll on the GBHL, like, if you could save one of these models, which one would you save?
To prove how spread the opinions will be.
Yeah.
Can we do that quickly? I don't think we did that. Is it as simple as being like, is it Barlin for you, and is it kind of Erkenbrand or the Great Beast for me? Is it our biggest disappointment?
We did cover that.
Yeah.
I think
it probably would be. I don't think I'd change the answer. So, and then Harry would save Gildor, and how would we ever decide?
Just ignore Harry.
Yeah, but how would we decide between Barlin and Erkenbrand?
Fight it out. It's the only way.
No, Barlin it is then. That's the thing. I just don't care enough. Even if it was that, I was like, right, we'll have a fight. I was like, no, we won't have a fight. Chris can win. Like, that's fine.
That should just try to get my most sporting vote.
Is that what you do? You threaten to beat him up?
People think I'm really bad at rolling dice. It's just an act. I sadly wish. Joe Holzman, I've used hammer more than Erkenbrand. Joe even converted the mountain hammer from the Bannerless Gambling on horse.
Oh, that is gross. You're converting a mounted hammer who will probably lose that option out of production gambling. Oh, that's disgusting.
I think mine I converted out I think it was the Rohan Royal Guard I cut in half to mount gambling on. Larry, hopefully they'll bring out a new version, Gabriel, and he won't be horseless for long. John Spiller, I really want some of those Great Beast Orcs. Sad face.
Is that Ian?
It says John, whether he's on his dad's or brothers.
I think he uses. I think this has happened before. I think that will be Ian on that account. Might be wrong. Hello, one Spiller.
Joshua Crosby tempted to have a full orc army and just treat the great beasts as the display board.
Yeah, that's Joshua's. I know he was quite upset about some of the changes. Is there anything
Josh
else
Cole.
you could do it? You can't. Is it? I know people do this in Old World. Could you use it as anything? Is there anything else with that base? Could it be a catapult or something? I don't think there is there?
Not in a Mordor army that I can think of. Ironhill's Chariot. No, I can't really think of anything on that size base. Josh Cole's my only worry is the game could turn into Gondor, Mordor, Rohan, Isengard game, trying to do as much film stuff without expanding upon things like we're getting with GW created stuff. Though there's still the Dragon Emperor.
Yeah, there is still. I mean, this is Larry's big point. There's still lots of book stuff and lots of GW created stuff.
Yeah.
Still knocking about.
There's lots of Hobbit stuff as well.
Yeah.
And Bjornings and...
I mean, fundamentally, what you're losing is Farharad Canned. You're not losing Dunland because you're getting Dunland. It'll look different, but you're losing 2 factions, and then maybe some version of that Mirkwood beastie type thing. I don't know what's going to happen with that. But then you are getting back, and I do count them together, to be honest, bolstered Angmar and bolstered Arnor. And so I don't think the game is actually that far down in terms of like factions, and I think there'll be more army lists because it'll be more like legions. So I don't think it's going to be dominated by those 4 core factions at all. I don't think that's a thing.
Larry, geez, Damien, I can't believe you're making this out like it's a good thing. Such a shill.
I know.
Sad.
Yeah, this is it. This is what happens, though. This is it. This is what tickles.
Steve wouldn't sugarcoat it. That's true. Well, he might do it now. He's a chef.
Chef humour. I don't know. I'd like to hear Steve's take on it. He probably doesn't even know. He's probably one of the few people in the world who what's happening? But I don't know. I think he'd say much the same. You know, it's a shame, but it's toy soldiers, isn't it?
Harry, in terms of competitive game, it may have just lost a lot of variety to it. It was bad enough bumping into Uruk crossbows and Witch King Sully game after game, but now there may be less spice. It's always interesting when it's a new rulebook and new armies. You do see a lot of variety. And sometimes you see things that you haven't seen for a long time because people are just going to try out with the new rules to see how good that actually is. And then things settle down, but it's the same in any board game. That's always the way.
Yeah, I think it.
I remember the first tournament going to like this version. There was 2 Saurons, and I hadn't actually seen a Sauron used in anger.
Yeah. And
goodness knows how long.
I think it'll affect you more than me because you still go to quite a few what you'd call I think you're. Are you semi-retired these days? Would you class yourself as that? But you're still going to quite a lot of competitive events.
I'm still competitive, but I'm probably more on the Cristiano Ronaldo side of it. I think I'm still good, but I'm not quite in the same league as I used to be.
But like, I think that sort of thing. And anyone clearly, I think anyone heavily into competitive gaming would be most affected by it. By that change because you do remove that list building thing, whereas I don't think I truly, assuming it goes how we think it's going to go, I don't think it's going to affect me and players like me in the slightest, because the way I've changed in the last 5 years in particular is just I'd only go thematic anyway.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. Like I've been thinking about the list I took, and I was like, I don't think I've lost. It's not to say I wouldn't have liked any of those profiles. I wouldn't have taken Vraska in the last few years because he's not in a scene, you know? And I wouldn't have, you know, I personally, and this is just my personal hobby, so I couldn't give, you know, it doesn't matter to anyone else whatsoever. It's again, it's not like you should feel like I feel, but it's like, there's not a lot of profiles in there that I use at the moment because of the way I play the game at the moment. So on a personal level, it doesn't. I don't think it's going to have too much impact on me, but I still feel very, very sad for anyone it does have an impact on.
Yeah, I'm not adverse to taking a soup list and bolting a Gwahir onto an army that Gwahir shouldn't be seen with, or I did quite enjoy my Lake Town Garden friends lists for a while.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure people in the Scottish community are not sad at seeing that army go. But I do also enjoy taking fun thematic armies and things along those lines.
Mm.
But yeah, new versions always bring out, and there'll be a lot of experimenting of things to see what works and what doesn't. You just hope new releases are often enough to keep things fresh.
Yeah.
Larry, I expect they were going to list everything, losing the option, then realised it was too long, took them all out and just said they were all going but forgot Grima. Possibly, yeah. Rob Lynchbury, I have some Farharad which were split up from my Fallen Realms army in the pre-2018 edition. My wife always wanted me to get a handful of camels so I could use them in a current tournament. Larry, it was Larry, obviously. Not sure what Larry was
that
obviously for. That's not very obvious.
Is that like a comment where you guessed it was Larry, possibly?
No, I think that was well before. Rob, again, it's the closest my wife has taken an interest in the game.
What's that? GW destroyed your wife's interest in the game.
To be fair, you possibly don't want that, because then she knows how much you're spending. Ryan, I'm not so bothered about stuff going to legacies, as they can still be used, at least for the meantime. However, I think the real sticking point is models losing options like shields. Yeah. I've just finished sticking on and painting shields on 16 warrior goblins.
Yeah, in a weird kind of way. Again, as someone without the most effective armies, I get that. I kind of think that might be the bigger issue. But
yeah,
we'll have to wait and see.
I've certainly spent a lot of time adding spears to models. Harry at Ryan, but goblins do have shields in the profile and on the current miniature, so that's not going to be an issue. Larry, maybe like Bonnie Tyler, the spiders will be holding out for a hero.
That's awful.
Yes, it is. Richard, yeah, was saying how Spider Queen basically ends a spider-only army. I'm not fussed about losing her model or profile, but without her, spiders can't function on their own. Need her for scenarios.
Yeah, his point was like things like, assassination and fog of war and stuff. Like, your army needs a hero.
Yeah. Larry, Aragorn with spear.
Yeah, so this is a suggestion now for. This is what I was saying about goblins.
Oh yeah,
bows. Yeah. Aragorn with cave spear, right? Cave troll spear. Yeah, absolutely.
That'd be all right.
Yeah, absolutely. Why
I'd
not?
choose that.
Why not?
TMAT Tiberius, good evening all. Finally made it onto the stream, hopefully to get some paint on some non-scary Rohan models. Don't have any scary stuff on the shelf. Just put pumpkins on them, it'll be fine. Stephen, maybe the scenario play will receive new models lists for playing with.
The scenario.
Harry, when you take that back.
Was that about Gildor? I think it's because I said I couldn't give a crap about Gildor. What did Stephen say? Maybe the scenario play will receive new model. No, there's no way they're gonna. Those books are dead. There's no way they're gonna do a list of participants for them. They're just like how we used to play with the old Journey books in the new edition. They dead. They're gone.
Yeah. SBG magazine can publish new rules and
go back to being a rules magazine.
Joe Holzman, maybe Damrod will get one of the rules Anne Born and Mabling had in the new edition, make them less irrelevant.
Yeah. Maybe
Yeah.
they'll give all Gildor's rules to someone Harry hates, and then it's like you can still kind of take
They'll
Gildor.
give them terrorists. No, wait.
Erkenbrand.
Larry, I always hated his sword as it doesn't really look like an elven sword.
Is that Gildor? Everyone hates Gildor. So.
Yeah. Harry, Gildor brings an exciting way of using PG elves. Has a genuine beautiful model and was in the book bracket, even if only briefly, close brackets.
He does, and I agree with all of that. And
an exciting way of using pajama elves. I wouldn't exactly say exciting way.
But he doesn't do anything like he does. He has a picnic in the book. He shouldn't be making.
And they can move quickly across the Shire.
Yeah. It's like, I don't know. But you know, that's your thing to be sad about, and that's cool. You're allowed to be sad. It's fine.
We just think you're sad for being sad about Gildor. Josh Coles, Gildor also allowed you to take different types of elves in Rivendell, which again means another army is very vanilla now.
Yeah, actually,
where a lot of armies will get like that. Also, he was a cool profile.
Yeah, I do like that. Actually, it's a bit like what we were saying about Lord Thorn, right? The idea that you could take wood elves in Rivendell was nice. That is a good point. God, Harry, listen to Josh. He knows the real reasons to be sad about Gildor.
Larry Miller, glad my orc trackers got one trip to Warhammer World. I had 2 regular orcs with bows that weren't trackers. One of those killed everyone's horse last game.
That's an interesting one. We said you'd be alright to use them. Do you think you'd be alright to use them at Warhammer World? Do you think you can use...
I would say so.
I think you would. So you could use orc trackers as orc bowmen at Warhammer World. I think that would be alright, wouldn't it?
I would say so.
Because I've
thought Warhammer World would actually notice, to be fair.
I thought for years I wanted to take the old metal Fellowship of the Ring, the Games Workshop one, of which I've so far painted Merry, as the Fellowship of the Ring, and sort of think, not to be a twat, but like, these are Games Workshop models, I'm using them with your current rules, is that alright? There's no difference to that.
I know somebody uses the Mouth of Sauron from that range.
Oh yeah. As what? As the Mouth of Sauron?
As the Mouth of Sauron, yeah.
Cool.
Stephen, hey, I always use the proper orc tracker models and even converted 21 to mount on warg ones.
God, that's brutal.
You are crazy though, Stephen. Joe Chile, I understand the business side, SKUs, warehouse space, etc. To me, a big part of the magic of the game is the characters from the movie and the book, having them on the table or on your shelf. Gildor, Erister, Grimbold, Mohord, the Great Beast, all the things from the movies and the book should always stay. If GW creations need to go, then I understand, but Erkenbrand and other listed above are part of the magic of the hobby.
Yeah, I'm not going to disagree with anyone on that.
Yeah. Harry's put Black Hearted Tree. That was the name of the...
That's it. Not... What did I say? Ill-tempered tree.
Close enough. Larry, I found it interesting with the Goblin Kings and Shaman that the metal stayed and the resin ones went. I imagine they would have been the other way around a few years ago.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's one I was a little sad about. Needed Durberts and I had an idea for a use for the spare Groblog, but I have no need for a spare Druzag.
Yeah.
You do. You collect all the wee bats and you put them on a base for a bat swarm.
Oh, well, that's a 10-year-old trick, that one, isn't it? That's an old school. That's an old school money saver.
Richard, I loved Legions of Middle-earth, still hoping for Elvish chariots and catapults. Rob Lynch for a save, Erkenbrand and Balin.
That's the one.
Tiberius, a spare Druzag sounds like a shaman and a bat swarm to me. Yep. We've already got the fighting starting. Save Gorolf, the champion of Dunland. Tiberius, save Floy over Balin. Just give the champ Balin during Zax and we're good. John Spiller is actually indeed Ian Spiller. That's to keep the groupies away. Larry Miller, it was my suggestion for Chris's favourite doubles partner.
Oh, what's that? That means to help you work out this. That means that Larry put something in the chat that we didn't understand.
Okay.
So there was a comment that Larry wrote that we went, what does that mean?
Right, okay. Larry, you're up there with one of my favourite doubles partners, along with everybody else that I've played doubles with.
Larry wrote it was Larry, obviously. There you go.
Okay.
It's that.
Oh, maybe Larry, but no. Larry disagrees with Harry about Gildor being a beautiful model, at least not that damn sword. Harry, you must also be sad and angry about what I'm sad and angry about.
Welcome to the internet, right? This is
And it's all in caps as well.
This is the thing as well. We are, aren't we? We are sad and angry about the same things, just very subtly different. We should get along, right? We should. Really
I'm more angry and sad than sad and angry.
Yeah, this is it. I'm not. Yeah, exactly. I'm not sad and angry. I'm angry and sad. You're wrong.
Oh, we're going to have to reset the clock. Peter Freeburn went looking forward to the Hill Troll release. That's them getting put back again. I think it's same as an Aryan. Somebody mentions his name, it doesn't happen.
Stop asking for them.
Harry, Larry, but the sword is still in the scabbard. How could you know? Larry knows these things.
I've never painted Gildor. I'm gonna have a look at this. What's so good about this Gildor model? I know it's nice. He's having a sing as well, isn't he?
He's drawing his sword. That's all I can.
Yeah, but isn't he? He's yelling,
tell.
Isn't he?
Don't know if he's yelling. I couldn't hear him.
He's a very quiet elf. Come on, have a load. What's wrong with you? Oh, I think he's going like this. Going, Frodo, the picnic's ready. He's probably just got a baguette in his
Do you want a Scotch egg?
Out. Yeah. Oh no, some ring wraiths. Run away.
Right, I'll carry on with the comments.
Harry's not going to like that at all, is he? He's not going to like that one little
No. He's going to release a video, another stream, saying
I can hear the click of
Battle
the
Streams in Middle Earth.
How's the phone not working? I think Harry spiked my phone so that I can't see what Gildor looks like.
So you can't see how bad the model actually is.
Yeah, maybe. My internet's on my computer must be working.
If I remember rightly, it's probably worse than like the armoured twins.
Oh, it's definitely worse than the twins, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's definitely having a shout. He's definitely having a shout. He's either having a shout or his mouth's hanging open in fear. I don't know which one of the two it is. He's a nice model. He's a very nice Wood Elf model. You having a look?
No. I care that so little about Gildor that I'm not even going to bother to look. I've got him in a shelf somewhere. Josh Cole's the optimistic side of me thinks surely Kazad stuff, for example, going to make room for some new updated stuff down the line that will also get new players in with my up to date.
The Kazad stuff's alright though. Like I know you've lost Balin and Floyd, but the dwarfs are right. You got like Durin and Mardin and everything, right? They're alright, aren't they?
Yeah, I think was it King's Champion? King's Champion the Shield Bearers went and Floyd.
So what have you got? You got.
To be fair, Floyd saves an entire FAQ.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think that might be that might in its own right be the reasoning there as well. Although you could just change.
And it's every time it's like he adds an entire FAQ just because of Floyd. Stevens put, yes, I'm mad, but I'm still a nice person all the same. That is true. Josh Coles, at the end of the day, we need to do things redone if we want the game to keep going and get new players in. That's also true.
I would say that, without trying to upset anyone, I don't think any new players are going to miss any of this stuff. And I mean,
no.
even dear sweet Erkebrand, Gildor, and Grimbold, no one new is going to go, I can't believe they haven't got a model for that guy who has a picnic with Frodo. Do you know what I mean? I don't think that. I think they are. This is going to upset existing players who love these models far more than it's going to upset new players. So I don't think I think he's right. Was that Josh? I think he's kind of right that the future of the game is for new players is fine because of this. Same like my own stuff. I haven't used them in years, but Feral Uruk-hai, who gives a crap? You know, like I used to give a massive crap about that. They're very important. I've got about 28 of them.
Have you actually used them in this edition?
No, I don't think I've used them once. And we even tried to get them into the issue 15.
I can't actually think the last time I actually saw.
No.
I don't think I've ever saw Feral Uruk-hai in this edition.
No, exactly. I don't think I have, but I did care about them, and I've got a lot of them painted. You know, so like I now can't use them at any point. You know, well, I can for this edition, but do you know what I mean? It's like that affects me, but I understand it. Do you know what I mean? It's one of those things. It's like, yeah, fair enough. That I lose that thing. That's all right.
Joe, I'll be honest, Larry would probably my favourite doubles partner, and I've never been his doubles partner. Well, get together, make some beautiful children. Stephen, guess I won't get to convert my Goblin Town Bow Goblins for another edition.
Good.
Larry's put it's got a mannish hilt, Harry.
Oh, Harry won't like
that. Posting spirit, I never knew Harry was so passionately protective of Gildor fatherhood. Must have awoken what was deeply buried inside.
I didn't know till last night. You know, everyone's got their thing, right? Everyone's got their one. Everyone's got the thing they're mad about. It's cool.
Yeah. Harry, a mannish hilt, how dare you?
Update, Harry is not happy.
Stephen Bonner just went for a Scottish version of what Gildor's saying. He's went, "Ho you bass, get to the scare off the ring race." Harry is definitely singing, lolling at the Scotch egg gags. Posted spirit, I can just hear Harry whisper shouting at the phone to avoid waking the baby. Borders say he's not Wood Elf. Wood Elf is in the Rivendell list. Larry's asking you to look at Glorfindel's hiltless elven blade next to him, Damien. Then look at that mannish hilt.
I don't think it's me that you need to convince, mate.
Harry at Posting Spirit, haha, I am so close to explosively singing pro Gildor anthems. I'm not sure what a pro Gildor anthem is. Oh, Rebel Base Gaming.
Oh, Johnny Wright. I live and breathe.
Evening, I was hoping for Damien and Chris, but looks like I'm late to the party and about 200 years late.
No, I couldn't make it tonight. Sorry, dude.
We've aged well. Larry, it's been a long stream. Johnny's went, I've used Gildor. He was fairly pants.
Oh, God, he doesn't know what he's doing.
To be fair, I played him when he used Gildor, and he was. Joe, I'm still not entirely sure Feral Uruk-hai exists. That's how often I've seen them.
I could show you a case that shows those.
Harry's went, he is pants indeed to Johnny, but he was my pyjama pants.
That's it, he is pants, but he's my pants.
Posting Spirit, I used 2/3 ferals at Thronos Skills a couple of years ago. They did me good, but it was in a famously weaker pool than usual opponents.
Glad to hear it, man.
2 attacks at Strength 4 and Fight 4 are good, I suppose.
They're not awful,
but
it's just the drop in defence is horrific.
Yeah. Josh Cole's understand a lot of people have been with the game for a long time, have nostalgia for model sculpts, etc. But I think the quality of the new AOS 40k stuff leaves some of our range behind.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's true. I have no interest in AOS as a game, but some of the models are absolutely stunning, and some of the things that they've done with plastic kits are very cool. You started to, I suppose, see it with some of the kits that have come into Middle-earth, like the plastic Treebeard and the Theodens and the Aylmers. But yeah, more plastic kits would be good. Josh Cole's getting up-to-date Gondor and Mordor orcs would be massive. I think they would be very popular if they do come out.
Yeah, well, if they have any reaction, the Dunlandings are new, but if you have any reaction like the Rohan stuff, right? How many people are super excited about Rohan models they've already got hundreds of, and then you do the same for Minas Tirith warriors. Maybe that is what we'll see. You know, maybe that is what's next.
Yeah. Boners put Gildor's a little bit short to be an elf.
God. What is everyone doing?
Just think how well the new elf characters will be better in the Rohan supplement without Gildor.
Is that Larry?
No, that's Boner again. Larry's went, you had Gildor at some doubles tournament, right, Chris? No, I didn't. Because he wasn't at the Osprey. I think the elf half was Elrond without armour, Arwen on a horse, Glorfindel without armour. I think that was it.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Like, Gildor's famously not in the book for very long.
Yeah. Didn't do anything.
Just has a Scotch egg.
Pretty much. Occasional pork pie.
I love a pork pie.
Johnny's went, I've definitely missed a gag, haven't I? Yep, you're going to have to go back and watch the entire stream. Larry, I'm surprised Damien hasn't complained about the ferals he hasn't used for over 6 years going. We know you're furious inside. You can post with one of your other accounts on the GHL. Josh Coles, oh yeah, can't stand GW's other games, just want the iconic Middle Earth to get the treatment the IP deserves. Yeah. I've never owned Rohan, but we'll be picking up at least 2 boxes of the updated troops.
That's cool.
Johnny's went, Chris, why did it sound like you said he's too short to be a MILF then? That's just you, Johnny. Larry, oh yes, it was Elrond, Master of Rivendell, God rest his soul, Arwen and Glorfindel.
Master of Rivendell, God rest his soul.
Well, he's went to Legacy Unarmored Elrond.
That one again, I think it was Alex making this point, but I agree with this. I don't really get what they've done there, what they've saved there. Like if they, because you cannot sell. Can you buy him at the moment? There's 2, right? There's the Master of Rivendell one that I don't think you can buy, and there's one in the White Council that I don't think you can buy.
Yeah.
So you currently can't buy him. So by not having him in, they don't save a model. And if it's a profile thing, you just have him unarmored and then add the armor, and you don't save a profile.
I suppose they've only got the plastic kit. Means they just stock the plastic kit now.
Yeah, but what I mean is, what's the harm in? I know it's for new players again, isn't it? But what I don't get the harm in giving you the option, knowing that you've released an official model that people would have. You don't have to stop the model. You don't. But again, I think it's going for clarity. They're just going to go, well, people will say, where's the unarmored model? I guess. Yeah. I presume that's the answer.
Or it could be, what list does he fit in without armour?
Yeah, that's fair. Gildor's picnic list.
He might appear in the Elven picnic list with Gildor.
That's what I said, Gildor's picnic list.
Stoney, if you watch... Oh, here is Stoney. We've got a new 7 Stones list. It's going to be called Gildor's Picnic.
That is next level timing.
And there's another contender for favourite doubles partner.
Yeah, if you summon him, he will come, right?
Yeah, he's like Beetlejuice. And just as annoying. Right, where am I? Steve would have taken Gildor as they both enjoy and prepare Scotch eggs.
This is true.
Larry, I was wondering why I didn't remember being annoyed at that Manish Hilt every game. Johnny's went, I am fond of elves. That's true. And MILFs, possibly. Stephen, all of the high elf pyjama models have gone away.
Right. Okay.
That's true. Yeah, all the unarmoured ones. That makes the picnic list sound even better. Mark Stone, yeah, I made it. Fancy dress is outstanding. Boners went, did Elrond's aide ever fight on a horse in the books or films? Don't think.
What's that, Lindir?
Yeah.
No. He didn't fight.
Weirdly, I have a Lindir painted on horse, but I don't have a Lindir painted on foot.
He's got a horse option, has he?
Yeah.
Oh, that'll make him even... Why hasn't he been? You're going to have Lindir on foot next to Rivendell Knights.
Yeah. Without any armour. He gets an option to have armour, I think.
Yeah, he'd have to be crying out for a Hobbit era model that could have been legacy, wouldn't he? I don't suppose this would matter.
Is there any Hobbit era models?
No, I believe the only things are the Castellans and the Spider Queen, which are in a Hobbit list but aren't from Hobbit list and Hobbit era, but not model releases from that era. He's currently packaged with Elrond, isn't he? So I can't... No. Is he not? Is that gone?
Yeah, because the Elrond got replaced with the plastic one.
So is Lindir not on sale at the moment?
I'll have a look.
I don't have Linda.
This is.
I'll jump in. RPGs. Mark Stone was hoping for a Witch King costume. Don't know why you're saying that. He then says, "Ouch." That's probably something horrible you said about him. Frederick Short's Elven Picnic sounds like a fun diorama idea. Larry assumes that Damon's saving the Witch King costume for Witch King. I don't have a Witch King costume, and I don't think I'll attempt it. Entmoot says, "Love the guild or picnic idea," giggling quietly here. If you don't do it, I'll see if I can persuade Michael to do it with me next year. Unfortunately, Harry, the only slight problem on that is Seven Stones will be allowing all of the legacy profiles except Gildor. Sorry, there's nothing I can do about that.
Lindir is available with Elrond, the Finecast one on horse and on foot as a Lords of Rivendell set for £40.
I thought he was packaged with that. So does that stay around? It doesn't. You could get rid of that Elrond, couldn't you? You could save that. I think he's possibly the best option for a legacied one from. He's obviously just dodged the axe somehow. Maybe there's a new model coming. Larry says Linda will stay as the only pajama elf. Joe says, Larry, it's for the secret second Halloween stream that then gets removed. Don't know what you're talking about. Larry says it's good they're nerfing Linda. I lose track of all the times I've seen Lindir being used. Steven says, unarmoured Lindir. It's a conspiracy. EastEnders. Oh yeah, Larry points out that Thranduil has lost his horse, which makes a lot of sense, I think. Linda's still there.
That means that my horse has got the old Shadow and Flame conversion kit.
I've got one of those.
Look like that.
I've got one of those. Good one. I've got a Dave one rather than a Steve one. Linda's still there. Elrond Linda's still on sale. Mark Stone says, this is a mysterious comment. I'll save my thoughts on Legacy for another time. Don't know what that means. Larry Miller says there are currently 3 different Elronds available. And he says, why not? I can't think anything that could go wrong or be controversial about a Witch King costume. Yeah, I agree. Joe Holzman says, my doubles partner for next week is bringing Linda on horse. Oh, amazing.
Beautiful.
And Mark Stone says, damn it, I was going to suggest Chris and I run double Gildor. All right, Mark, just for you two can bring double Gildor. That's fine.
Hey.
That's not a problem. So there we go. I feel like I stole the XP from you at the end, but I've caught up with the chat.
That's all right.
You did a heroic.
I needed to let you get some painting done on your hobbits.
And do you know what? I have, and they're finished. They're done. So I am quite happy now to take control for the night because all the little touch-ups on my converted hobbits that need to be done are done. So that he's going to look very similar in this bleached out set. But here he is. He's the guy who had like a metal bow at the start and a kind of bare plastic quiver. He's now been painted. And all the little chips that I did to them while converting them have now been tidied up as well. And there are 5 of them. I can't really show you the other ones. But there are 5 of them now done and complete. And so that is the job for the night done, and probably, to be honest, more than I thought I'd get done. So thank you, Chris Murphy, for being here with me,
That's
for
all right.
steering me through that. We do now have a decision to make. It's midnight, and if I'm brutally honest, and I'd like to be an optimist, going through the Facebook chat and doing the dice troll, it takes about an hour. So the Army of the Dead fans are going to be kicking off about this, but I think we park the deep dive. I don't know how you feel. I think we can bump that to next week or next stream, and jump into.
If it was
Facebook.
a Gilded and Glorian deep dive, then I might have fought for it. But
it's not hugely on thing. I know it's spooky, but I think we go for a nice, concise 5-hour stream, rather than trying to do Facebook between 1 and 2 a.m. or whatever. I think that's the way forward.
Yeah.
I will, however, say, well, we've still got 35 people, and obviously people who watch and catch up. I am happy to confirm right now the next stream is going to be on. Let me make sure I get the date right. Oh, Saturday, 23rd? The 23rd of November. So it's 1, 2, 3. It's 3 weeks tomorrow. Is the next stream, and I can confirm that is locked in with us. We have our guest host, and we've kind of done this a bit backwards today, but it's kind of inevitable that this was going to come up as a major topic today. The theme, we're going to have a special for next week, and I hope people will like this. I think this will be cool. The theme of the next stream will be the legacy models. We're going to give them their moment in the sun. They're going to give them their chance for glory. So the next stream on Saturday the 23rd, the theme that we're doing is anything on that list. And I'm just going to keep it really simple.
Except Gildor.
Yeah. I can hear Larry typing already. I'm just going to keep it simple. Say anything named on that list. Okay, so no speculative options. So Grima on horse, fine. Elendil on horse, no. Yeah, just anything in that list that is named as going to legacies or having a changed profile or something like that will be in. And that will be our theme. And obviously the main discussion of it's been tonight, so maybe we'll be devoid of a discussion, and so we'll do a spooky deep dive instead. We would have had a spooky deep dive tonight to celebrate Halloween, but of course we had some rather big news in the Middle Earth community. So
yep, yeah, Lord Thorn.
You what? Sorry, Lord Thorn. Yeah, Lord absolutely, Thorn. The release of Lord Thorn. So there we go. So I would suggest I'm out of drinks, so I'm gonna go and grab a beer, and then we'll do some Facebook stuff. Does that work for you?
Yeah.
And go from there. All right. Feel free if you want. You can either paint or see what the chat's saying. Whatever works for you.
Right. Let's see what the chat's saying. Right. EastEnders. Slender's Lusty Source. Slender's still there. Yep. Right, Stephen Bonner, Witch King with a mannish hilt, like the pumpkin spice balloon. You can still see it there in the background. It's a thing of beauty. Joe, we ran it this evening. My hobbits held Gwahir and an eagle up for 4 turns. Does that not mean they just took 2 turns to kill them all? Posting Spirit, I've spent all evening painting belts, straps and braces and still not done. Joe even got a wound in each of them before they ran away like cowards they are, abandoning the fight against 4 hobbits so they could gang up on Elrond and Aragorn. I think that's called tactics, Joe. Frederick wants the deep dive. Stephen Bonner, Chris returns next week. Nope. Not returning next week. I've got too much to do for Stirling. Frederick for the new... Boner, Stirlingshire weekend, watching from the buffet with Mr. Murfitt. That's true. We could have it on in Ranners with a curry. Joshua Crosby, what a theme. Tiberius Legacy models for the next stream. Converted Rohan Outriders count.
If they are Rohan Outrider models converted into something else, they count. If they are Rohan models converted into Outriders, they don't count.
Frederick's sad that the deep dive isn't happening.
I think it's for the best for the majority of the stream. I love that you care, but I think
we could have had it, but there was too much talk about Gildor, so
blame Harry Parker.
Tommy Murphy, a chance for Gildor Ingorian legacy model of SBG to prove his quality.
Maybe we have Gildor week. What if it's just Gildor week, right?
Larry, what about models named on the list but being repackaged rather than removed?
Yeah, are they named in the list?
Are they named in the list?
Yes.
Joe Chili is put, don't forget to check email.
Obviously.
Larry, I hope the next stream has Legacy Steve as host. Stephen Bonner, I made Riders of the Dead from Riders of Rohan. I think that was quite a popular thing for a while when you couldn't get the cav.
Made Riders of the Dead. Yeah, so that would be fine for a Riders of Rohan week, not for an Army of the Dead week.
And that's us caught up with the chat again.
Solid. Boom. So I do need to go and grab, as Joe says, I like to, when we don't forget about him, I like to have his stuff in the thread. So here he is. We have a picture. And normally the Halloween one is quite a biggie because it's an open thread, so we'll have to see what people have done. Got 80 comments. I hope I'll upload this. This is truly great content. So this is just two people staring forward into the internet. Imagine if someone joins the stream now. Oh, I've heard a lot about Battle Streams in Middle Earth. What's it about? Seems about two guys in fancy dress looking.
Yeah, I'm actually trying to do some painting just now.
Absolutely, you're very welcome to settle in. I will drive. So let's see how the Facebook screen is looking. That's pretty good. And if I pop this up, oh, wasn't that one? Oh, that's wrong. That's wrong. That's just opening YouTube. That's not what I want. All comments. All right. And then, do I normally have a cheeky zoom or two? I think I did find a good way to make it work. Something like that, perhaps. That's looking right. Okay, let's swap over to Facebook. And I do like to sometimes have a smidgen of panic. So I'm just going to have a look on the YouTubes and make sure that this is working.
But you have cut off everybody.
Of what?
You've not cut. It's fine. It's shown.
Is it? I've got us on the right screen, but I don't have the Facebook page on. Is that right?
Oh no, yeah, it's just the background.
Why has that happened? Honestly, don't know why that's. Okay, this one's not a trick. It's right there. If we go.
While you're doing that, I'll just go through the comments again. Joe, if Celeborn doesn't get his own stream, Gildor and his Manish Hilt definitely shouldn't. Harry will definitely dig out my legacy models. I have a Golden King and a Great Beast. Maybe ambitious to do both, though.
But it's good to get them on. Good to get them on. I think it'd be cool. There we go.
Oh, that's it shown there.
Yeah. Do you want to keep going, or do you want me to jump into this?
I'll quickly speed through the chat.
I'm gonna have
I
another
have a few
eyeball.
potential options, but I've already done my autumn priming. I'm not sure I can be bothered to be prime anything else.
Like autumn priming.
Stephen, I'm not sure I have any of the list of models left to paint. Harry at Joe. Goldman, do you only prime once per season?
That's what I mean, yeah, the autumn priming.
Seems that way. Frederick, what happened? Went away for 1 second to get something, came back to silent mode BSIME. Yeah, you did. You're going to have to watch back.
It's just like BSIME
Harry
ambience, you know.
Holzman apologises for autocorrect. Well, Holzman to Goldman. Stephen, what Lord of the Rings SBG about? Gilder's Manish Hill and choice of songs to sing along to. Joe, to Harry, I absolutely detest priming minis, so usually get a load of stuff ready and primed all once while I'm off work. Frederick, can't see Facebook. Joe, this week was half term, next holiday isn't until Christmas. Frederick, Fritzen book is there. I take it that's German for Facebook. And Sean, I'll be cracking on with the Great Beast. Sam Page managed to snag me one the other day. The orcs are likely to be glued on bases from my orc horde, however.
Awesome.
And that's us caught up.
I remember that happening all live in the Patreon chat. It was wonderful. Someone being sad they never got a Great Beast, and someone else helping them out. You love to see it. Do you know what? Genuinely, if I was going to paint on theme, the way I work through my Beast and stuff, I really honestly now think I'd paint Gildor. Because I've got Gildor and I haven't painted him, and I'll never paint him again. But it's the week before Throne of Skulls, and there is just no chance in hell I will be having a fun time painting a random mod. I can tell you right now, I will be painting hobbits. I have no doubt. But yeah, it sounds like the theme's gone down well, so that's cool. Right, I'm going to have a readjust of this, see if I can... The horrible itchiness has begun, but let's see if we can... Yeah, now it's just hurting a different part of my head. Cool, so, Halloween. Let's have a look at what people have been up to. So first up, it's Richard Clammer. And remember, Chris, you are the arbitrator of whether things are spooky or not, all right? He says, I've got werewolves to paint tonight. And I could probably click this up and... There we go. Let's see how that's looking. That's looking pretty good. That's working well. I like it. I've got werewolves to paint tonight and proxy spiders to assemble in between after. Also, I went to the candy store today and I got the chocolate mice and fish and chips from the pick and mix. Richard Clammer, why are you at a different desk? What's happening? Are you away somewhere? Have you gone somewhere different? That's not your usual desk. You've got your usual nachos. Is that maybe in the lounge and you're hobbying downstairs? That is a fine... Look at that. Look at the treats.
That is a good selection.
That is getting you through a night, that is.
I'm disappointed that you said candy store instead of the candy shop. Because then you could have done about 50 cent.
Yeah, well, indeed. And that would be very welcome here on Battle Streams Middle Earth. He has... Yes, Scott Newman went, now that's a BSIME desk. Oh, here we go. Thanks. I'm away from home, so it's all makeshift. That is a hell of a makeshift desk to put together when you're away from home. He says, not so much progress. I got stuffed on nachos and beers, but here is werewolf progress. Very cool and very spooky. It's a cracking start from Richard Clammer. Next up, we have Scott Newman. Spooky Dead Marsh Spectre for me tonight. Cup of tea and an Empire biscuit. That biscuit doesn't look anything like it comes from the Empire in Old World. Can't understand that at all. But a Dead Marsh Spectre. Labradors because people are dicks. That's a great mug, and congrats for making me swear on the stream. Scott Newman, and he has... That's my Spooky Spectre finished. Let's have a look at him. Looks awesome. He looks... Is that oxide, do we think, Chris? That looks a bit more Bieltan green to me. I'm not sure. Looks like it might have had some oxide in it. But Scott, you are well and truly in with a Spooky Dead Marsh Spectre. Next up we have Frederick Schultz. Got a selection of BSIME supplies, including a delicious spezzy. He's put that in capitals because potentially we were Slightly dismissive of Spezzy. Blue Fanta Spinnenbein. Some tea and a seasonally appropriate white. Oh my god. Shokinokolas. Going heavy on evil spook today. Even have an evil spooky ruin. So he's got oh look, all the spooks. He said some tea, but I'm not sure that counts as tea. I mean, I'll put him in because he's painting a model. But what did you do? Like, what did the tea bag do? Flirt with a cup or what?
I don't think it even flirted. I think it looked from afar.
But that is a hell of a BSIME collection you got there, and he's also got 11 comments. I wonder if they're all about tea. This will be exciting. Green stuff the spooky tree during a spooky Zoom call. That's when we were chatting the other night and sanding the base. We can have a little look at that. That is looking awesome. What is that tree from? Is that the Dol Guldur Ruins one? Not sure. It's good work. You've been doing a lot of Dol Guldur Ruins, Chris, recently, is that?
I've avoided trees at the moment.
We have a repose of a dead marsh.
I think it is.
But he's kind of made it more 3D than it normally is, isn't it? Looking awesome. This is what Frederick does. He does amazing conversions. And we've got a repose of a Numenorian Spectre. Looking very cool.
And the elf one.
There's more replies. That's then the orc one. So I think that's quite a cool angle to have a look at it. That's awesome. What head's that? What's that orc head? Is that a GW head? I don't recognise that. Could be a hunter orc, maybe. Could be a third party thing. Remember, if you are watching along at the moment and it is not too late, it'll take us a while to get through this thread, but if you're working on anything spooky related tonight, and it might not be too late to go and grab something and do a teeny bit on it and stick a photo in, you'll be entered into the draw. Larry, talking in the third person, will be attempting to get the foot version of this guy completed tonight. What is this guy? Oh, was that Witch King? Lovely stuff.
Witch King?
I've got him done on foot. I haven't done him on horse. Have you dabbled in the new Witch King? Do we like?
I've got the sprue. I haven't used it yet. I'm not in a huge rush to do it because I've got the old metal ones on horses and numerous ones on foot and on Fellbeast.
Just read this. This is Frederick's comment to Larry. I'm disappointed by the lack of quality with this one. You can do better pictures, more mess and less light. And Larry says he's planning to get a proper photo later with his desk. Presumably. Mark Greentree is in. Always love having a look at Mark's desk. Oh, look at this.
Yeah.
Whoa. He did.
Just having a look at Mark's work is just generally.
Was it on the last stream or was it in between? I don't think it was the last stream when he showed off his Halloween Hobbit hole. I don't think it was on the stream. I think he's just put it up on the.
Well, he's done his Christmas one as well.
Yeah, just amazing work. I think he's done one for. Is it every season? He's done one for or something.
Yeah.
Just incredible stuff. Working on a few things tonight. A couple of terrain pieces, a wraith, and maybe something in honour of the guest host. So, he gets in. So, is there anything there in your honour, do you think? Is that a Scottish biscuit?
I don't think it's a Scottish biscuit. Is that a Gates to Moria, is he do it?
Maybe. Is that? Is
he was talking about doing a zombie Balin. Like a dead Balin, so that's why I dressed up as a dead Balin.
Do you reckon he's made... You know that rock that's around the edge? Do you reckon he's made that out of that stone that you guys are always banging on about? That's the stone you always want back.
Are you talking about the Stone of Destiny?
I think
he's carved up that because I'm struggling to think what stone you're talking about that we're always wanting back.
The king one. I can't remember what it's called.
It's the Stone of Destiny.
Is it the Stone of Destiny? The one we nicked?
It resides in Scotland.
Yeah, but you might have chopped it up and used it for that. Have you got it back? Have you? I forget where it is.
Yeah, we have. It stays in Scotland, and then it got transported down for the coronation.
Yeah, you didn't like that.
What, the coronation?
Probably not.
To be fair, the coronation, I was at a tournament in Northern Ireland, sitting in the pub watching it with some of the players from the Republic of Ireland, which was, I was having to explain things that when he has the scepter and the sword, he gets an extra attack.
But secretly, you're also banging on about your rock, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. But I don't know what. There's no comments on it, so I don't know which bit is in honor of the guest host. Gate some more pumpkins. There's lovely pumpkins in the background. Just lovely set dressing.
Oh, it's a macaroon. The biscuit.
Right. Okay. Well, there you go. That's nice of him.
I'm also a bit jealous because I do enjoy a macaroon.
I'm jealous of his house. I just think it seems a bit like the Shire. Do you know what I mean? It just seems like you'd go there and everything would be warm and lovely, and my kids' shit wouldn't be everywhere.
You're not toilet trained them.
No, we did see the point. Next up, we have Sean Clarkin with Australia's favourite chocolates, an Aussie treat box. But Australia's favourite chocolates seem to be full of English
Twirls and
chocolates.
Snickers.
There's a Snickers brownie, a Freddo, obviously. What is that? Like, Sean, where's that from? Like, have you been
Australia?
Yeah, well, you think. But what have you done? Have you been to Australia and brought that back? Is that something you sell to Australians to trick them? Like, what is that? It's almost like what we get a selection box in the stocking, isn't it? And Cadbury Dream, Marvellous Creations, and he's got a troll which is a monster, so I think we're allowing that.
And that is the monster of a monster.
I mega love those models.
Yes.
I got both of them. I swapped the head so it was more like the film. So my Scythe one has got the helmet,
Armoured helmet.
and the club one.
That's how mine is.
Oh my god!
I've actually got 3.
Look at that! Oh, look at that troll! That is just it. I was really happy with my troll. I was really pleased with him. You jerk, Sean.
Yeah.
That is just stunning, isn't it? That is just incredible.
Yeah.
I do remember painting mine. I did one of those really long vlog videos on the GWHL where I, just talk about one project for ages. And I remember I was really happy with mine. It was like, as detailed as they are, everything was, even those tiny eyes, because the model's so big, were relatively easy to paint. And I just remember, I felt all of those Forge World Gundabad models painted up so well. Oh,
Yeah.
that is amazing, Sean. Good work, man. What a great model. Really fun to use on the table as well.
Hopefully he's bringing that to Stirling.
Matt Baker is in. He says, a spooky shade to build and shadow to paint tonight. I managed to get through these. I'll hopefully break my new werewolf. So that is quad spooky. So, Matt Baker. Excellent work. I saw some comments. We might have some updates. Ferret Schultz, he says it's no longer as scary since the shade nerf. And then Matt Baker says it's exactly why it deserves a bit of love now. And he says, shade...
That is true.
Yeah. I'm actually...
That is one model I don't actually own just because of past experiences with the shade.
I'm right there with you. I don't have one. I've never wanted one. I've never liked the model. And then the rules changed. And I saw someone, I can't remember who it was. I feel like I've screenshotted it recently, paint one. And it looked like a completely different model. It was, it's normally, no disrespect to anyone, it almost always looks like blue, dry brushed white or whatever. Just someone did this incredible paint job on it. And I was like, do you know what? I might be tempted by one of those now. Like, and it wouldn't be a hideous experience for my opponent. And then he's got some progress. Shade cleaned up and built along with the shadow. Just needs the rose to be finished, which I'll get done tomorrow. Thanks both for a great stream again. Thank you, Matt, for your contribution and your kind words. Dave Shearer was going to paint some hobbits, but dug into the backlog and found a slightly more Halloweeny Spider Queen and some bats. And this is the point where I do my my heart sores at this sort of stuff.
Then what you should do is not finish them. Or don't finish the Spider Queen and then finish it on the 23rd.
Absolutely, this guy knows it. Work on the bat swarms and the broodlings now, and finish the Spider Queen at the next one. But I just love the idea that Dave is working away on some hobbits, and then the stream comes and he goes, no, I need to go and get something and dig it out and paint it. It never ever fails to move me when people do this and get in the spirit of things. I love it so much. Thank you all. He's got a comment. In honor, here's one's for you. In honor of Barlin, I've poured a glass of scotch. Controversial, Chris. He's added a bit of ice.
I can accept it.
You know what I tend to do? I like to have the ice water and the scotch next to it. That's how I don't know how I grew up on it or whatever. That I would have the scotch without the ice, but I would have ice water. But you know,
a little bit of water is fine.
Enjoy
ice. I've got things called whiskey stones, so you can cool your drink down without actually diluting it.
Yeah. But you know, enjoy whatever the things you like in whatever way you enjoy them. Kind of the mantra of BSIME. Michael Haskell. So Dave Shearer is in. Michael Haskell is super in with super spooky. He says, going to give my spooky boys a cut from their sprues in a recent live stream this evening. Going to glue them, sorry. So we can have a look. He says, and done. Early start in the morning, so unlikely to be on to the bitter end. Hey, what do you mean the bitter end? The end might be nice. The end's
it's always better because we go away.
Yeah, absolutely. They're looking good, man. For me, that was them done. Put them on the table. Took them to Warhammer World. Loved it. Very cool, Michael. You are in. Cal, you've got some wild wargs, so he's going to get in. He says some scary wild wargs in front of unscary tamed mounts for warg riders. You are certainly getting in. Very nice, very nice, very nice. And we've got some. There's some metal warg riders in the back, which is pretty cool. And then maybe some banner conversions. Do we think? It's a bit blurry, but
yeah,
that's pretty awesome.
Yeah, he's added banner to, I think, one of the throwing spears in the set.
So warg rider with banner. Progress. Okay, not finished, but sleepy time in Finland. Have a good night. Looking very cool, my friend. Very cool. They look great. And you're in. There could be a dice waiting for you when you wake up. Next up we have Cuthers. 6 Dice Cuthers is in. He's the first of the big 4 to get his name in the draw. He couldn't be 7 Dice Cuthers, could he? He couldn't be. What have we got? Oh, he's got the biggest of them. Check this boy out. Ryan.
Not the biggest of them.
He's the biggest one, the metal.
Somebody could smoke.
Oh, I suppose. Yeah. Fair enough. Working on this guy, blending off the flames and blocking the wind spikes in, plus some Stormcast reclusions. While it's trying, a reclusion is like a troop type, are they? I think that's what that is.
I think so.
Very cool, man. Love it. Looking good. Never painted one. Never done it. Always been scared of how to do the lava, like in the model behind the black bits. But,
yeah, he did it the same way I did. You paint all the yellow and red first, and then just paint the black on top.
Pick out the black. Yeah. I've got one. I've actually. Do you know what? I've only got the metal one. I haven't got the plastic one. I've got the one you hate. I might get you to assemble it for
me. Yeah, pass it my way.
I was going to say, like, genuinely, how much would it cost? How much would it cost you, both for the mental charge and the actual work, to pin and assemble and green stuff a metal barrel?
I don't think I could do
it. he said he's done. I'm going to do this top-down pick because I think it shows off the colours better. But check this out. So I think not the Balrog done, but maybe the wings done or the blending done on it.
Yeah.
It's looking amazing. Top work, my friend. 6 Dice Cuthers is he I don't know. Do you think he's looked ahead? Has he looked ahead to see if Crosby, Holzman, and Fisher have joined in? But he's in there. He's the first one to put his chips down. And go, I'm in today. I'm here.
It's annoying. I've won twice, but it was in the days before the dice.
Did you get 2 of the tokens?
Yeah, and I'll let
amazing.
you have them.
Oh, that's very kind of you. So you got nothing to show for it.
Yeah.
Sam Huddy has he got spooky stuff? I have some sweet snacks while painting these lovely little guys dressed up as reindeer.
It's the Warriors of the Carndom.
A cult member. I don't think they get in. I don't think they can they? I don't think he thinks they get in.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, we've got our first person who's fallen by the wayside. Lovely to see him though. Do we like the
Good choice to snacks?
Yeah, what's the drink? Vanilla-licious milkshake. Very nice. Chris, do you like the Warriors of Carndom?
Yeah, I quite like them. I think maybe the paint job that GW done was a bit Warhammery, but I think with a more muted, natural paint style, they'll probably look really cool.
Yeah, I was very, very impressed when I saw them in person. I thought in person they looked so much better. Jack, I like this. This is cute. I hope Jay's not watching this stream. So Zach Zalakowski is in update. He only managed to paint it Rhinox hide and do a first layer of dry brush. I had too many dwarfs to paint for next week. But that is fine, Jack. That's absolutely fine. That's not failing. That's not cheating. That is doing exactly what you're meant to do. You made a little bit of progress on a spooky model and hung out with us. And he also, you're going to like this. You're going to like this, Chris. He's also got a bonus photo of his dead Barlin. So it's a little...
Well, don't finish it.
Yeah, absolutely. Save him. It's a little bit of Barlin tribute for you there, my friend. Tom Christian is working on some Dead Marsh Spectres. Looking very cool. Lots of spooky stuff going on. That's lovely. Michael Dublé watching Barlin and old Greg while painting some bats. Oh, is that the first mince pie of the season there? Dublé is obviously getting into the Christmas.
Dublé only eats mince pies.
Yeah, he eats 400 mince pies, and that sustains him for his hibernation of the months.
He's never tried chicken.
October.
It's only turkey and occasionally goose.
Oh, wonderful stuff. No updates from Dublé just yet. Rishi Shansa, werewolf washed down with Guinness. I think that means that he was drinking Guinness whilst painting a werewolf rather than using Guinness as a wash. That looks amazing. Look at the face on that.
That is cool.
That is super cool, man. Werewolves, Chris, did you get any? Are you fans of the werewolves? Werewolves a bit controversial.
I like the werewolves. I plan to get some, but I never got any before they sold out.
Yeah, that's exactly where I am, I think.
I have a Wolves of Isengard list already, and all the riders come off, so I could easily do a wolf pack of Angmar by removing all the riders from the wargs.
Oh, is this a... Oh, what do you... Oh. James Wilson's painting goblins. That's... Oh, a goblin spooky?
I
don't think goblins are spooky.
Has he got pumpkins on bases?
No, I don't think goblins are spooky, are they?
No.
I think the chat might be kicking off at
Goblins are cute and lovable.
I don't do this a lot. I'm putting James Wilson goblins at the bottom as a... I don't think...
If it's...
Because otherwise we don't let like orcs in, do we? Like we wouldn't just let generic orcs in.
I would maybe let an orc in if he was within 3 inches of an Angmar spirit hero.
I don't think just goblins or just orcs get in on the Halloween stream. It feels weird and icky saying it, but I don't think they do. But maybe we'll let the people decide. Rory Campbell, time to finish off my BSIME Army of the Dead. You love to see it. I only worked on these guys on streams. Amazing, that makes my heart sore. Rory Campbell. Amazing stuff. Looking very good. Strong definition in there. Looks like very, very dark shading and very light tops. It's very cool. Did you get any of the translucent Army of the Dead?
No.
Just
Not
didn't
that
fancy
long, bought a whole pile of plastic Army of the Dead, and I was like, no, I'll stick with the ones that I've bought.
Ian Spiller.
I keep on seeing them, and I'm still get tempted with them, but I'm resisting.
Ian Spiller, no Middle Earth for me tonight, but one of the Brett Knights I'm working on is going to be an incognito vampire. So that's very cool, but won't get you in. Because not Middle Earth and isn't a vampire. You're just pretending. He's looking very cool though. Slow progress on the speaking. That is my childhood. Warhammer 5th edition starter set Bretonian Knight. I love that.
Yep.
It's the era after me and Chris started. We had the 4th edition box, but that is pretty cool. The Bretts versus Lisman box. I remember being very excited when that came out. I love that. I know Old World's come back, but I love the fact that there are people out there painting those models. You know, not just the whatever 2000 2010 models. You know, people are going back and painting those classic plastics. Mark Greentree has a video. This might have audio, so let's see what happens here. I'm going to try and go full screen. Don't know how that looks. Is that? Are we seeing that? Oh no, hang on. It's not showing because I have, by going full screen and attempting to show it off, it has had the opposite effect and refuses to play it. So I think now if I play it, there you go. You can now see it happening on the screen. You see what's inside?
It's not showing yet for me. Oh, it's me.
That is amazing.
It's me.
Classic Greentree.
And this is why I dressed as Balin, because he mentioned doing a dead Balin. I thought that's a good idea.
Just amazing work, man. Amazing work. Hawk Jacobson. Oh, I saw this conversion in the week. Look at this. Hawk Jacobson. Halloween leftovers and a bit of painting on a Witch King I sculpted. But a good part of it. The thought of finishing it before the next stream is a bit frightening too. How good is that?
It's amazing. I did see it on the GBHL, and I'm like, hats off to actually even attempt that way.
I think the hat's on.
That is true. Yeah, attempting that with that model.
Is that the Get Off the Road horse?
Yeah, I would say so.
I mean, so good to see that being used for something else as well, right? Just awesome, just wonderful. Even the depth on the model that you get by having that banner in it is just wicked. And then a beautiful, beautiful backdrop of BSIME treats.
Yes.
Incredible stuff. Congrats, man. Looks awesome. Very, very proud of yourself. We have one picture, one reply. Oh, we've got the greens. I'll show the greens. It's a work of art. Look at this. Oh, just lovely. Yeah, seeing it there, that's definitely the Get Off the Road one. I recognise the reins and everything. Looks amazing, dude.
Yeah.
Gary George. Oh, we've got it's our first pumpkin. We haven't had any pumpkins in the backdrop, have we? Amazing scenes. Working on some pesky wargs as a spooky Galadriel. This year's Jack-o'-lantern is watching on as I haven't got the heart to send him to the compost yet. That's an amazing... I like the eyes. It's good work. Happy Halloween, B-Simers. And he's working on some warg riders, which ride warg, spooky wolves. So,
it's also got a spooky Galadriel.
Super spooky. Would she get in, though? She's not a spirit, is she? She's just like an angry woman. An angry woman can be very scary. Tim Garlick painting the ghost of Gorrel.
Is that ghost of Gorrel past?
What on earth is that in the background? Has he accidentally pulled someone's face off and then left it in the background whilst taking a comedy picture.
I think so.
I think that might get him into trouble. That is, I mean, that's a murder in the background, isn't it?
I'm not saying that because there's a lot of people want me to say that M word.
He said M word, by the way, just to be absolutely clear. That's someone's eyeball in the background, right? That's
It looks
sexy
like
cool.
it.
All right, let's not show that. I don't want to get the video banned from YouTube. Tim, I know you're sad, mate, about the Dunland stuff. I wonder if it's his face. He's peeled it off in rage. Amazing stuff. Warwick Griggs got a bit of work done on Gulliver tonight. A fun model to build with those big old metal Gulliver.
Oh.
Get Chris to do it for you.
I have a metal Gulliver. It's in pieces after the 5th time it toppled off a shelf, and I've never put it back together.
Oh, I grew up, the same era we were talking about, where the big beasties in Warhammer all had metal wings. You know, the Prince Imric Dragon Rider.
Yep.
It was before they made the plastic wings.
Yep.
And they had these metal dragon wings that had the tiniest, like
Contact points. Yeah.
Dark times, man. Dark times. Joe Holzman.
I remember building the metal steam tank. That was
I never did a steam
near
tank.
impossible.
Was it?
The plastic one came out and it was beautiful.
Would that not be quite a low centre of gravity? There's not like heavy bits to fall off, aren't they?
They were just incredibly heavy and balanced on a couple of little wheels.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Of course.
Those big slabs of metal.
Yeah. Joe Holzman's, and he says he's a bit late tonight. He is, because he's normally like first in the thing. A bit late tonight as a game arranged, but I've got Werewolves of Angmar to be built. Love to see it. So there is the second of the big 4 joining colours in there. Pretty sure that's still 4 dice. I think it's 4 dice Holzman, 4 dice Fisher, 5 dice Crosby, and 6 dice Crosby. 6 dice Colours. Joe. Oh, he's built them. He's got 4 werewolves. That's pretty cool. And they're done. We'll get some paint on the Arwen and Frodo I started last stream now. Very, very cool. Do we have head swaps? Can you swap their heads? Joe hasn't. I don't know if you can.
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
I would have thought there'd be the sort of models that you could for a bit of variety, but possibly not. Looking very cool, Joe. Thanks for getting involved as ever. Oh, Jesus. My God, there's still loads. Crispin Farbrother says, about to spray a new box of orcs and continue with my new figures for Angmar alongside a 0 beer. But he's got some spooky guys down there. He's got the dead wash.
Yeah, there's the Barrow-wights and what's the new
Shadow of Grudar.
Aye, that one.
Very, very cool, Crispin. Rob Lynchbury has got some ghosts. He says, currently getting my Army of the Dead with added smoke effect, ready for a tournament in December. Ripping off shields pains me. Past me didn't think to keep some models without shields, but the micro smoke machine that arrived today has taken my mind off it. Why is he ripping off shields?
Not sure.
Tournament in December.
But I'm hoping he's having a little mini rave for the micro smoke machine.
Might get an update picture. They look amazing. It's a great colour scheme. Why are you ripping off the shields, Rob? They're allowed shields, and the shields make them much better.
Much better.
So much better. Always shields. Keep the shields. More shields, not less shields. And here, I presume this is a smoke machine. Oh, is that smoke at the bottom? Is that?
Is it got like a hose that comes out?
Yeah, look, I mean, I think we're seeing moving smoke. Can you see my cursor on the screen? That is showing up, isn't it?
Yeah.
Is this smoke? Is this like smoke captured? This looks mega.
I think so.
No wonder you're excited. Fireworks give off smoke, don't they? I may have to message you, Rob.
Party poppers do.
Very, very cool. And then also on the table tonight, my Rohan dismounts. I've said I would finish all my Rohan models before the new edition. Gambling banner and no banner, a captain and a normal banner better. I don't think I could bring myself to paint plastic Rohan models now. I think now that we know they're getting them, I would have to flog them or give them to someone super cheap and just prepare for the new one. I couldn't bring myself to spend the time doing them.
Yeah.
Knowing that you're about to get super sexy new ones. Sam Huddy says, meanwhile in... That's great. Meanwhile in David's at it. I should probably explain that for anyone who came late to the stream, but I ran upstairs. Oh, he's crying. I've just seen his little tears. I ran upstairs to the loft, found my Fellowship of the Ring sprue and snipped off Gandalf's staff today. Oh, I love it. Good work, Sam. Sam Earnshaw, taking a break from orcs to get a couple of spooky boys done. See, they're doing it again. And that actually, you see, that validates my feelings about the goblins. He was painting orcs, but didn't think that was enough to get in.
Yeah.
I'll have to see what the chat's saying, but lovely work. I like those Barrow White models. They're quite near the top of my to-do list.
Just behind several hundred hobbits.
There's only 18 hobbits to go now? In 4 weeks? Ah, Katie's dinosaur dice.
They are cool.
They are pretty mega, aren't they? Now, she's got a pterosaur on there, and she's got what looks like a plesiosaur, neither of which are dinosaurs. They were just prehistoric animals that were around at the time as the dinosaurs. So that's a shame, because she's ruined it there. I also don't know of any sauropod that would have plates down its back like a stegosaurus. So that's also a shame. The Triceratops seems to have 2 horns. So Deuceratops. It's not a Protoceratops because that would have 1. Everything else is fine though. But yeah, it's just...
You know what I'm going to say to that? Nerd. And I like them. Especially the Loch Ness Monster one.
They are super cool. They're super cute. And I've probably just killed any chance I've ever had of getting one. Brian is working on the membrane veins tonight. Destro. That's a spirit on a monster.
Is that not a Cypress Hill song? Membrane Veins.
What, spirit on? Oh, I thought you meant spirit on a monster. Was that? Are you thinking of Insane in the Membrane? Was that what you were going for?
Yeah.
Lovely work. You love to see it. Good to get some Cypress Hill humour. We never got that with Steve. It was all about the Stone Roses. Josh Coles managed to get home from football to do some dry brushing on some Barrow Whites and spray prime a werewolf. Perfect. Is that Barrow White missing a head? Still trying to figure out Angmar basing scheme. So annoying. Haven't started to actually get any Angmar stuff painted yet. Is that? You see what I mean? Is that? Am I just seeing that wrong? He seems to have like a square head. You see that?
Yeah.
That me being crazy?
Oh no, it does have a head. It's the hair is going down the arm. It's just the angle.
Oh yeah, it's the shoulder plate, isn't it? It's like metal over his shoulder.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, very good. No, that's funny. It looks like just like his shoulder. Silly old Barrow Whites. Good work, Josh. Werewolf's getting a fair bit of love tonight. I think despite the potential controversy, I think people like him. Oh, Fisher's in. 4 dice, Fisher's in. That's 3 of the big 4. Working on my... he's here to play. Look at this. Look at this pile of grey. Working on my Ringwraith Witch King on Felby's tonight. Ready for painting on Witch King stream. I think we'll squeeze Witch King stream in this year. I think we will.
I'll save my plastic one for that.
Yeah, because we're doing the legacy stream next, and then we'll do a Christmas stream. For the first time in 3 years, we won't have a 20th anniversary stream this year. We've done a special about the 20th anniversary for Fellowship 2000 Return of the King for the last 3 years. We haven't got one of them, and those are always our 2 December ones. I think Witch King stream might be early December, hopefully. That's definitely in the next issue. Very cool though, my friend. Some discarded Milky Way wrappers there to show the chaos that's been going on in the Fisher household. And he says, although it does look somewhat like he's taken a painful nosedive through the desk. Indeed. Oh, and here he is. Here is 5 dice Crosby. That's the big 4. They're all in. It says, forgot to bring the Slogo Deader Done Harrow I set aside for Stag Do painting. So ran out to Element in Sheffield to get these. They have a lot of last chance to buy models still. It's the classic chopping board for cutting. Oh, the dedication. I'll click on this just in case it's a bit bigger. Oh no, it's just so that is Joshua Crosby on a stag do, running out to a Games Workshop and finding a Games Workshop that sells a spooky Middle Earth miniature. That's an incredible effort, my friend. And then trying to I suppose he's got a craft knife, trying to destroy a chopping board. I suppose it's what a chopping board's for. Whoever chops their cucumbers next is going to get some tasty, tasty plastic pieces. And this is the board he made, a one by one board he made for a stag do. He's out right now. That is awesome. I think that Josh does, just casually knocks out some pretty awesome hobby. Is that a stag do? I'll just make you a quick table. It's fine. What's on the other side? So is this maybe double side? All right. So we got like a Mordor side and a grassy side. That's amazing. No one made me a gaming table for my stag do.
Weren't you still in the closet at that point?
Yeah, well, I wasn't even playing actually. I wasn't doing anything. I mean, I wasn't even in. I don't think it counted as being in the closet. I was. What happens? What happens when you before you're playing again? Like maybe I was still
hibernation.
I was still flat pack furniture. I hadn't been made into a closet to get into or something. But yeah, we went to Nottingham as well. Crazy scenes. I went to Nottingham on my stag do and didn't go to Warhammer. Larry, oh, here we go. Look at this photo. Exactly what who was it after Frederick was asking. Got him assembled and primed. I can't tell where he is. Look, Larry, get a new cameraman, or at least just tap.
Or just clean the lens.
Or just tap the camera over the Witch King, and it'll focus on the Witch King, dude. It'll blow your mind. I think he's already in, isn't he? Yeah, he's already in. Less than I was planning to get done, but realised I can finish him on Witch King week. You can indeed. Assuming, I mean, I'm sure.
These treats, do you think they were from last Halloween?
Yeah, actually, do you know what? You're right. We shouldn't dismissively click off Harry's pictures. There's normally Easter eggs. So that's 3 cupcakes. They look quite fresh, to be fair. Looks like he's got some spooky cupcakes. It's pretty cool. Very cool. Very cool. Very cool. Stephen Ryan is in. Glued some arms and faces onto some Morgul Knights and an arm onto an eBay rescued Black Rider. That's super cool. The horse, let's have a look at this. The horses finally have some riders 8 months after originally painting them out. And there's the rider. So he's glued an arm onto him. So is that an arm from a Morgul Knight, we think? He's added to that. I would say so. Possibly. That definitely gets you in. Stephen Ryan. Pretty cool, pretty cool, pretty cool. Harry Potter.
Oh.
Harry Parker working to assemble sprues of Dead of Dun Harrow. Archie has been lulled to sleep by the gentle Scottish brogue of Chris. He's got his eyes open. That's a lie. It does look like you're looking down at him, though. And what a truly terrifying sight that would be. Harry Potter.
In my belly.
I think that might be my first sight of Archie. I think. He is gorgeous. Very, very cool. Make sure to keep all those tools and glue in the bassinet at all times. Did you put the tools on the tray next to the bassinet or in the bassinet? Oh, that's probably on the tray. Frederick Schultz, take a bow. Dead of Dunharrow? More like Dad of Dunharrow. Harry must be fuming that he's missing that. He missed that. And he says, managed to assemble all the Dead of Dunharrow. We'll prime them before the next spooky stream. Hopefully there's a Friday 13th or something soon enough so I continue my BSIME. Yeah, so Harry's doing, I think as he talked about when he was on, he's doing a slow grow BSIME army. So I think that's all, another 12 new guys, which I think he only had like 5 before. So I think that might be kind of tripling the size of his BSIME Army Dead, which is very, very cool. Awesome to see. Hobbying and parenting together at last. Chris Cooper squeaking in late with a bat. Wonderful.
That's a good pun as well.
What's that?
Squeaking with a bat.
Yeah, I suppose. Do they squeak? I suppose they do squeak, don't they? Yeah, okay. We'll allow it. Sean Williams made some progress on Gothmog's work. Is that the guy? He was in the chat, right, saying I don't have anything, and he's going, no, I do. I have a spooky wolf, looking very cool. I haven't done him. Done Gothmog on foot. Have you dabbled in new Gothmog?
I cut that Gothmog off the warg to turn the warg into a wild dwarf chieftain for a wolfpack army.
Very cool. And Chris then adds that Ruth has been assembling some of our BSIME Army in the Dead, so Ruth Cooper also gets to play. Very cool. And then some guy called Damon O'Byrne says, quoting Joe Achille, hey guys, entry for today attached. Never finished assembling my transparent Army of the Dead from Army of the Dead week a few weeks ago, so we'll try and do so tonight. Also have several other WIP projects to work on. Need to finish some of these before I start anything new. Will these guys get me to the final again this week? Only time will tell, but it feels time for another dice to travel across the ocean. They look good there, don't they? They look like they've got a really nice glow.
The way the light is, yeah.
So Joe Achille is in. And Julian Hammond, he's cracking open a new blister. Yeah, I like a blister picture. Julian Hammond making a start on these Barrow Whites tonight and intending to do a Rings of Power colour scheme. We recommended it earlier. I'm sure Julian knows because he's in our Patreon chat, but on the off chance you don't, Julian, have a look at Chris Billowitz's painting guide to do just that. They look mega. He's got one reply to that. So he's got them out of the blister, which I can show the little version here. And then that's as much as I'll do tonight, but looking forward to painting some evil red robes on another time. Julian, may I ask, I love your painting's obviously exceptional. You normally, historically, paint one area and finish it, and everywhere else stays base coated. So what's different about these? Why have you changed your approach to paint it like normal people paint? I'll be curious what was different there. And that, for the moment, is that. I have 81 comments, so I'm going to close that. I'm going to refresh. It's going to take a painfully long time to refresh. We've got 91 comments. Obviously, some of these might well be comments on other people's things. But if we scroll down to the bottom, oh no, it looks like it is Julian. So we've had 10 more comments during that are comments on other people's stuff, which is cool. So that is indeed it. Boom. Massive round of applause for everyone who took part. Congratulations, guys. That was awesome. Some fantastic hobby on display. I'm just scanning briefly through the chat to see if there's anything about goblins. Oh, I was just seeing James Wilson. Thanks to everyone fighting my corner.
Joe Holzman, I'd like goblins and small, grotesque, monstrous creatures that appear in various European folklores. Name is derived from a French word for demon.
Oh, look at this from Harry. James is a lovely fellow without a huge number of dice, so should be allowed in, even if goblins are bottom. He's like turning up to the table, like with, he's got 5 dice, and his Aragorn knocks someone down. He goes, "Oh, you need 8, James. I've only got 5. Oh, you can borrow 3 of mine. Oh, if only you could win some more dice somewhere." Oh, amazing! I'd let goblins in. Thanks for. We'll put goblins in. Yeah, we'll put James in. I think he was the only one to have kind of orcs and stuff that didn't get in otherwise, right?
Yeah.
But I think Sam Huddy had like Men of Khan Doom, and men don't get in. But I think every time we do the Halloween special, we let more and more stuff in. I swear to God. But it's fine. It's not a record breaker. It's all right. So James, you are in, my friend. Although you are in a different place to the way you should be, so that could skew the entire draw. So, do you want to jump in chat while I prepare the numbers? Just even if you catch up on a few.
Yeah.
I think we got to. Only Prime once per season. We had that, didn't we? Joe Holzman, I absolutely detest priming minis, so usually get a lot of stuff ready. This week was half term. Next holiday isn't until Christmas. Sean Clark, I'll be cracking on with the Beast, the Great Beast. We talked about that. It might have to be.
I found Harry saying he wants to do a Golden King and a Great Beast.
Yeah, I think we got further than that, didn't we? I thought.
Oh, yeah.
I think you want to go about 10 down, maybe.
Joe Holzman this week was half term, not holidays until Christmas.
It's about there.
Frederick Schultz, Fritz and Book is there.
Facebook.
Sean Clark, I'll be cracking on with the Great Beast. And that's when he said some page managed to thank me one. Joe Holzman, it might have to be Vrasku or Murin and or Draw. Could you not squeeze Gildor into your Hobbit list? Sean, that doesn't sound very BSIME, Damien.
What doesn't sound very BSIME?
Probably
it's probably me.
The fact that you're going to paint hobbits rather than something else. Stephen Boner says put Gildor in your army. Posting Spirit still sitting and praying for a couple of tickets for Throwing Skulls from myself and Mr. Wilson.
Oh, I hope you do get them, man. If you can keep it free, I genuinely believe even the day before they come up when people just can't make it. Good luck, dude.
Is Posting Spirit Sam Huddy?
Yeah.
Larry Miller, for next stream I might work on the Witch King separately. Posting Spirit, hope 50 Cent appreciates his shout out. He should.
Really give you
Stephen Boner going with a werewolf? Question mark. Joe at Larry, I do have a Prime Witch King I was saving for Witch King week. Frederick has confirmed it's 2 Dol Guldur trees on the rune.
I thought I recognised those trees.
Joe Holzman, by sanded base, do you mean applying sand to it or using sandpaper to smooth it down?
Is that me?
Frederick said there's oathmark bits on the spectres. Open hand is really useful for those poses. Very rare to get these kinds of bits.
Yeah, I agree with that. As just been converting a lot of hobbits, open hands are a real premium. Folko Boffin is your friend for an open hand.
Lindeer, he's got an open hand.
Yeah. It's not hobbit size though, is it?
Just have a big hand. Larry, I was planning to finish mine on Witch King week, Joe, but it might stretch him over 3 streams. I just like how he's the model that doesn't really belong here, but it's technically on theme. Stephen Bobbin pointing out it was a Macadrune on the that picture. Larry Miller, he's already available separately. Why is he now separate?
I don't know about that one. I thought that was like might be a mistake and a hangover in the language from the fact that he used to be in that ring race pack.
Yeah.
And obviously, I'm well aware he hasn't been in that pack since the plastic one came out, and the ring race of Angmar have just been the two. I just wonder if that's like a, I don't know, just an old mistake in the language or something. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah. Unsure which King of Angmar separately. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. Which one? Is it like the ghostly one, or is it?
I don't know, but he's not in a pack at the moment, so it's not like he's coming out of a pack to be sold separately. That's what happened. I don't know, a year ago or 2 years ago or something.
Yeah. Who knows? Well, hopefully someone does. Joe Holzman, your zombie Balan, question mark, I assumed you were Frankenstein Santa. And then he corrected it to Frankenstein's Santa. And then that was Adam Franken Santa.
Oh, it's jokes within jokes within jokes. 5 hours into the stream, it's real meta.
There's some comments on you having to work on the toilet training. Dave Walker, just got home from my gig, gutted I couldn't make it in time. Hope you all had a spectacular stream.
Oh, good use of spectacular. I'd love to see it. Hope it went well, Dave. Did you do all the small things?
Stephen Bono wondering if the ice in Dave Shurer's whiskey is Scottish water. I think it's Welsh. Joe, paint all the flame bits first, then paint the black over the top. I painted 2 Balrogs, both of them metal, don't own the plastic one.
I've got the one that was in the made to order. It's the old one, right? I mean, I know they're all old. Not the bending over one. When he came up and made to order quite recently. That's when I picked him up. And Rob Cron convinced me to, because I was like, I don't want to paint the Balrog. If I'm ever going to paint it, it's not going to be a metal one. Why the hell do I want this? And he was
I still wish they would do a Forge World like character series, Balrog and Gandalf. I spent the 7 stones trying to persuade Adam that would be a great idea.
His Rob's argument was, it's just one model for your backlog. And it genuinely worked. I was like, yeah, you're right. So I've got it, and it's in a box, and I can't stress how low down the list that is. It's probably slightly higher than Smaug, but
just need to do an SBG magazine on Adventures in Moria.
Yeah, but then I'd buy a plastic one and I'd paint the plastic one. I genuinely believe before I paint that metal one, I'll buy and paint a plastic one. I really, really believe that. Why would you put yourself
I believe that too.
Yeah, why would you put yourself through
it? Stephen, oh dear, need an updated list of minis I still need to get and paint. Frederick, hashtag justice for Carn Doom.
I think it might be the only thing we didn't put in. Oh, and Ian Spiller's Bretonians.
Post-Team Spirit knew it was a stretch. Oh, what was his?
He was the Carn Doom.
Yeah. Larry, I got Witchy assembled and primed, then I couldn't find my little basing spatula thing, so lost my motivation, didn't get anything else done. Could have used a spoon, Larry.
If only you had one. If only you had one.
I must have left it in my bag after doing my last minute base snowing on the way to Warhammer World. Could also use a spoon for that. Joe Holzman, they're back in stock now. I bought mine last week. Oh, that'll be the werewolves. Is that a mounted Delendal in the background?
I think it was about. Is that the goblins? I think there's a amount of the Isildur in the background.
Yeah. Posting Spirit, I'd argue that Goblins are spooky related. Was there a Goosebumps episode by Goblins? No idea. James went as a seal doer. Destro Dexterous, I don't do this a lot. Goblin flashback. Harry, James is a lovely fellow without a huge number of dice, so should be allowed in, even if the Goblins are borderline. James, I haven't got any dice, been in one final, but other than that, nada.
Such a great comment from Larry.
Goosebumps had an episode called Goblin Monday. I think that rests the case. It's Friday. Joe, I'd let the Goblins in. I did that one. Joe, James Wilson, convert it on the Lendl and you might have a shot at a dice in 3 weeks' time. That'll be the Sealder. James, thanks to everyone fighting my corner. Reese, Giorgio, my guy. Larry, she is a witch though.
It depends who you ask, right? I think that's Rohan propaganda.
Posting Spirit probably pulled his own face off in rage over Gorov, same as what you said.
What we said.
Border going on about Gladriel
confirm? Is he still
encapsulates
out
a
there?
powerful, almost spirit-like queenly nature. I am Gladriel, the Lady of Light. Larry, I want a gully, but refuse to buy him in metal. You should refuse to buy him in metal. So Stroming Fish, I've been in and out. Did my Gothmog and Warg sneak in?
Now,
yes.
I might be embarrassing myself. And I don't know why you know this. Is the Stroming Fish Josh Coles? The Gothmog and Warg did make it in. I'm just trying to put these together. I'm just looking down the list. Yeah, the answer is he's in.
I think so.
And I'm just trying to connect these in my head. Is Sir Stroming Fish Josh Coles? That would be super to know, Josh, if you let us know. It's always kind of handy to get.
We haven't got to it yet as a later comment, so could be a chance. Joe says a 1-5 dice, but not got the 5th yet. It would need green stuffing. They don't line up big gaps at the neck. Oh, that's for the swapping the heads about on the werewolves.
Right, I see, yeah.
Joe saying regarding dice, weren't we all on 5 dice before Cuthers won the 6th last time?
Yes, I think, you're right. I think Joe did go up to 5 first. Yeah, sorry, I apologies. I've robbed Joe of a dice. It's 4 dice Fisher now, 5 dice Holzman and Crosby, and 6 dice Cuthers. And what had happened was Cuthers was on 5, Holzman and Crosby were with Fisher on 4. Holzman went up to 5, Crosby went up to 5, and Cuthers was like, I'm not standing for this, and went up to 6. In 4 of the last streams have been won by those 3. Just incredible scenes. Incredible consistency. Yeah. You love to see it in the modern game.
There's lots of discussion about dice. Harry, maybe Rob is removing the shields for point reasons.
What does that mean? Oh, I see.
For the Army of the Dead.
I read that as Rob Alderman. Like, the shield options thing in the article.
Larry's I've got 2 Pelmers worth of old Rohan. I'm a lot less excited to get to now. It's fine, just painting up the Moranans. I think Stevens missed the trick to make Gandalf grey plastic coloured as he's unpainted. I think that must be to the Sam's meme. Rob came back saying ripping off only 4 shields due to not having enough points for a 500 point force. It's mainly to give me a bit of manoeuvring with army building.
What, as in his force comes to 504 points?
I think so.
Hot take time. I might be tempted, it's too late now, I might be tempted to drop a Warrior of the Dead and have 4 Warriors of the Dead with shield. Like 1 less Warrior of the Dead, but 4 of your Warriors of the Dead being high defense.
Yeah.
And play points down.
It does say it gives me a bit of manoeuvring with army building.
There is no manoeuvring. There is only put shields on all of your army of the Dead. There's only Zords.
Joe Holzman, wouldn't it be a bi-stick Eratops?
No, it's not from Bista. It's not from Bista.
Isn't that Bicester? Harry's went, Katie gave me one of those dinosaur dice at Rings of Men last year. Awesome tournament, which I believe is on this weekend. Number of times I see the adorable dinosaur and celebrate is wonderful.
That's good to hear. I hope you have got a dinosaur on your dice and not a prehistoric animal that was alive at the time of dinosaurs.
You're just persuading her not to give you any. Joe, I may have had this discussion about some of the dinosaur-themed toys in the nursery a couple of weeks ago.
Dinosaur
Stephen pointed out that square bit wasn't his shoulder; it was his shoulder, not his head. Yeah. Rob's came back. Also, the micro smoke machine is literally the best thing I've bought from Amazon. It's for an Army of Dead display board where the smoke with lights will come out of the door of the dead.
Rob, is there any chance you could send me a link to that incredible, successful smoke machine you've bought from Amazon? I'm just asking for a friend.
Post Team Spirit, not too late to do a 10th anniversary for the Battle of Five Armies.
I'm not doing that, no.
Harry, surely we'll have a new edition, new movie stream mid-December?
Yeah, that's a good point. Of course we will. It's timing. I mean, it depends when it comes out, right? It'll be timing, though. I feel like there'll be I think we're going to have another stream. We might have to try and squeeze 3 in December, and I'm sure no one would complain. But I think it will come out. I don't know. It's going to come out on the 7th or the 13th, I think. Right? It's the week before the film or the week of the film, I think, because there's no way it's coming out on the 20th. And I think possibly our next stream might be, if it's the first weekend, we might be doing it on the Friday when it comes out on the Saturday. So we wouldn't have it. Maybe if it's, and if it's the week after it's on the 13th, then the early December stream will miss it. You're right though. We will. Maybe we'll try and do the Christmas stream earlier. Maybe we'll do the Christmas stream in early
Joe's
December.
Actually went probably best save for the new year. Harry, make sure all the nerds to get the new box for Christmas can join in.
That's cool. We could do both, right? Why not both? Where's that gift? We could have but then you wouldn't want to spoil the movie. You'd have to save the movie, wouldn't you? Oh, clearly there's enough specials to do like a movie stream and a new edition stream. Clearly, but you wouldn't want to spoil the movie. We'll do something, but yeah, Harry, you're absolutely right. We won't spoil the movie, and B, we will be doing a special to celebrate the fantastic new box. Of course, we will. But it would be a bit like the Army of the Dead translucent thing. I think I'd want to do it as a cool party where everyone could be painting new starter sets.
Are you skipping down there?
No, you not hear what I said. I tried to say starter sets, and I said something different.
Right, okay. Yeah. I didn't catch that. I just shut up. Shut off when you start talking.
But yeah, it'd be fun to have everyone painting stuff from the new starter sets. And celebrating all the starter sets that they'd had over Christmas.
It's worse when you're saying that and I just see that pumpkin behind you.
Absolutely.
Stephen, dedication.
Very good, very good.
Harry's a good fair point, Joe's comment about the maybe next year. We also forgot Frederick, an entire cameraman, bit much Damien. Larry should just get a new phone with a functioning camera.
I don't know, but do you think I said get a new cameraman? I think that's what's happened there. I think I've cracked that one.
Joe, Larry's getting the effect of a fog machine without the fog machine there. Larry, I've tried to clean it crisp, but the lens is surrounded by broken glass and nothing I do seems to help it. Use a spoon. It's not an alarm from a Morgul night, it's an alarm from a Black Numenorian night.
Oh, nice. That's topical.
Josh Crosby, I've emailed pictures of our Stag Do Games BSIME dice feature. Post-Team Spirit, Harry was clearly too upset by Gildor to think straight.
Josh, I haven't had those, mate. Battlestreams1@gmail.com. It's Battlestreams1 with a digit. Don't know if that makes a difference. But yeah, I can't see them in the inbox. send them to me or DM them to my Facebook, and we'll pull them up by the end of the stream. If you can get them to me quick.
Rob Lynchbury, night guys, don't let the big bugs bite. I'll try not to. Have a good night too. Harry, took the picture before I posted. He was asleep, but he's been stirring just in time for you guys to finish, and you want to go to bed, no doubt.
Classic baby.
Joe, I paint them the same way. Ashley Fisher, nights, boys and girls. We'll catch up the rest of another time.
Fisher is going to bed confident in his ability to get the dice. I don't even need to watch this. I got
it. James, cheers, guys. I think he's celebrating being allowed in.
Oh.
Joe, can we have a ruling on whether he'd be eligible before we all decide to work on him next stream?
Is that Gildor?
Not tell sure.
He'd be eligible.
Is it the Witch King? I think.
Yeah, the Witch King would be eligible. He's on the list. It's the simplest way. If he's on the list, he's in. Quick Beam in. Greenman on Horse in.
Who?
He's gone. He's gone now.
It's Birchseed.
Birchseed in.
Hey Joe, it was longer ago than that was, and didn't the Plastic Witch King come out at the same time as the Dol Guldur book, which was the first BSIME meetup?
You're probably absolutely right, man. Everything. It's like I know Harry and Alex were doing this last night, where they're going, "Oh, like Goroth only been out for like a year," and he's been out for sorry, not Goroth. Like Zagdush and is it Goroth?
Aye.
Zagdush and what's the other one? What's the orc one with the two-handed?
Goroth.
Goroth, which is different to Goroth.
Yes.
Zagdush and Goroth, they've only been out like 2 years. Like they've been out 6 years, and the Rohan guys, they've only been out a year. Like they've been out 4 years. You shouldn't still be on this. Why are we not on this? I just saw something popped up then.
Larry, I got the Gandalf from Damien's Balrog, and he's also sitting low in the painting queue. You've just had a Facebook message appear.
Yeah, that's literally what I just saw. I didn't know Facebook was still on there. The good news is it's not. Do you know what? Hang on, what the hell am I doing? I've gone the wrong way with this. I've hidden it when, if anything, we should show it. If it'll work. Are these going to work? Let's have a look. How does that look? That's going to work, isn't it? That's going to work. That's going to look great. So let's read this from Josh. He says, I thought I'd share the game I've been playing this evening. I made a double-sided 1x1 board for a campaign in 2 acts. It's based around an orc the stag had in a Battle Company's campaign. I made a narrative series of games instead. Also made custom terrain for both sides of the board and stat markers for the orc characters that feature. And stag dude dice. Although, as the opponent, I've been rolling BSIME dice. I put the campaign back on here just to give the gist. And here we go. So it's custom-made stag dude dice. He looks happy. This is just beautiful. BSIME 1 there. Are these showing up all right? Yeah, that's working, isn't it? Wonderful stuff. And he's made this terrain. Oh, BSIME 6. He's made the terrain just for the event. Oh, it's just wonderful. Josh, you're such a little hobby hero, mate. This is just amazing. Look at the dwarfs. Jimmy the Bold, Mighty Ugrath, Dark Gangrath. Stag dice. Oh. I love it, I love it, I love it. And we can probably pop this open and have a cheeky look. Oh, we can't have a cheeky look because it's a Word file and it's going to open up in Word. But there you go. Thank you, Josh, for sending that through, man. Really heroic stuff.
Those stag dice remind me of the old Team Knots ones.
Yeah, I thought that. He's written a 13-page campaign supplement for this. For his, what a thing to do for your friend. It looks like multiple scenarios. Jimmy the Pet. I wonder, is that the name of the stag? I don't know if you mentioned that. I'm not sure. Lots of different scenarios, different acts. This is just Crosby all over. So much love and effort poured into this. I love it. I love it, man. Good work.
Right, where are we?
Larry Miller, I got the Gandalf from Damien's Balrog.
Yep. Frederick, goblins are borderline way to make assumptions about the mental health of an entire species, Harry. Post-team spirit, I've nowhere near that level of skill with photo editing. A quick job in Microsoft Paint is the best you'll get out of me. That's all you need. Joe, that's crazy talk, Damien. Probably, but I've no idea.
Which particular bit of crazy? See, it's hard, isn't it, Chris? It's hard.
Yes, Larry, the other thing about dinosaurs that always bother me is why people incorrectly write T.Rex.
I know that this is true from BSIME. This is how long we've been doing this. I've learnt this about Larry on that. It's just incredible stuff. Incredible stuff.
Joe, but that's correct, Larry.
Oh, don't do that. Now he'll answer you and explain why. You've fallen for
it. Joe, unless you're talking about Mark Boland and Co., and then it should be capitalised. Frederick picked you up on painting new starter sets.
There you go.
Big ruffle. Larry Miller, in 2032, are you going to do both a 30th anniversary stream and a 20th anniversary unexpected journey stream? And will you be able to fit them both around episode 4 of the Fantasy Fellowship?
I think
as well as that'll be episode 100 of the Palantir.
I think we'll just do the 20th anniversary of the Hobbit ones. I don't think we'll do 30th anniversary of the Lord of the Rings ones.
Joe said you did. Larry, can't wait for that new starter sex. Joe, Larry, don't be silly. Episode 4's never coming. You said that Damien. You say that Damien, but we've been burnt before. Larry, he's eligible, Joe, as long as you paint him separately.
What are they talking about?
I think the Witch King. They don't trust you.
Yeah, the Witch King's definitely eligible. Yeah, he's fine.
You've broken your word before. That's how you ended up in this state.
That was Steve demanding that Boromir.
I was more meaning you're the King of the Dead. You were. You were asked.
Oh me, yeah.
No,
you
did.
Sorry, I forgot. I'm not Damien. I'm King of the Dead. Yeah, I have. But he wanted me to go and fight in a war, mate. It's terrible. He was very unlikely to win. Very unlikely to win.
True.
You wouldn't have gone either. You were just hidden in your mountain digging for that gold, and you know it. Barely killed that dragon.
Joe Goldsman Goroth.
You needed that peasant in the brown coat to fix it for you. Right. See, Cuthers is doing this again. We're going to do the dice draw now. He's just said going to have to call it there. Last time he did this, he left just before the dice draw, and then he won. I don't think he's going.
See, Larry got most breaker joke, but that's us caught up.
And I've sort of good catching up. So that means when we return from the dice draw, it will just be the kind of dice based content that we've got to get through. So we have in total got 35 entries this week. 35 entries. So well done to all of you for all your spooky stuff. Really, really super. Still 27 of you with us at 1:30. Aren't you glad we didn't do the deep dive?
Still got half an hour.
This is what I mean, yeah. I mean, we're not far off pushing that record, I tell you. But yeah, so we've got a group of 12, a group of 12, and a group of 11. All right, so let's go over to Spooky Dice Cam. This is Chris.
Ryan Cuthbert says that is his plan.
Where's Zoom gone? This is what every guest host looks forward to, the moment they get to control the destiny. As a reminder, we are playing tonight for this Black Middle-earth dice that only rolls 2s. You see, it's rolled 2 2s now. That's another game.
2s and 5s.
Yeah, another game ending exactly when you wanted it to, which is perfect. Let's put the dice watching on. So, indeed, we have first group of 12, which is Richard Clammer, Scott Newman, Frederick Schultz, Larry Miller, Mark Greentree, Sean Clark, Matt Baker, Dave Shearer, Michael Haskell, Callie Pahonen, Ryan Cuthbert, 6 dice colours in the first group, and Jack Zalakowski. Over to you, Chris.
Over to me. Yep. What am I doing?
You tell me when, you tell me when to roll.
Oh, go.
It's 1. I think that's 1. It is 1.
That's a 1.
That's Richard Clammer. 5 dice Holzman is going nuts. He's always number 1, but Clammer has stolen it from him. Incredible scenes. The next group is another group of 12. We have Tom Christian, Michael Dublé, Reece Shancer, Rory Campbell, Hawk Jacobson, Gary George, Warwick Griggs, 5 dice Holzman, Crispin Farbrother, Rob Lynchbury, Sam Earnshaw, and Bryant Metalhead, Destro the Dexterous. Over to you, Chris.
Maybe now? Yeah, let's go now.
Maybe now. It's the most panicked dice control I've ever seen. Where's the commitment? I think that's a 9. I think we're on 9. That looks like a 9 to me.
9?
Maybe now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's Crispin Farbrother!
Whee!
That's not a name I've often seen in the final. I don't know. And our final group, which is a group of 11, is Josh Coles. It's 4 dice Fisher. It's 5 dice Crosby. Stephen Ryan, Harry Parkhill, Chris Cooper, Sean Williams, Ruth Cooper, Joe Achille, Julian Hammond, and squeaking in by public demand, it's James Wilson and his Goblins. Can you imagine if this is
Are you going to
11?
roll an 11 for this?
Yeah, so a 12 will be a re-roll for this one. Can Chris find the 11 that will send the previously docile BSIME community into indignant rage at Wilson?
Go now.
So close. It's Julian Hammond.
We nearly split the community.
Can you imagine? It's always good when there's a bit of extra tension in the dice draw.
We're now just going to have to put that poll up on which models should they save.
Richard Clammer has not won a dice. Crispin Farbrother has not won a dice. Julian Hammond has 1 dice. But he won it on stream 46, 60 streams ago. So that we've got 2. We've got a very good chance of a first timer here, which is lovely to see. Oh, wonderful scenes. So, Chris, we're going to hand over to you once more. Obviously, same as always. 1st to 3, and we have Richard Clammer on 1. We have Crispin Farbrother on 2. And we have Julian Hammond on 3. Here we go.
Go.
Oh, it's a panic throw. It's a panic throw. I've lost control.
Tension's too much.
Absolutely. I'm sorry. It's like that time where you didn't know when to roll the time.
Go for it.
It's 2. It's Crispin Farbrother. Crispin Farbrother. He wants that first dice, Chris. He wants it. Oh,
he wants it. He needs it.
Must have the precious.
And go again.
Oh, Farbrother is at match point immediately. He stormed 2-0. And Clammer's all over the place. There's a nachos bowl cast aside in his wherever he's staying. The desk has been flipped, screaming, "It's not my desk and I want that dice." Unbelievable scenes. Can anyone, even Julian Hammond with his dice experience, can anyone fight back against the power of Farbrother?
And go. Oh.
Smashing up the place helped. Clammer's taken one. It's 1 to Clammer. But remember, Farbrother is still at match point. And Julian Hammond, he's like, I don't even remember how I won a dice all those streams ago. Don't know what he's doing. He's painting barrel whites and he's not painting them normally and it's working against him.
Go for it.
Oh, he done it off the rim! He's done it off the rim! We've never seen a roll like that before. Farbrother has taken it. He has stormed to victory. Crispin Farbrother wins his first ever dice. This beautiful black.
I feel I owe it to Crispin. I remember having a lovely game at Warhammer World where a hobbit flung a stone at Bolg, who was on a warg, who was his leader. The stone killed the warg. He rolled a 1 for his Throne Rider test. He then wounded Bolg and failed his fate and took a wound on his leader.
Do you think he might finally forgive you?
Hopefully.
Crispin, wonderful. This is wonderful scenes. I'm going to be absolutely honest. Crispin, he tends to go to Warhammer World a lot. I think I'm going to drop this one off at Throne of Skulls. That'll save me a bit of postage. But yeah, Crispin, this is yours, my friend, and it only rolls. It's got worse. 1s. Unbelievable scenes. Let's hop over to the exciting admin. So we're gonna need a new row. We're gonna need a new row. I love to see it. We've got a new dice winner. Robolo.
Right, well, I'll finish up on the chat.
Oh, well, absolutely, my friend.
Larry pointed out he was making an Oathbreaker joke. Asked as Damien Theo. Spoilers there. Ryan's plan was to go to bed. Sadly, didn't work. Frederick, half an hour more and we're at the 6-hour mark. It seems to be the new normal. Crazy. Joe pointed out that you're not actually the king and dead. You're old Greg.
Hello, Greg.
Frederick Schultz, quick deep dive maybe. We just did. They didn't show up. They got cursed.
A quick deep dive.
That's all you need to know. Post-team spirit shall inadvisable dive.
What's that?
A shall inadvisable dive. I presume that's towards the deep dive. Joe Holzman, last time I won, I was when I retreated to bed too. Perhaps that's the new tactic. Larry, oh yeah, the theory is Theo is young Greg. Now that you post-team spirit, now you mention it, I won when I went to bed too. Is a BSIME dice of meta play. Larry, yeah, Joe should have been on time. Joe, to be fair, Clamor didn't steal it from me. I wasn't even close. Was busy having the practice run of our doubles list. Joe, James Wilson is the people's champion this week, I feel. There's a come on, James. We expected too much of him. Also close from James himself. James Wilson.
Oh, right, I see. Right, trying to get into the final, got you. Yeah.
Post-team spirit, I feel it for Crispin. Sean, it's been a while since Hamid has won anything. Can he do it? Post-team spirit, never in doubt. Grats, Crispin. Joe Holzman, damn, was hoping to be able to make a so near, so far brother joke. A few more grats, Crispins from Larry, Joe, and Frederick. Post-team spirit, he may love you less, Chris. Gift him a dice that only rolls ones after that story. I bet Crispin's in beds. That's the key to victory. And there we go.
He's not here, is he? It must be it. It must be it. Or maybe is it the fact that these streams go on till 1:30 in the morning and most people go to bed? Oh, poor Richard Clammer.
Clammer's just came in, always a finalist, never a winner. Congrats, fella.
I do think
so close.
I don't know if he knows how many, because the records don't remember finalists, but I feel like Richard's been close quite a few times. I think he's got to quite a few finals. It's galling, man. When will he finally get over the line?
What you should do is partner with Joe, and then you can watch him roll all his BSIME black dice just to rub it in.
Yeah. You just, after a while, you start to think, is it psychological? You know, is he choking now? Is the big game just too much for him at that point? Is the weight of history just playing on his mind, and is he ever going to get over that line? You know, hopefully, I think we all want Richard to get there in the end.
I'd rather me first, to be fair, but
oh, we didn't. Did we put? We didn't put you in. Are you in?
No, we didn't. I would have been number 12.
Yeah, but you're not in, are you? You've got your fancy dress. You're not in. I just realised we keep forgetting the host, and then they get a roll of their own. You can have a roll. I'll tell you what, Chris, you can have a roll. You've been a guest host. Let's give Chris a roll. How many was it? 35, so we need a 36, right?
Yeah.
Bit of added fun to end the stream. I quite like these guest ones. How big is this? We've got it's a 20, 23, 20, that's a D24. We need to go higher than that. 27. Oh, this might only be a bloody D36. I think I've got a D36. Michael courtesy of Michael Curtis. We've got a D36. What a time to be alive. Right, you know how this works for the guest host, Chris? How you get to pick a number. 1 to 36. And if it comes up, I will festoon you with a Battle Games in Middle-earth dice.
There's 25 people watching, so 25.
Alright, love it. Are you ready? It's never happened yet. It hasn't come up. Could you be the first? It's 5. It's not close, I'm afraid. It's not. Oh my! No. Do you know what? I didn't swap it, did I? For all you know, I was lying. That isn't fair.
To be fair, you're not known for
Yeah,
your
I'm
truthfulness.
not known for my honesty. All right, here we go. 25, yeah?
Yep. Oh! Oh,
Oh,
damn
that's
it.
gross. Oh, that
If
is
one more
awful,
person
mate.
had been on this stream, I would have won a prize.
Do you know what? The crazy thing is, if I remember this right, the last one, it wasn't one number off, but I think it was one panel off. I think like this was whoever who was last. Was it Macca's last? Yeah, it was Macca's last one. I think his number was here, so it was just one little tick away from doing it. Apologies, my friend. Apologies.
I'll just have to enter properly.
Yeah. But there we go. We have done the business of the stream. Crispin Farbrother has won his first dice. What a time to be alive. Larry was also playing the same joke. Joe thought was going to race Larry to the joke. Sam confirms that there's no room for logical reason on the internet quite. And Joe, all my mic goes on heroic moves. That's the downside of being my doubles partner. That's why I've been running so many.
That is true.
Later. And Frederick says Michael courtesy of Michael Curtis. Michael courtesy of.
You were like, you tried to say courtesy, and you were like, kicker.
Oh, well, thanks for mocking me, Frederick. That's nice. That's a nice way to end. But there we go. That's it. That's our Halloween stream complete. Chris, have you got any sort of last thoughts you'd like to say about the legacy thing, about where we are, about the future, and so on and so forth?
Yeah, looking forward to new models like Lord Horn and all the new War of the Rohirrim stuff, and good riddance to Gildor.
Absolutely. And we hope everyone who was upset about it is doing all right. And as ever, our wonderful BSIME community will be here for you. Come and join in with us, and we will hopefully try and make you feel better. But we do have some very exciting things to come from the game, which is pretty cool. So, going forwards, next stream Saturday the 23rd. We are going to do a Legacy special, but we've talked about Legacy today, so we probably won't have a massive chat about Legacy. So we'll probably do a deep dive, and it'll be incredibly backwards. We'll do the King of the Dead deep dive, because God knows I've planned it, and you know.
Sorry, I just seen a comment from Harry saying top co-hosting duties by Chris, and then immediately go, I take it back.
Indeed, there's only 20 people left now, although that's still heroic for like 1:45 in the morning. But I just want to say for everyone on behalf of Catch Up, thank you so much, Chris, for joining us. You've been admirable. Your fancy dress has been excellent, and your hosting has been truly top notch. I'm sure everyone will agree. And on a personal level, thank you so much, because I did quite a lot of painting tonight.
No worries.
So that's been quite cool. And I've got 5 little hobbits, so maybe a little more hope of getting things done for Throne of Skulls. There will be another stream before Throne of Skulls, Saturday the 23rd, where we're doing our Legacy stream. So get those Legacy models prepped, and we will bid them a very fond farewell. Although they're not really leaving us. The profiles that die, they never really leave us, do they? They're always here. But yeah, Chris, any shout outs from you? Events, clubs, anything else you want to do?
Skirting and Stirlingshire sold out, but keep an eye on any updates on there. And other thing, go give to people during Movember.
Absolutely. There's a well done, Chris, from Sam. RIP Gildor from Frederick. They're not surprised that Harry now hates you again. Joe says, third time lucky for the deep dive, or is old Greg going to break his oath again? Sean Clark says, thanks for the stream, guys. Always nice to hear from Mr. Murphy. We hope you have enjoyed our spooky stream here on this Halloween Boxing Day. David Reed, Chris. At 1:45
right at the end,
morning,
he gets
Reed
in.
Reed from nowhere. What new story is this? This is like a twist at the end credit scene. Like, suddenly, as everything ends, there's a huge cliffhanger as David Reed appears. Unbelievable scenes. Has he been watching for 5 hours, not saying anything right at the end? Yeah, he did all right.
No, I believe he was at the pub.
Outstanding scenes. What a time to be alive. Yeah, Frederick goes, now I'll do the deep dive. Probably not. But there we go. Lovely to see you briefly, David. Hope all's well, mate. And thanks for lending us your buddy. He's been awesome. But yeah, I think that's it, right?
Yep.
Thank you all so much. It's been a delightful pleasure as ever, and we will see you very, very soon next time on Battle Streams in Middle Earth. Until then, ta-ra.